Preface and Chapter 1 of 87 by Pansy. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 87 by Pansy. Preface. Class of 87, greeting. Dear classmates, having journeyed through the years together and accomplished the 4 years' course of reading, as we are now about to part company, I come to you with the promised book dedicated to our class. I have taken great pleasure in writing it, and hope most earnestly that it will be to you a pleasant souvenir of our alma mater. Perhaps just here is the appropriate place in which to thank many hundreds of you for the helpful letters which you sent to aid me in the preparation of our book. That they were decided helps, you, the writers, have only to read the book to be convinced, for the incidents found therein were taken from your own letters, which contained statements of facts. I have simply grouped within a few lives the actual experiences of many. It was my earnest desire to write a book for the 87s which should, in a slight degree at least, illustrate the manner in which helping hands might be extended by members of the CLSC, reaching lives where they least expected, and setting in motion influences which should tell for eternity. It is not the least of my pleasures that, in writing this book, I have been able to leave the region of plain fiction and revel in the realm of facts. It is delightful to be able to say to you that wherever you may chance to find suggestive hints through the book as to ways of helping, you may understand that it is not theory, but practice, not what might possibly be done, but what has been done, by the members of the class of 87, though in order to make the dates of my story symmetrical, I have been obliged to remove many of the doings of the 87s back into the past, thus apparently giving the honor to the classes of 84, 85, and 86, which properly belong to the 87s. But this you will understand. And now, trusting that we who gather in the classic groves of the Mother Chautauqua may have the honor of passing through the Golden Gate together, and hoping and praying that not only we who gather there, but all the great company of those faithful ones who must of necessity abide at home, may meet one day and pass under the flowery arches of our Father's love through the Golden Gate of the Celestial City, to go no more forever, I subscribe myself, yours in the Master's service and reward, Pansy. Chapter 1, 8 and 12. They were both barefooted and, to all intents and purposes, bareheaded. She carried in her hand a much-faded little old-fashioned sunbonnet, the strings of which had been chewed a little and then smoothed out as though the chewer were penitent. He tossed carelessly from hand to hand, or occasionally pitched a long way ahead of him, a much-soiled, much-torn, nearly rimless straw hat. Her dress was of faded pink calico and was rapidly growing too short, as to sleeves as well as skirt. It was clean, that is comparatively, but the elbows were much patched with material which had not faded, and the effect was marked. As to the boy's attire, perhaps the least said about it the better. That he was outgrowing it in all directions, that it tore on the slightest provocation, and that there was no careful hand to patch and sponge and brush for him, were self-evident truths. However, neither of these, to judge by their faces, took much thought for clothes. They sauntered along the sometimes sandy, sometimes grassy lake shore, stopping quite often to dig with their bare toes attractive-looking holes in the damp sand, or to shy a pebble at a darting fish. Between times they talked, grave, old-fashioned talk, some of it, revealing by the very words in which they expressed themselves that already some of the shadows of life's stern realities had fallen on them. Yet some of the talk was childish in the extreme, indicating the constant bubbling forth of youth and light-heartedness, despite the weight of some burdens. "It's pretty here," the girl said, stopping suddenly to look up to the very top of one of the grand old trees, stretching her neck back and shading her brown eyes from the sun's rays, and looking up and up beyond the trees into the blue sky dotted here and there with delicate filmy clouds. "I think it is just lovely through here, and I think this is a lovely day. It always is nice on my birthday. Isn't that queer? Mother says she doesn't ever remember my having a rainy birthday." They had left the lake now and climbed one of the hills, where the trees were tall and so close together that their branches interlocked, forming lovely arches for the sun to glorify. "It is very nice," the boy said simply, in answer to his companion, but whether he meant the place, or the birthday, or the fact of there always being sunshine on that day, he did not explain. The little girl was full of the thought. "This is my birthday walk, you know. Isn't it nice that you could take it with me, and that we could come way out here to the spot I like the best? Mother won't let me come alone. She is afraid of bears or snakes or something. I ain't afraid," with fine superiority lighting up her great brown eyes. "But then she is a woman, you know, and women always get afraid of things. I wonder why." Dreamy silence for half a minute while she tries to settle this problem, then she is off again. "Oh, Win, we had a talk this morning, Mother and I, a kind of birthday talk. Mother said when she was a little girl she liked the woods and the trees and everything just as I do, and she meant to study and learn all about them, out of books, you know, but she couldn't. Grandfather got very poor, and then he got sick, and then he died, and then Grandmother died, and there was nothing but trouble, Mother said, for years and years. Oh, wouldn't it be dreadful to have one's mother and father? Oh, poor Win, I'm so sorry. I didn't think, and it was mean of me. I ought to think." "Never mind," said the boy, struggling with a sort of choking feeling which he did not himself understand. "I don't remember any mother at all, but I do father just a little. Go on, I like to hear about it." "Well, I'll skip all the hard, and tell you when Mother was 22 years old. That was her happy day, she said. She was married to Father the day she was 22, but dear me, I wouldn't like to be married as Mother was, just in a kitchen with her old calico dress on, and no cake nor anything, and nobody to kiss her and cry. I told her I thought somebody always cried about brides. I read it in a storybook once, but she laughed at me and said there was nobody to cry over her, only herself, and she did a little, for joy. She was so glad to go away from that place. They didn't belong to her, and they didn't care for her, any of them. I'd have been glad, too, to go with Father, you know. Mother said when I was 22 she would give me a happy day if she could, a regular feast day. I said maybe I would be married on that day just as she was, and she laughed again, and said then she would do the crying maybe. Isn't it queer to think that if I live, one of these days I'll be 22? "That's a long way off, Vine." "Not so very. I counted it up with Mother this morning. Mother's birthday and mine come the same time. Isn't that nice? Mother is 40 years old today. Mustn't it seem strange to be 40 years old? I'll tell you what year I will be 22. It will be 1887. "Then we'll write it," said the boy, "on this old tree." And he took from a ragged pocket a battered and bruised jackknife with 2 broken blades, and with much patience and care cut into the jagged bark of one of the great trees the inscription, "Vine, 22, 1887. "It is a good many years to wait," said Vine reflectively. "It looks more when it is printed out. I wonder what Mother will do to celebrate it. I told her I wanted a cake and some baked potatoes, and when I said I wanted you to come to tea. Oh, that reminds me. It is very queer I forgot it. I'm going to have a little bit of a tea party tonight. No cake," shaking her head gravely, "because eggs are so dear, you know, but the potatoes will be lovely. I picked them out myself and washed them before I came away, nice big ones, all of a size, and you are to come to supper when this very night." "I can't," said the boy gloomily. "It was almost as much as my head was worth to get off for this walk. I've worked like 60 ever since daylight, before daylight for that matter, to get this chance, and if I'm not home before milking time I wouldn't give much for my skin." "Oh, poor Win, I say it is too mean for anything," and the brown eyes blazed. "And you can't come to my birthday after all, when there's a potato picked out for you and washed and everything, and Mother has a little treat in a dish. I don't know what it is, but it will be nice. Oh, Win, couldn't you? Wouldn't they let you just for my birthday?" The boy gravely shook his head. "They don't care a thing about birthdays, and they'd rather disappoint me than not any time." His face was growing hard over the thought, stern lines about the mouth and an angry sullenness in his eyes, but Vine's brown eyes were brimming with tears, and seeing this he instantly turned comforter. "Never mind, Viney, it won't be so very long to wait. I'll come to the other supper. No Mr. Josiah Griggs in all the world can keep me from it. Just think, Viney, I'll be 26 years old." "A great tall man," said Vine, "as tall as Father. Oh, how funny to think of!" And she laughed out gleefully. At 8 years of age, tears and laughter may come very close together. "But I don't want to wait." And already the voice was growing tremulous again. "I might not like you nearly so well, you see. Perhaps I might even be afraid of you. Will you wear a collar that stands up all around, do you suppose, like Deacon Slocum's? Oh, and will you have whiskers over your face? And I'll call you Mr. Winter, I suppose, or Mr. Kelland. That is the way they do. Oh, Win, how very funny to think of it all. I could never say Mr. Kelland. Do you believe I could? Win, why did your mother give you such a queer name? My mother was wondering about it the other day. She said she never heard of anybody named Winter before." "Father named me," said the boy, a tender sadness spreading over his face, such as always came when he spoke the names Father and Mother. "He said Mother dreaded the long winter so much, and she never lived to see it. She thought so much about it that he gave me the name, because it made him think of her, and because she escaped." This last was added in an undertone, as though it were a thought beyond little Vine. She was considering the matter, though, with her head dropped a little to one side like a canary bird's. It was a pretty, thoughtful way she had. "I like winter," she said at last. "I like the snow. It's so white, and the cold and everything. The evenings are so nice and long, and it is warm and pleasant in our kitchen, and sometimes we roast apples, and a few times I pop some corn. Then I like to go to school through the snow and to slide downhill. Oh, Win, won't you and I have fun together next winter?" The boy shivered and frowned. "I hate winter," he said fiercely. "It is so awfully cold everywhere. The coldest place in the world is our attic. You can't possibly get clothes enough over you to keep from shivering. At least I can't with the clothes I can get hold of. If I were manager of the bedclothes, I'd try for it." "Mother comes and tucks me in," said Vine, surveying him with thoughtful gravity, "and then I'm always warm." Whereat the boy laughed almost fiercely. "Mrs. Josiah Griggs doesn't," he said, with a toss of his head and a flush on his face. The troubled thought which Vine had been considering for some minutes now came to the surface in hesitating speech. "Win, isn't she, well, is she good to you?" Whispered those last words as though the possibilities they contained were dreadful to think about. "Oh, good enough," said Winter with another toss of his head. "I don't have much to do with her, nor she with me, only to scold, but I get used to that. She doesn't do any tucking up or that sort of thing, and I don't want her to. I'd kick all the bedclothes off in a hurry that she tucked." "Yes," said Vine a little hesitatingly. "I suppose so, because you are a boy." "It isn't that. It's because I wouldn't want her to do things that were any like Mother's, you know, when she isn't Mother and never can be, and nobody ever wants her to be." Vine nodded. She could readily understand that a boy would not care to have Mrs. Josiah Griggs for his mother. Winter returned to the subject of schools. "I don't know about next winter. I don't believe I'm to go to school. I heard them talking the other day, Mr. Josiah and Mrs. Josiah, planning work for me which sounded as though it was to take all my time. I don't see where the school is to get put in." "Oh, but," said Vine in dismay, "that would be horrid. Why, every boy goes to school in winter. Didn't they promise to you?" "Yes, of course. 3 months of schooling every year, but promises don't signify. Who's to complain if they don't keep them? Nobody cares, but a boy without friends, and they don't care how much I complain. I don't know as it matters. School doesn't amount to much with me, Vine. When a fellow has to work up to the minute for starting, and set to work the minute he gets back, and hasn't books that he ought to study, and gets behind with all his classes, and doesn't understand things, and hasn't time to stop and ask questions, why, school is a kind of a humbug. Except for giving you rides at recess and taking you home on the sled at night, I don't know but I'd as soon be at work." But over this decision, Vine shook her shapely brown head violently. "Oh, no, that wouldn't do at all, because you are going to be a man, and I want you to be a real smart man. I'm to call you Mr. Kelland, you know, and every little bit of study helps a little. I couldn't call you Mr. Kelland unless you were a smart man, now could I?" The boy burst into a merry laugh, the first real outburst of boyishness which there had been. "Why not?" he said. "Aren't people who haven't been to school ever called Mister?" Vine shook her head again. "Oh, no, no, indeed. They say Win or Wint and old Wint when your hair begins to get gray. I wouldn't allow it, Win. This is my name for you while you were a boy, but I wouldn't want to say old Win ever." The brightness faded from the boy's face. "Don't call me Wint," he said. "I hate that name. There's something about your little name for me which sounds pleasant. It makes me feel once in a while as though I should win something yet, though everything is against me. But Wint, every hateful boy I know yells it out at the beginning or end of some ugly speech, and Mrs. Josiah never pretends to call me anything else." As they talked, they wandered on through the thickly matted carpet of brush and twigs, and came out now upon a little clearing, where the grass was greener and a view of the lake could be had, glimmering through the great old trees. Here stood 2 men, gazing about them with an air of interest. "I should think this would be a good site," one said as the children came into view. "I should like to put up a building for them just in this angle." "Do you suppose it will really amount to putting up buildings?" asked the other. "Why, of course it will. The association is already formed and some capital secured. The people who are pushing it command influence and money. Oh, I have no doubt of its eventual success." "It's a camp meeting," said Vine, nudging her companion's elbow to call attention to the talk. "One day we were coming to it, but Father was too busy. Mother can't walk so far. I'd like to come. It is such a pretty place. But camp meetings don't have anything nice for children, do they?" "No," said Winter. "Nothing but sermons that I ever heard of. But I don't know much about them. Mr. Griggs wouldn't let me come because he didn't believe in encouraging laziness and late hours. I wonder what they are talking about it now for. It's over for this year." "Maybe they are going to build a church or something, and to work at it this winter. It would be fun to come out here once in a while and watch them, wouldn't it, Win? Let's ask them what they are going to build. Do you know who they are?" "Never saw them before." "Well, never mind. You can step right up to them and talk, just as though you knew them. Men always do that. Father talked with a man all the way home from the pasture the other night, and when I asked him who he was, he said he never saw him before." The boy laughed good-humoredly. You have a great idea of making a man of me, haven't you, little Vine? All right, I'll help it along when I can. Here goes." And the two moved toward the gentleman. End of Preface and Chapter 1 of 87 by Pansy.
For the 8th of December, the birthday of Horace, by George Mason Whicher. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This festal day, 2,000 times returning, should light fresh fires on all the altar sods. His natal day, we should set incense burning, and call, if gods there were, upon the gods. We, his good friends, right joyous should demean us, like Horace on the birthday of Maecenas. Eheu, we lack all Persian apparatus, the wine, the nard, the roses' tardy bloom. No troops of saucy, home-bred slaves await us, nor polished silver in the firelit room. And as for lyres and lutes of sound convention, the HCL forbids their very mention. Around our board what cronies he'd find missing, no Tyndarus, no Cyrus, and no quarrel. No Telephus with his tantalizing kissing, no Servius droning his long-winded moral. No Thaliarch to push the lagging Massic. What in our party, then, would he find classic? There is one thing would save us from disaster, and make our feast right worthy of the day, a fitting tribute to the lyric master. I mean, of course, an ode by F.P.A. Give us but that, 'twere the whole celebration, in Horace's and in our estimation. End of For the 8th of December, read by Laurie and Walden.
Idee 8 van Multatuli. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Idee 8. Het besluiten tot iets groots kan geschieden met kalme vastberadenheid of in geestdrift. Het eerste staat natuurlijk hoger. Dit hogere nu vindt men zelden, maar nu en dan toch, bij een individu. Bij vergaderingen nooit. Een groots besluit van een vergadering wordt altijd genomen in drift van geest en met geschreeuw. Dat noemt men met een deftig woord acclamatie. Lees niet, bid ik u, dat een vergadering die schreeuwt en driftig van geest is, grootse besluiten neemt. Einde van Idee 8 door Multatuli, gelezen door Anna Simon.
Eight Stories for Isabel by Anonymous. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Here is a steamboat sailing on the water. How fast she moves! She is carried along by wheels. See the smoke coming from the chimney? There is a great fire in the boat and large boilers, which hold 60 hogsheads of water. And when this water boils, the steam comes from it so swift and strong that it can be made to move the great wheels which are on the outside of the boat. And these great wheels have wide paddles to them that are all the time beating water. The chair. You all know what this picture is. A chair. It has a back and a seat and 4 legs. I knew a little girl that got upon the back of a chair when her brother was sitting in it eating his breakfast, and he rose up as soon as he had done, and the chair fell back to the floor, and his little sister's head was so hurt that she died. You must never get upon the back of a chair, nor pull one away when anybody is going to sit down, for the fall may break the person's back. The ship. This ship is carried along by the wind which blows against her white sails, which you can see all spread from the mast. Her hull sits on the water and slides along, throwing the waves on each side. The great whale and the porpoise and the hungry sharks all play around the great ship and seem to wonder what mighty thing it is that is swimming through the sea and keeps always on top of the water, not sinking down and coming up again as they do. The well. This is the picture of a well. It is pretty, and all around it are flowers growing upon its grey and mossy stones. It has a wheel and bucket and a rope, and water is got from it by putting down the bucket and pulling the rope over the wheel. Did you ever hear of the giddy girl who fell into the well, and of naughty John Green who threw the poor puss into the well, and of good Jack Stout who took her out? You can read their story in many books. Arm and hammer. This is the picture of a very strong arm, holding a great hammer. It is such arms as this that do all the most useful work in the world. It must be such an arm that beats out the hard iron, that hammers the rough stone and makes it smooth, that cuts down with an axe the largest trees, and that builds all our houses. It is this arm that guides the plough, and that mows the grass, and that tames the wild colt and the fiery bull, which makes them obedient to drag our carts and chaises. The cat. Puss is seeing her pretty face in the looking-glass. Perhaps she will wash her face in the bowl that stands by her side. Cats will always wash their faces once a day and look clean and neat. And when they take a walk out of doors, they never step in the wet. Little girls must keep their shoes and frocks and stockings and hands and face clean and never play in the dirt. Cats are not fond of dogs. Her tail will puff out as big as your arm when she sees one. Brown cow. God made the cow. The cow gives milk. The woman makes butter and cheese from the milk. And children eat butter and cheese and milk. Cows cannot read, but you must read. White horse. Here is a white horse with his black mane and long tail. He trots in the chaise, he walks with the tracks and the carts, and he canters and gallops in the saddle. End of 8 stories for Isabel by Anonymous.
A Unit of 8 Grams by Robert Noxon Topham. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Unit of Money. The subject of an international coinage has been much discussed the last few years. The rapid expansion of commercial relations, the more frequent personal intercourse of the inhabitants of various countries, and the speedy means of communication which bring nations near to each other, nearer in fact than were formerly the different parts of a single state, make apparent the need of a common money. The object of the present paper is to give a summary of the results already obtained in the direction of a uniform currency, to examine briefly the different plans that have been brought forward, and finally to propose a unit previously suggested by me, which seems best fitted to attain as quickly as possible the end in view. upon considering the changes that have taken place in the monetary systems of various countries within a comparatively recent period, one is struck with the fact that there is a general tendency towards uniformity. The French unit has been adopted in Belgium, Switzerland, Spain, Romania, Greece, Finland, and Servia, while the political unification of Italy has spread the same system through the whole of that country. The various systems of Germany have been merged into one under the Empire. The monetary union of Scandinavia has been formed, embracing the three kingdoms of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. The American unit has been adopted by Canada and Japan. Austria now coins 4 and 8 florin pieces, equivalent to 10 and 20 francs, and accepted as such in the Latin Union. Spain has commenced to issue a 25-franc piece, the first approach made by any of the Latin nations of Europe of the franc system to the English sovereign and the American half-eagle, although France offered in 1867 to coin such a piece, while some of the states of South America issue a coin of exactly the same value. Instead of many systems, there are now comparatively few, and while this reduction in the number of the units has been progressing, there have been two other important changes going on in the direction of uniformity: the gradual establishment of a decimal notation, and also the gradual adoption of the same degree of fineness, so that now nearly all the principal nations have a gold coinage of 9/10 fine. With a tendency to uniformity so marked, it would appear an easy matter to select a unit that could be accepted by the leading countries, but, unfortunately, national prejudices are deeply rooted, and each nation considers its own monetary system the best. The English are satisfied with their pounds, shillings, and pence, and claim that as their system is the most extensively used in commerce, it ought to be adopted universally. The French expect that all nations will ultimately select their system, and urge that as it now embraces a large portion of Europe, its claims to universal adoption are superior to any other. The Americans can say that having been the first to establish the decimal notation in coinage, and their unit having been adopted by one of the most important colonies of England, and by the most enlightened of the Asiatic empires, its claims are not to be slighted. The Germans are not likely to adopt any purely foreign system, while they might be induced to look favourably upon a plan which should be the result of a compromise. In view of these conflicting claims, it is quite evident that if an international unit is ever to be established it must be by concessions, each nation yielding something. Before proceeding to an examination of the different plans that have been proposed, it is best to lay down the rules which should guide us in our criticism. The unit to be adopted ought not to wound national prejudices or arouse jealousy. It ought to preserve the existing systems with their different monetary terms which are familiar to the people, and it ought to be of an even metric weight. The Monetary Conference of 1867 proposed the 5-franc gold piece as the best unit to be selected. The objections to that piece are manifest. All nations, with the exception of the Latin Union and those countries that have introduced the franc system, would be obliged to bear the burden of recoinage, which would not be just, as the benefit to be derived being common to all should contribute their share to the change. Besides, the adoption of a purely French system would be objected to by many countries, and the unit, weighing 1.612 grams, would be a fractional number. The same objections apply to the 10-franc piece. Its weight is 3.225 grams, a fractional number, and the countries of the franc system would be entirely exempt from the cost and trouble of recoinage. The 5-gram piece, 9/10 fine, which has been proposed, has the advantage of being of an even metric weight, and it also avoids wounding national susceptibilities, as all countries would be obliged to recoin. The objection is, that as the 5-gram piece is worth, in francs, 15.50, in marks, 12.55, in dollars, 2.99, In shillings, 12 shillings and 3 pence, all monetary terms would have to be altered, and a new system, with a new nomenclature, introduced. A change so complete would create great confusion, and much time would be required for the full and practical establishment of the new system. The 10-gram piece has the same advantages and disadvantages as the 5-gram piece. The suggestion made by Mr. Ruggles, the delegate of the United States to the International Statistical Congress of Berlin in 1863, to select a 25-franc piece as the unit, reducing the sovereign and the half-eagle to the value of that coin, has the advantage of preserving the different systems with their monetary terms, but the objections are that the 25-franc piece weighs 8.064 grams, a fractional number, and the countries of the franc system would contribute nothing to the change. Upon comparing the weights of the half-eagle, 8.359 grams, sovereign, 11/12 fine, 7.988 grams, sovereign 9/10 fine, 8.136 grams, 25-franc piece, 8.064 grams, 20-mark piece, 7.965 grams, a piece of 8 even grams suggests itself as the best unit. Such a piece would be called a sovereign, $5, 20 marks, and 25 francs. It could be divided, as at present, according to the customs and wishes of the different countries. It would preserve all the monetary terms now in use. All the nations to be benefited would contribute their share to the change. No nation would feel that a foreign system was being imposed upon it. The silver coinage of the various countries would remain untouched, which would not be the case if a new unit like the 5-gram or the 10-gram piece should be selected. The unit would be of an even metric weight. The experience of antiquity seems also to sanction the selection of such a piece. The gold stater of Lydia, after the monetary reform effected by Croesus, weighed about 8 grams. The gold daric of Persia was of the same weight. The stater issued by Philip II of Macedon, the unit of the gold coinage, which the conquests of Alexander the Great carried to remote countries, weighed about 8 grams. The aureus, the unit of the Roman gold coinage, which weighed 8.180 grams under Julius Caesar, being the 1/40th part of a Roman pound, was reduced by Augustus to 7.800 grams, the 1/42nd part of the pound, but still valued at 25 silver denarii. As the 8-gram piece 9/10 fine is worth, in francs, 24.80, in dollars 4.78, in shillings 19 shillings and 8 pence, in marks 20.08, it would be necessary to make the following changes, which are slight compared with the various reductions and modifications that have taken place without exception in all monetary systems in the past. Reduce the value of the 25-franc piece by 20 centimes. Reduce the value of the $5 piece by 22 cents. Reduce the value of the sovereign by 4 pence. Increase the value of the 20-mark piece by 8 pfennigs. End of A Unit of 8 Grams by Robert Noxon Topham.
Introductory Romance from the pen of William Tinkling, Esquire, age 8. From Holiday Romance by Charles Dickens. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This beginning part is not made out of anybody's head, you know. It's real. You must believe this beginning part more than what comes after, else you won't understand how what comes after came to be written. You must believe it all, but you must believe this most, please. I'm the editor of it. Rob Redforth, he's my cousin, and shaking the table on purpose, wanted to be the editor of it. But I said he shouldn't, because he couldn't. He has no idea of being an editor. Nettie Ashworth is my bride. We were married in the right-hand closet in the corner of the dancing school, where we first met, with a ring, a green one, from Wilkins Waters' toy shop. I owed for it out of my pocket money. When the rapturous ceremony was over, we all four went up the lane and let off a cannon, brought loaded in Rob Redforth's waistcoat pocket, to announce our nuptials. It flew right up when it went off and turned over. Next day, Lieutenant Colonel Robin Redforth was united with similar ceremonies to Alice Rainbird. This time the cannon burst with a most terrific explosion and made a puppy bark. My peerless bride was, at the period of which we now treat, in captivity at Miss Grimmer's. Drovey and Grimmer's is the partnership, and opinion is divided which is the greatest beast. The lovely bride of the Colonel was also immured in the dungeons of the same establishment. A vow was entered into between the Colonel and myself that we would cut them out the following Wednesday when walking 2 and 2. Under the desperate circumstances of the case, the active brain of the Colonel, combined with his lawless pursuit, he's a pirate, suggested an attack with fireworks. This, however, from motives of humanity, was abandoned as too expensive. Lightly armed with a paper knife buttoned up under his jacket, and waving the dreaded black flag at the end of a cane, the Colonel took command of me at 2 p.m. on the eventful and appointed day. He had drawn out the plan of attack on a piece of paper, which was rolled up around a hoopstick. He showed it to me. My position and my full-length portrait, but my real ears don't stick out horizontal, was behind a corner lamp-post, with written orders to remain there till I should see Miss Drovey fall. The Drovey who was to fall was the one in spectacles, not the one with the large lavender bonnet. At the signal I was to rush forth, seize my bride, and fight my way to the lane. There a junction would be effected between myself and the Colonel, and putting our brides behind us, between ourselves and the palings, we were to conquer or die. The enemy approached. Waving his black flag, the Colonel attacked. Confusion ensued. Anxiously I awaited my signal, but my signal came not. So far from falling, the hated Drovey in spectacles appeared to me to have muffled the Colonel's head in his outlaw banner, and to be pinching into him with a parasol. The one in the lavender bonnet also performed prodigies of valour with her fists on his back. Seeing that all was for the moment lost, I fought my desperate way, hand to hand, to the lane. Through taking the back road, I was so fortunate as to meet nobody, and arrived there uninterrupted. It seemed an age ere the Colonel joined me. He had been to the jobbing tailors to be sewn up in several places, and attributed our defeat to the refusal of the detested Drovey to fall. Finding her so obstinate, he had said to her, "Die, recreant," but had found her no more open to reason on that point than the other. My blooming bride appeared, accompanied by the Colonel's bride, at the dancing school next day. What? Was her face averted from me? Ha! Even so. With a look of scorn, she put into my hand a piece of paper, and took another partner. On the paper was penciled, "Heavens! Can I write the word? Is my husband a cow?" In the first bewilderment of my heated brain, I tried to think what slanderer could have traced my family to the ignoble animal mentioned above. Vain were my endeavours. At the end of that dance I whispered the Colonel to come into the cloakroom, and I showed him the note. "There's a syllable wanting," said he, with a gloomy brow. "Ha! What syllable?" was my inquiry. "She asks, can she write the word? And no, you see, she couldn't," said the Colonel, pointing to the message. "And the word was?" said I. "Cow, cow, coward," hissed the pirate Colonel in my ear, and gave me back the note. Feeling that I must forever tread the earth as branded boy, person I mean, or that I must clear up my honour, I demanded to be tried by a court-martial. The colonel admitted my right to be tried. Some difficulty was found in composing the court on account of the Emperor of France's aunt refusing to let him come out. He was to be the president. Ere yet we had appointed a substitute, he made his escape over the back wall and stood among us, a free monarch. The court was held on the grass by the pond. I recognized in a certain admiral among my judges my deadliest foe. A cocoa nut had given rise to language that I could not brook, but confident in my innocence and also in the knowledge that the President of the United States, who sat next to him, owed me a knife, I braced myself for the ordeal. It was a solemn spectacle, that court. 2 executioners with pinafores reversed led me in. Under the shade of an umbrella I perceived my bride, supported by the bride of the pirate colonel. The president, having reproved a little female ensign for tittering on a matter of life or death, called upon me to plead. Coward or no coward, guilty or not guilty. I pleaded in a firm tone, no coward, and not guilty. The little female ensign, being again reproved by the president for misconduct, mutinied, left the court, and threw stones. My implacable enemy, the admiral, conducted the case against me. The colonel's bride was called to prove that I had remained behind the corner lamp-post during the engagement. I might have been spared the anguish of my own bride's being also made to witness to the same point, but the admiral knew where to wound me. Be still, my soul. No matter. The colonel was then brought forward with his evidence. It was for this point that I had saved myself up, as the turning point of my case. Shaking myself free of my guards, who has no business to hold me, the stupids, unless I was found guilty, I asked the colonel what he considered the first duty of a soldier. Ere he could reply, the President of the United States rose and informed the court that my foe, the admiral, had suggested bravery, and that prompting a witness wasn't fair. The President of the court immediately ordered the admiral's mouth to be filled with leaves and tied up with string. I had the satisfaction of seeing the sentence carried into effect before the proceedings went further. I then took a paper from my trousers pocket and asked, "What do you consider, Colonel Redforth, the first duty of a soldier? Is it obedience?" "It is," said the colonel. "Is that paper? Please look at it in your hand." "It is," said the colonel. "Is it a military sketch?" "It is," said the colonel. "Of an engagement?" "Quite so," said the colonel. "Of the late engagement?" "Of the late engagement." "Please to describe it, and then hand it to the President of the court." From that triumphant moment my sufferings and my danger were at an end. The court rose up and jumped on discovering that I had strictly obeyed orders. My foe, the admiral, who though muzzled was malignant yet, contrived to suggest that I was dishonoured by having quitted the field. But the colonel himself had done as much, and gave his opinion, upon his word and honour as a pirate, that when all was lost, the field might be quitted without disgrace. I was going to be found no coward and not guilty, and my blooming bride was going to be publicly restored to my arms in a procession, when an unlooked-for event disturbed the general rejoicing. This was no other than the Emperor of France's aunt, catching hold of his hair. The proceedings abruptly terminated, and the court tumultuously dissolved. It was when the shades of the next evening but one were beginning to fall, ere yet the silver beams of Luna touched the earth, that 4 forms might have been descried slowly advancing towards the weeping willow on the border of the pond, the now deserted scene of the day before yesterday's agonies and triumphs. On a nearer approach, and by a practised eye, these might have been identified as the forms of the pirate colonel with his bride, and of the day before yesterday's gallant prisoner with his bride. On the beauteous faces of the nymphs dejection sat enthroned. All four reclined under the willow for some minutes without speaking, till at length the bride of the colonel poutingly observed, "It is of no use pretending any more, and we had better give it up." "Ha!" exclaimed the pirate, "pretending?" "Don't go on like that, you worry me," returned his bride. The lovely bride of Tinkling echoed the incredible declaration. The two warriors exchanged stony glances. "If," said the bride of the pirate colonel, "grown-up people won't do what they ought to do, and will put us out, what comes of our pretending?" "We only get into scrapes," said the bride of Tinkling. "You know very well," pursued the colonel's bride, "that Miss Drovey wouldn't fall. You complained of it yourself, and you know how disgracefully the court-martial ended. As to our marriage, would my people acknowledge it at home?" "Or would my people acknowledge ours?" said the bride of Tinkling. Again the two warriors exchanged stony glances. "If you knock at the door and claim me after you were told to go away," said the colonel's bride, "you would only have your hair pulled, or your ears, or your nose." "If you persist in ringing the bell and claiming me," said the bride of Tinkling to the gentleman, "you would have things dropped on your head from the window over the handle, or you would be played upon by the garden engine." "And at your own homes," resumed the bride of the colonel, "it would be just as bad. You would be sent to bed, or something equally undignified. Again, how would you support us?" The pirate colonel replied in a courageous voice, "By rapping," but his bride retorted, "Suppose the grown-up people wouldn't be rapined?" "Then," said the colonel, "they should pay by the penalty in blood." "But suppose they should object," retorted his bride, "and wouldn't pay the penalty in blood or anything else?" A mournful silence ensued. "Then do you no longer love me, Alice?" asked the colonel. "Redforth, I am ever thine," returned his bride. "Then do you no longer love me, Nettie?" asked the present writer. "Tinkling, I am ever thine," returned my bride. We all four embraced. Let me not be misunderstood by the giddy. The colonel embraced his own bride, and I embraced mine. But 2 times 2 makes 4. "Nettie and I," said Alice mournfully, "have been considering our position. The grown-up people are too strong for us. They make us ridiculous. Besides, they have changed the times. William Tinkling's baby brother was christened yesterday. What took place? Was any king present? Answer, William." I said no, unless disguised as Great-Uncle Chopper. "And Queen?" There had been no queen that I knew of at our house. There might have been one in the kitchen, but I didn't think so, or the servants would have mentioned it. "Any fairies?" "None that were visible." "We had an idea among us, I think," said Alice, with a melancholy smile. "We 4, that Miss Grimmer would prove to be the wicked fairy, and would come in at the christening with her crunch stick and give the child a bad gift." "Was there anything of that sort? Answer, William." I said that Ma had said afterwards, and so she had, that Great-Uncle Chopper's gift was a shabby one, but she hadn't said a bad one. She had called it shabby, electrotyped, second-hand, and below his income. "It must be the grown-up people who have changed all this," said Alice. "We couldn't have changed it, if we had been so inclined, and we never should have been. Or perhaps Miss Grimmers is a wicked fairy after all, and won't act up to it because the grown-up people have persuaded her not to. Either way, they would make us ridiculous if we told them what we expected." "Tyrants," muttered the pirate colonel. "Nay, my Redforth," said Alice, "say not so. Call not names, my Redforth, or they will apply to Pa." "Let them," said the Colonel. "I do not care. Who's he?" Tinkling here undertook the perilous task of remonstrating with his lawless friend, who consented to withdraw the moody expressions above quoted. "What remains for us to do?" Alice went on in her mild, wise way. "We must educate. We must pretend in a new manner. We must wait." The Colonel clenched his teeth, 4 out in the front and a piece of another, and he had been twice dragged to the door of a dentist despot, but had escaped from his guards. How educate? How pretend in a new manner? How wait? "Educate the grown-up people," replied Alice. "We part tonight. Yes, Redforth," for the Colonel tucked up his cuffs. "Part tonight. Let us, in these next holidays, now going to begin, throw our thoughts into something educational for the grown-up people, hinting to them how things ought to be. Let us veil our meaning under a mask of romance, you, I, and Nettie. William Tinkling, being the plainest and quickest writer, shall copy out. Is it agreed?" The Colonel answered sulkily, "I don't mind." He then asked, "How about pretending?" "We will pretend," said Alice, "that we are children, not that we are those grown-up people who won't help us out as they ought, and who understand us so badly." The Colonel, still much dissatisfied, growled, "How about waiting?" "We will wait," answered little Alice, taking Nettie's hand in hers and looking up to the sky. "We will wait, ever constant and true, till the times have got so changed as that everything helps us out, and nothing makes us ridiculous, and the fairies have come back. We will wait, ever constant and true, till we are 80, 90, or 100, and then the fairies will send us children, and we will help them out. Poor pretty little creatures, if they pretend ever so much." "So we will, dear," said Nettie Ashforth, taking her round the waist with both arms and kissing her. "And now, if my husband will go and buy some cherries for us, I have got some money." In the friendliest manner I invited the Colonel to go with me, but he so far forgot himself as to acknowledge the invitation by kicking out behind, and then lying down on his stomach on the grass, pulling it up and chewing it. When I came back, however, Alice had nearly brought him out of his vexation, and was soothing him by telling him how soon we should all be 90. As we sat under the willow tree and ate the cherries, fair, for Alice shared them out, we played at being 90. Nettie complained that she had a bone in her old back, and it made her hobble, and Alice sang a song in an old woman's way, but it was very pretty, and we were all merry. At least, I don't know about merry exactly, but all comfortable. There was a most tremendous lot of cherries, and Alice always had with her some neat little bag or box or case to hold things. In it that night was a tiny wine-glass, so Alice and Nettie said they would make some cherry wine to drink our love at parting. Each of us had a glassful, and it was delicious, and each of us drank the toast, our love at parting. The Colonel drank his wine last, and it got into my head directly that it got into his directly. Anyhow, his eyes rolled immediately after he had turned the glass upside down, and he took me on one side and proposed in a hoarse whisper that we should cut 'em out still. How did he mean? I asked my lawless friend. "Cut our brides out," said the Colonel, "and then cut our way, without going down a single turning, bang to the Spanish Main." We might have tried it, though I didn't think it would answer. We only looked round and saw that there was nothing but moonlight under the willow tree, and that our pretty, pretty wives were gone. We burst out crying. The Colonel gave in second, and came to first, but he gave in strong. We were ashamed of our red eyes, and hung about for half an hour to whiten them, likewise a piece of chalk around the rims, I doing the Colonel's and he mine, but afterwards found in the bedroom looking-glass not natural, besides inflammation. Our conversation turned on being 90. The Colonel told me he had a pair of boots that wanted soling and healing, but he thought it hardly worth while to mention it to his father, as he himself should so soon be 90. Then he thought shoes would be more convenient. The Colonel also told me, with his hand upon his hip, that he felt himself already getting on in life and turned rheumatic. And I told him the same. And when they said at our house at supper, "They are always bothering about something," that I stooped, I felt so glad. This is the end of the beginning part that you were to most believe. End of Introductory Romance from the pen of William Tinkling, Esquire, age 8, from Holiday Romance by Charles Dickens. Read by Eddie.
Édit du roi, portant création de 8 charges de garde de la porte de Monsieur, par Louis XVI, roi de France. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Édit du roi, portant création de 8 charges de garde de la porte de Monsieur, donné à Versailles au mois de juillet 1779, registré en la cour des aides le 6 août 1779. Louis, par la grâce de Dieu, roi de France et de Navarre, à tous présents et à venir. Salut. Sur ce qui nous a été représenté que le nombre de 16 gardes de la porte établis par le feu roi, notre très honoré seigneur et aïeul, lors de la formation de la maison de notre très cher et très aimé frère Louis Stanislas Xavier Monsieur, n'était point suffisant pour le service de notre dit frère au palais de Luxembourg, et qu'il désiroit par cette raison que nous voussions bien porter cette compagnie à 24 gardes, aux offres qu'il fait de pourvoir aux gages de cette augmentation, nous nous sommes très volontiers déterminés à déférer au désir de notre dit frère et à lui donner, dans cette occasion, une nouvelle marque de notre tendresse et de notre affection. À ces causes et autres, à ce nous mouvant, de la vie de notre conseil et de notre certaine science, pleine puissance et autorité royale, nous avons, par notre présent édit, perpétuel et irrévocable, créé et érigé. Créons et érigeons 8 nouvelles charges de garde de la porte de notre très cher et très aimé frère Louis Stanislas Xavier Monsieur, pour, par ceux que notre dit frère jugera à propos d'en pourvoir, les avoir, tenir et exercer, en jouir, et user aux mêmes honneurs, autorités, prérogatives, privilèges, franchises, libertés, fonctions, gages, appointements, droits, fruits, profits, revenus et émoluments accoutumés et appartenant, tels et semblables qu'en jouissent où doivent jouir les 16 autres gardes de la porte de notre dit frère, à la charge toutefois par lui de pourvoir sur ses épargnes aux gages et appointements des dites charges. Si donnons un mandement à nos amis et féaux conseillers, les gens tenant notre cour des aides à Paris, que notre présent édit, ils aient à faire registrer et le contenu en celui exécuté pleinement, paisiblement et perpétuellement, cessant et faisant cesser tout trouble et empêchement, et nonobstant toute chose assez contraire, car tel est notre plaisir. Et afin que ce soit chose ferme et stable à toujours, nous y avons fait mettre notre sel. donné à Versailles au mois de juillet, l'an de grâce 1779, et de notre règne, le 6e. Signé Louis, et plus bas par le roi, signé Amelot, visa U de Miroménil, et scellé du grand sceau de cire verte en lac de soie rouge et verte. Registré, oui, et se requérant le procureur général du roi, pour être exécuté selon la forme et teneur. Fait à Paris, en la cour des aides, les chambres assemblées, le 6 août 1779. Collationné, signé Verne. End of Édit du roi, portant création de 8 charges de garde de la porte de Monsieur par Louis XVI, roi de France. Read by Herman Roskams.
Henry VIII's Chin by Author Unknown. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry VIII's Chin. Shakespeare's play of Henry VIII opens with a conversation between the Dukes of Buckingham and Norfolk about the glories of the celebrated Field of the Cloth of Gold, and surely the sight must have been worth seeing, which could have so far outshone the ordinary pageantry of such a time, as to become famous forever in the annals of 2 kingdoms. What was meant by the brilliant show? In the same conversation, admiration of the pageant itself soon gives place to disgust at Cardinal Wolsey as its author. We hear that the alliance celebrated with all this gorgeous display had already burst like a bubble. For France hath flawed the league and hath attached our merchants' goods at Bordeaux. Truly it was a very hollow affair, seen through, perfectly well understood on both sides to be hollow. But we must add one comment in the interest of historic justice. The perfidy which brought about the rupture so soon after these grand demonstrations of amity was not on the side of France. Henry VIII was, at the time of the Field of the Cloth of Gold, much younger than we usually see him in portraits or read of him in history. As yet he had not quite acquired all that fullness of body with which Holbein has made us familiar. Thought of divorce had not yet occupied him. Tall, strong, and muscular, he took part in all manly exercises, and excelled in all. His Majesty, says the Venetian ambassador Justinian, in a dispatch intended only for the eyes of his court, is 29 years old and extremely handsome. Nature could not have done more for him. He is much handsomer than any other sovereign in Christendom, a great deal handsomer than the King of France, very fair, and his whole frame admirably proportioned. On hearing that Francis I. wore a beard, he allowed his own to grow, and as it is reddish, he has now got a beard that looks like gold. He is very accomplished, a good musician, composes well, is a most capital horseman, a fine jouster, speaks good French, Latin, and Spanish, is very religious, hears 3 masses daily when he hunts, and sometimes 5 on other days. He hears the office every day in the Queen's chamber, that is to say, vesper and compline. He is very fond of hunting, and never takes his diversion without tiring 8 or 10 horses, which he causes to be stationed beforehand along the line of country he means to take, and when one is tired, he mounts another, and before he gets home they are all exhausted. He is extremely fond of tennis, at which game it is the prettiest thing in the world to see him play, his fair skin glowing through a shirt of the finest texture." And in perfect accordance with this is the testimony of another Venetian, Pasqualigo, a year or two earlier. "His Majesty is the handsomest potentate I ever set eyes on, above the usual height, with an extremely fine calf to his leg, his complexion very fair and bright, with auburn hair combed straight and short in the French fashion, and a round face, so very beautiful that it would become a pretty woman, his throat being rather long and thick." A muscular frame, good animal spirits, and general good humor, who is not captivated by such qualities? And though Henry had kingly dignity too, which not the very boldest would have ventured for a moment to slight, he had yet a familiarity and condescension at times, which would have scorned the restraints of a cold and lifeless etiquette. In a household book of the Earl of Devon, we find an entry which brings these characteristics out in strong relief, where, among a multitude of other petty payments, is the following: "To a lad at Charlton, for lending his cap to my lord when the king and his lords threw snowballs, 4d." But though Henry was no slave to etiquette, there were fashions in that day as in this, and it would seem that in that day as in this the fashions came from France. Not only was it "on hearing that Francis I. wore a beard" that Henry allowed his own to grow, but, as we have seen above, Pasqualigo found that he combed his hair "straight and short in the French fashion." Pasqualigo also reported of him as follows: "He speaks French, English, and Latin, and a little Italian, plays well on the lute and harpsichord, sings from book at sight, draws the bow with greater strength than any man in England, and jousts marvellously." The day after this was written happened to be May Day, and the ambassador was called at an early hour to see the king go a Maying. He found the king's bodyguard dressed all in green, like foresters, with bows and arrows, and Henry himself wore a suit entirely of the same color. Even his shoes were green. Breakfast was served in the bowers of Greenwich Park, and Pasqualigo had a further interview with Henry, which he describes as follows: "His Majesty came into our arbor, and addressing me in French, said, 'Talk with me a while. The King of France, is he as tall as I am?' I told him there was but little difference. He continued, 'Is he as stout?' I said he was not, and he then inquired, 'What sort of legs has he?' I replied, 'Spare,' whereupon he opened the front of his doublet, and placing his hand on his thigh, said, 'Look here, and I have also a good calf to my leg.' He then told me that he was very fond of this King of France, and that on more than 3 occasions he was very near him with his army, but that he would never allow himself to be seen, and always retreated, which his Majesty attributed to deference for King Louis, who did not choose an engagement to take place." Francis I., of whom this was said, had ascended the French throne only 4 months previously, a young and dashing king, in whom men looked for a revival of something of the old spirit of chivalry. Henry evidently regarded him as a rival, whom he was anxious to outdo, mind, body, and legs, in the eyes of the world, and this thought must have been frequently in his mind during the negotiations for the grand interview between them, which had begun to be talked about almost as soon as Francis became king. The proposal for it, indeed, seems originally to have come from Francis, but it met with the most cordial response from Henry, who, there can be little doubt, was anxious not only to see his rival, but to exhibit his own magnificence and personal accomplishments before his rival's subjects, to show heads and legs with Francis before France itself. For 2 or 3 years, however, the project cooled. Francis, at the beginning of his reign, set off on an Italian expedition, which did not please Henry, and the relations between them were not altogether cordial. But the clouds seem to have dispersed when, at the end of 3 years, a treaty was made, which was supposed to rivet firmly the alliance of the two kings, by a project of marriage between the Dauphin and the infant Princess Mary. Then the place of emperor fell vacant, and Francis was an unsuccessful candidate. He applied to his new ally of England to support him in this candidature, and Henry not only promised him all sorts of testimonials, but afterwards assured him, through Sir Thomas Boleyn, that, though his efforts had been unsuccessful, he had done all he could to help his election. Nevertheless, one of the French king's agents, being behind the tapestry when the Marquis of Brandenburg gave audience to Richard Pace, the English ambassador, distinctly overheard a speech from that diplomatist, urging that none but a German should have the imperial dignity. Francis was therefore quite well aware that Henry, for all his assurances, instead of trying to promote his election, had really used every effort to defeat it, the fact being that he was a double dealer in this matter, both to Francis and to his competitor Charles, for with less than his usual wisdom, Henry himself entered the field as a third candidate, and though he had at first advocated the claims of Charles, he afterwards did all he could for himself only. That Francis was indignant, as well he might be, at this perfidy, we know from the conversations he had with the Venetian ambassador, Justinian, on his return from England, but he thought it prudent to dissemble his real feelings and to profess much friendship. For various reasons, it seems that he could not afford to fall out with his brother of England. So the language of diplomacy between the two courts continued as sweet as honey, nor was the project of a meeting one whit the less genuinely entertained, because the professions of cordiality on both sides were empty wind. When it was deferred for a year, Sir Thomas Boleyn, who was ambassador at the French court, was instructed to tell Francis that the King of England had resolved to wear his beard till the interview should take place, as a proof of his desire for it. The response to this was a matter of course. Francis at once laid his hand upon his own beard and said, "Surely he would never put it off till he had seen the King of England." Alas for the promises of princes! These mutual pledges were given in August, and Henry had shaved by the following November. The fact was most unquestionably ominous, and it was not long before the shaving of King Henry VIII. Was known at the court of France, where it seems to have had a more depressing influence than any one cared to avow. Francis himself, indeed, does not appear to have taken any notice of it, but he betrayed some anxiety to learn news from Sir Thomas Boleyn, and when Sir Thomas replied that he had none, "by the faith of a gentleman," he said, laying his hand upon his bosom, "but for my confident expectation of this interview, I would at this moment have been at Milan." But Louise of Savoy, the French king's mother, ventured to speak more plainly, and to press the English ambassador for an explanation. She told him that she had been distinctly informed by Montpessat, a French nobleman who had just returned from England, where he had been kept as a hostage for the fulfilment of the last treaties, that the King of England had been shaving, and to ask if Boleyn knew what he meant by it. The ambassador's ingenuity seems to have been taxed for an excuse, but he managed tolerably well. "I said," he wrote to Wolsey, "that Montpessat had been with me at my lodging, and told me likewise, and further said that, as I supposed, it hath been by the Queen's desire. For I told my lady that I have here aforetime known when the King's Grace hath worn long his beard, that the Queen hath daily made him great instance, and desired him to put it off for her sake." French politeness could not but be satisfied with such an explanation. It was impossible to hold the King of England to his promise when the Queen wanted his chin smooth, and very likely the excuse offered was the true one, for there is no doubt at all that if Catherine of Aragon was not against the English beard movement, she was against the immediate cause of it, and did not greatly conceal her dislike to the proposed interview of Henry VIII. And Francis. Indeed, little more than 2 months before it actually took place, she had a conference about it with some of the English nobles who were strong against a French alliance, for Catherine was anxious that her husband should rather cultivate the friendship of her nephew Charles V., then newly made emperor, who also talked of a meeting with Henry, but a really cordial union with France would have prevented any cordiality with Charles. And in truth, Henry's own wishes were not very different from hers. He, too, wished for an alliance with the emperor, only he wished the emperor to seek it of him. But the emperor's proposals for an interview with Henry were as cool as those of Francis were warm and eager. So, under the knowing policy of Wolsey, all encouragement was given to the French advances. Under these circumstances, however, Boleyn's answer to Madame Louise had just one fault. The excuse was a little too probable. Louise asked Boleyn, significantly, if the Queen of England were not Charles's aunt. "Madam," he replied, "he is her sister's son, but the King of England has greater affection for your son than for any king living." It was impossible to press the ambassador further. Madam expressed the greatest satisfaction, and said, "Their love is not in the beards, but in the hearts." But it was not there either. When Henry VIII. Appeared without a beard at the Field of the Cloth of Gold, the love was on his lips, and nowhere else. His lips were lying, while he told truth, with his chin. End of Henry VIII's chin. Read by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Eight Alcoholic Beverage Recipes from the White House Cookbook of 1887. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perord. 8 Alcoholic Beverage Recipes from the White House Cookbook, 1887, by Mrs. F. L. Gillette, for the LibriVox 8th Anniversary Collection. Blackberry Wine, No. 2. Berries should be ripe and plump. Put into a large wood or stone vessel with a tap. Pour on sufficient boiling water to cover them. When cool enough to bear your hand, bruise well until all the berries are broken. Cover up, let stand until berries begin to rise to top, which will occur in 3 or 4 days. Then draw off the clear juice in another vessel, and add 1 pound of sugar to every 10 quarts of the liquor, and stir thoroughly. Let stand 6 to 10 days in first vessel with top, then draw off through a jelly bag. Steep 4 ounces of isinglass in a pint of wine for 12 hours. Boil it over a slow fire till all dissolved. Then place dissolved isinglass in a gallon of blackberry juice. Give them a boil together and pour all into the vessel. Let stand a few days to ferment and settle. Draw off and keep in a cool place. Other berry wines may be made in the same manner. Grape wine. Mash the grapes and strain them through a cloth. Put the skins in a tub, after squeezing them, with barely enough water to cover them. Strain the juice thus obtained into the first portion. Put 3 pounds of sugar to 1 gallon of the mixture. Let it stand in an open tub to ferment, covered with a cloth, for a period of from 3 to 7 days. Skim off what rises every morning. Put the juice in a cask and leave it open for 24 hours. Then bung it up, and put clay over the bung to keep the air out. Let your wine remain in the cask until March, when it should be drawn off and bottled. Florida orange wine. Wipe the oranges with a wet cloth. Peel off the yellow rind very thin. Squeeze the oranges and strain the juice through a hair sieve. Measure the juice after it is strained, and for each gallon allow 3 pounds of granulated sugar, the white and shell of 1 egg, and 1/3 of a gallon of cold water. Put the sugar, the white and shell of the egg, crushed small, and the water over the fire, and stir them every 2 minutes until the eggs begin to harden. Then boil the syrup until it looks clear under the froth of egg which will form on the surface. Strain the syrup, pour it upon the orange rind, and let it stand overnight. Then next add the orange juice, and again let it stand overnight. Strain it the second day, and put it into a tight cask with a small cake of compressed yeast to about 10 gallons of wine, and leave the bung out of the cask until the wine ceases to ferment. The hissing noise continues so long as fermentation is in progress. When fermentation ceases, close the cask by driving in the bung, and let the wine stand about 9 months before bottling it. 3 months after it is bottled, it can be used. A glass of brandy added to each gallon of wine after fermentation ceases is generally considered an improvement. There are seasons of the year when Florida oranges by the box are very cheap, and this fine wine can be made at a small expense. Methylene, or honey wine. This is a very ancient and popular drink in the north of Europe. To some new honey, strained, add spring water. Put a whole egg into it. Boil this liquor till the egg swims above the liquor. Strain, pour it in a cask. To every 15 gallons add 2 ounces of white Jamaica ginger, bruised, 1 ounce of cloves and mace, 1½ ounces of cinnamon, all bruised together and tied up in a muslin bag. Accelerate the fermentation with yeast. When worked sufficiently, bung up. In 6 weeks, draw off into bottles. Another mead. Boil the combs from which the honey has been drained, with sufficient water to make a tolerably sweet liquor. Ferment this with yeast and proceed as per previous formula. Sack mead is made by adding a handful of hops and sufficient brandy to the comb liquor. Cherry Bounce. To 1 gallon of wild cherries add enough good whiskey to cover the fruit. Let soak 2 or 3 weeks, and then drain off the liquor. Mash the cherries without breaking the stones and strain through a jelly bag. Add this liquor to that already drained off. Make a syrup with a gill of water and a pound of white sugar to every 2 of liquor thus prepared. Stir in well and bottle, and tightly cork. A common way of making cherry bounce is to put wild cherries and whiskey together in a jug, and use the liquor as wanted. Blackberry cordial. Warm and squeeze the berries. Add to 1 pint of juice 1 pound of white sugar, 1/2 ounce of powdered cinnamon, 1/4 ounce of mace, 2 teaspoonfuls of cloves. Boil all together for 1/4 of an hour. Strain the syrup, and to each pint add a glass of French brandy. 2 or 3 doses of a tablespoonful or less will check any slight diarrhea. When the attack is violent, give a tablespoonful after each discharge until the complaint is in subjection. It will arrest dysentery if given in season, and is a pleasant and safe remedy. Excellent for children when teething. Ginger beer. Put into a kettle 2 ounces of powdered ginger root, or more if it is not very strong, 1/2 ounce of cream of tartar, 2 large lemons, cut in slices, 2 pounds of broken loaf sugar, and 2 gallons of soft boiling water. Simmer them over a slow fire for half an hour. When the liquor is nearly cold, stir into it a large tablespoonful of the best yeast. After it has fermented, which will be in about 24 hours, bottle for use. Roman Punch No. 1. Grate the yellow rind of 4 lemons and 2 oranges upon 2 pounds of loaf sugar. Squeeze the juice of the lemons and oranges. Cover it and let it stand until next day. Strain it through a sieve, mix with the sugar, add a bottle of champagne and the whites of 8 eggs beaten to a stiff froth. It may be frozen or not, as desired. For winter, use snow instead of ice. End of 8 Alcoholic Beverage Recipes from the White House Cookbook, 1887, by Mrs. F. L. Gillette.
The Octopus by Arthur Clement Hilton. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Octopus by Algernon Charles Swinburne. Strange beauty, 8-limbed and 8-handed, whence camest to dazzle our eyes, with thy bosom bespangled and banded with the hues of the seas and the skies? Is thy home European or Asian, O mystical monster marine, part molluscus and part crustacean, betwixt and between? Wast thou born to the sound of sea trumpets? Hast thou eaten and drunk to excess of the sponges, thy muffins and crumpets, of the seaweed, thy mustard and cress? Wast thou nurtured in caverns of coral, remote from reproof or restraint? Art thou innocent? Art thou immoral, Sinburnian or saint? Lithe limbs curling free as a creeper that creeps in a desolate place, to enroll and envelop the sleeper in a silent and stealthy embrace. Cruel beak craning forward to bite us, our juices to drain and to drink, or to whelm us in waves of cocytus, indelible ink. O breast, that 'twere rapture to writhe on, O arms 'twere delicious to feel, clinging close with the crush of the python, when she maketh her murderous meal. In thy eightfold embraces enfolden, let our empty existence escape. Give us death that is glorious and golden, crushed all out of shape. Ah, thy red lips, lascivious and luscious, with death in their amorous kiss, cling round us and clasp us and crush us with bitings of agonized bliss. We are sick with the poison of pleasure, dispense us the potion of pain. Ope thy mouth to its uttermost measure, and bite us again. End of The Octopus by Arthur Clement Hilton. Read by Joseph Finkberg.
The Plea for 8 Hours by T.V. Powderly. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Plea for 8 Hours by T.V. Powderly, General Master Workman of the Knights of Labor. One of the principles of organized labor is to reduce the hours of labor to 8 per day, and at the present time there is an agitation going on throughout the United States and England which has for its object the accomplishment of this looked-for result. All employers of labor claim to be workers. They assert that they have to toil as wearily as do the men whom they employ. They will tell the advocate of the short-hour workday that there is no necessity for a shortening of the hours of labor, and that a man should be allowed to work as long as he pleases. That all employers are workers is true, but there is this difference between them and their employees. The employer may work 1 hour or 10 as he pleases. The workman must work whether it pleases him or not. The employer enjoys a profit on each hour of labor performed by the employee, while the latter has no share in the profit whatever. He simply receives all that he can wrest from his employer. Competition obliges the humane employer to adopt the same methods as the skinflint, or go out of business, and, as a consequence, the lowest rate of compensation for which men will work is all that he will pay. Justice seldom enters into the adjustment of wages. Necessity is the standard by which they are regulated. Previous to 1825, men worked from sun-up to sundown, and they saw but little of their homes on what was then rigidly observed as the Sabbath. The adornment of the home gave the head of the family no concern, for he spent but a short time in the house. He knew but little of the wants of the household, except those that pertained to food, and to the fact that he went forth for the purpose of supplying the family with food, we owe the term breadwinner as applied to the laborer. To be a breadwinner was all that the workmen of the last century aspired to, and yet he grew tired of the contest, for it brought him but a scanty portion of what he struggled for. In 1825, the agitation for the establishment of the 10-hour system began, and it continued until it was officially recognized by the President of the United States in 1840. Strikes, contentions, disputes, and very often bloodshed, at length brought the 10-hour system into operation, and with its final adoption the workmen became ambitious of being more than a breadwinner. The steam railroad was then courting commercial acquaintance, and in rapid sequence came the telegraph, the lightning express train, and the daily paper, with its record of yesterday's proceedings. Invention took new life in every department of trade and industry, and we now find ourselves able to do in a minute what it formerly required hours to perform. Since 1840, the agencies of production have gained a power and force that were not deemed possible during the years which rolled between the dawn of the Christian era and that date. Previous to that time, brain work was not supposed to be entitled to any more consideration than hand labor, so far as the hours of service were concerned. Until recent years, it was not supposed that the clerk or the employee of the counting house should remain at his post a shorter number of hours than the mechanic or the laborer. What was wanted in order to allow all men to labor was light, and the light came. Fewer hours of toil mean more time to read, and after the adoption of the 10-hour system, the workman took more of interest in the press of the land. He had more time to read, and, that fact once established, it became a paying investment to advertise in the papers. The number of papers began to increase, for the masses had more time to read. Having more time to read, they learned what was going on throughout the world, and they naturally acquired new tastes and desires. The adornment of the home became an object with the man who could see his home by daylight, and the demand for articles of home consumption and adornment increased very rapidly. The oldest inhabitant has only to travel back some 50 years in memory to see a house with bare floors from cellar to garret, sawed-off stumps serving as chairs, stone dishes on the table, and sheepskins for blankets. He will remember that the workman of that day lived in a log hut, and that he had to stuff the cracks with fresh mud every fall, that a coat of whitewash was a luxury, and that corned beef and cabbage were regarded as delicacies. It was very easy to supply these wants, and had men continued to work on for as many hours as they were able, they would never have dreamed of improving their condition. That the condition of the workman has improved wonderfully is true, but to no one can the credit of this be given save the workman himself. He alone sought for the means of improvement, and his every step has been contested by those for whom he toiled, and by others who never gave a thought to his surroundings. It is true that philosophers and philanthropists have spoken in favor of the man who worked, but their pleadings and writings had no more effect on the minds of the wealth-getters than has a zephyr on the Eiffel Tower. To look back at the sanitary condition of the workman's home and surroundings is to learn that, if he had had to work on the inside of factory walls at that period, he would have lived but half as long as at the present time. If the man who lived in a log hut, where the wind whistled through the chinks, was obliged to work in the stifling atmosphere of the present-day factory, he would die of lung trouble in a very short time. Workshop, means of transportation, dwellings, and every surrounding have changed, and for the better. Too many advocates of the 8-hour day are in ignorance of the vital principle which underlies the agitation. They argue in this fashion: if the hours of labor are cut down to 8, the idle men who have flocked to this country will be employed, and we shall be correspondingly happy. Following that course of reasoning to its logical conclusion, we should have to cut down the hours of labor still further in a few years to accommodate the idle thousands imported to this country by steam and railway companies, and after the number of the unemployed increased again, we should have to reduce the hours of labor again and again until the unemployed of Europe and of Asia had landed, when we should have nothing to do. On higher ground does the sincere advocate of the short-hour workday base his agitation. The final solution of the workday problem will come when the workman becomes a sharer in what he creates. Today, the laborer is considered by his employer to be no more a factor in the field of production than the spade which he handles. The laborer has no other interest in the work he performs than to draw pay for the work done at the end of the week or month. Workman and employer find their interests to be identical in but one particular: to get the most out of each other. Take an employer who gives work to 100 men. The value of their labor we will rate at $2 a day. He pays them an average of $1 a day each. His profits will equal the total wages paid, and in 20 years he may retire a wealthy man. How fares it with the workmen? They remain poor and retire only to the poorhouse or the cemetery. What do the riches of the one represent? Unpaid labor. To labor, then, belong the vast sums that rich men leave after them to erect poorhouses and charitable institutions, which would not be necessary if the workmen were paid what they earned. We have the Moses Taylor Hospital in Scranton, to which the miners of this valley will be admitted upon receiving injuries in the mines. That hospital represents $300,000 of their own earnings, which by right belongs to them. Yet they must enter its door as objects of charity, because an unjust system enabled one man to rob them of that sum. Had the miners of this valley been sharers from the beginning in the earnings of the mines, had they received a just share of the profits which their labor created, they would today be in a position of independence, and when misfortune overtook them, they would not have to seek admittance for sweet charity's sake within walls every brick of which is cemented in their own sweat and blood. Had they been sharers in the profits, every hour of toil performed by them would be an hour of profit also, and they would find pleasure in working as many hours as they desired. They would work as they pleased, and would not be driven to it. The incentive to labor for something more than a master would be there, and each one would be a part of that which he created. Until such a day as that comes, we must agitate for shorter hours of toil, so that men may have the time to prepare for the system of the future. No one now thinks of requiring the bank clerk to work 10 hours, or even 8. His mind would not stand the strain, and the physical part would also decay. The work of the future will be scientific in its nature, and will call for more exercise of the brain than of the hand. Witness the rapidity with which women are being crowded into the places made vacant by men, and we realize that it is no longer strength but skill that is required. No man or woman can work as long at an occupation which requires skill as at one which calls for no exercise of the mental powers. Turn to statistics, and it will be seen that the mechanic dies many years in advance of the day laborer. One exercises the muscles alone, the other exercises brain and muscle. The double wear ends existence more quickly. Brain work will soon be required in all callings, and if for no other than a sanitary reason, the hours of labor should be reduced to the 8-hour standard. Men who work short hours are better educated than those who do not. They have more time in which to study. A thinking, studious man will learn that overexertion shortens life, and he will guard against it. Thousands go to early graves through overwork every year, and until the struggle for existence is shortened by cutting down the hours of toil, this condition of affairs will continue. We see the miners and operators of the West combining to curtail the production of coal, and we see the farmers of the West burning corn and grain as fuel. We notice factories shutting down every now and then, and when we ask questions, we are told, "These periodical depressions must come every few years." These periodical depressions need not come every few years, and they would not come if we had an 8-hour workday in existence, and workmen were educated in the science of government. Capitalism cares but little how long men work. Its rule is grasping, and it drives whom it controls with pitiless spur. Must we look to Wall Street for reforms of any kind? Even Wall Street itself will answer no. Must we look to men whose every instinct is in the direction of acquiring extra millions for a relief from periods of depression? Must we look to those who control the currency of the country for a proper system of finance? If we do, things will grow worse, and in the end we must turn to the intelligence of the masses for a reform of the evils that are now growing upon us. How can the masses be educated if they are obliged to work long hours when they get a chance, and fret because they are idle during periods of depression, which give the anarchist the best of arguments and increase the number of his converts? the manufacturer complains that he must keep his factory running long hours in order to pay his taxes. He should study the question of taxing land for full value for use, and know that his improvements should not be taxed out of his hands. The manufacturer complains that he cannot pay the interest on borrowed capital unless he works his factory long hours. He should study the question of finance, and learn that his government, and not its enemies, should regulate and control the volume of currency, that it may become a circulating medium instead of an interest-gathering machine. He complains of excessive freight charges, and declares that he must work long hours in order to meet his obligations. Let him unite with the Knights of Labor and the Farmers' Alliance in demanding that his government control the avenues of transportation and distribution. To study how to solve these problems, men must work fewer hours each day. Should this much-desired reform be inaugurated by strikes? Is asked. Not necessarily. In a given occupation or trade, the employers and workmen throughout the country should agree on the establishment of the 8-hour workday. To institute it by means of a strike in one part of the country would but place the short-hour employer at the mercy of his long-hour competitors. To demand the same rate of compensation for short hours as is now paid would be unjust. To rush the system through would unsettle affairs, and for that reason Knights of Labor ask for a gradual reduction of the hours of labor. We believe that, unless workmen are educated to understand the full and true reasons why their hours of labor should be reduced, they will not retain what they get, and for this reason we appeal to their reasoning powers rather than to their powers of endurance in case of a strike. Employers as well as workmen will soon realize that the short workday will be the most beneficial. In any event, its introduction will soon be announced. End of The Plea for 8 Hours by T.V. Powderly.
Recollection of the Portrait of King Henry VIII, Trinity Lodge, Cambridge, by William Wordsworth. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The imperial stature, the colossal stride are yet before me. Yet do I behold the broad full visage, chest of amplest mould, the vestments broidered with barbaric pride. And lo, a poniard at the monarch's side hangs ready to be grasped in sympathy with the keen threatenings of that fulgent eye, below the white-rimmed bonnet, far descried. Who trembles now at thy capricious mood? Mid those surrounding worthies, haughty king, we rather think, with grateful mind sedate, how Providence educeth from the spring of lawless will unlooked-for streams of good, which neither force shall check, nor time abate. End of Recollection of the Portrait of King Henry VIII, by William Wordsworth. Read by Laurie and Walden.
Love Letters of Henry VIII to Anne Boleyn by Henry VIII, King of England. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter first to Anne Boleyn. On turning over in my mind the contents of your last letters, I have put myself into great agony, not knowing how to interpret them, whether to my disadvantage, as you show in some places, or to my advantage, as I understand them in others, beseeching you earnestly to let me know expressly your whole mind as to the love between us two. It is absolutely necessary for me to obtain this answer, having been for above a whole year stricken with the dart of love, and not yet sure whether I shall fail of finding a place in your heart and affection, which last point has prevented me for some time past from calling you my mistress. Because if you only love me with an ordinary love, that name is not suitable for you, because it denotes a singular love, which is far from common. But if you please to do the office of a true loyal mistress and friend, and to give up yourself, body and heart, to me, who will be and have been your most loyal servant, if your rigour does not forbid me, I promise you that not only the name shall be given you, but also that I will take you for my only mistress, casting off all others besides you out of my thought and affections, and serve you only. I beseech you to give an entire answer to this my rude letter, that I may know on what end, how far I may depend. And if it does not please you to answer me in writing, appoint some place where I may have it by word of mouth, and I will go thither with all my heart. No more for fear of tiring you. Written by the hand of him who would willingly remain yours. H.R. Letter 2nd to Anne Boleyn. Though it is not fitting for a gentleman to take his lady in the place of a servant, yet, complying with your desire, I willingly grant it you, if thereby you can find yourself less uncomfortable in the place chosen by yourself than you have been in that which I gave you, thanking you cordially that you are still pleased to have some remembrance of me. Henry R. Letter 3rd to Anne Boleyn. Although, my mistress, it has not pleased you to remember the promise you made me when I was last with you, that is, to hear good news from you, and to have an answer to my last letter, yet it seems to me that it belongs to a true servant, seeing otherwise he can know nothing, to inquire the health of his mistress, and to acquit myself of the duty of a true servant, I send you this letter, beseeching you to apprise me of your welfare, which I pray to God may continue as long as I desire mine own. And to cause you yet oftener to remember me, I send you, by the bearer of this, a buck killed late last night by my own hand, hoping that when you eat of it, you may think of the hunter. And thus, for want of room, I must end my letter, written by the hand of your servant, who very often wishes for you instead of your brother. H.R. Letter 4th to Anne Boleyn. My mistress and friend, my heart and I surrender ourselves into your hands, beseeching you to hold us commended to your favour, and that by absence your affection to us may not be lessened. For it were a great pity to increase our pain, of which absence produces enough, and more than I could ever have thought could be felt, reminding us of a point in astronomy, which is this: the longer the days are, the more distant is the sun, and nevertheless the hotter. So it is with our love, for by absence we are kept at distance from one another, and yet it retains its fervour, at least on my side. I hope the like on yours, assuring you that on my part the pain of absence is already too great for me. And when I think of the increase of that which I am forced to suffer, it would be almost intolerable, but for the firm hope I have of your unchangeable affection for me. And to remind you of this sometimes, and seeing that I cannot personally be present with you, I now send you the nearest thing I can to that, namely my picture, set in a bracelet, with the whole of the device, which you already know, wishing myself in their place, if it should please you. This is from the hand of your loyal servant and friend, H.R. Letter 5th to Anne Boleyn. For a present so beautiful that nothing could be more so, considering the whole of it, I thank you most cordially, not only on account of the fine diamond and the ship in which the solitary damsel is tossed about, but chiefly for the fine interpretation and the too humble submission which your goodness hath used towards me in this case. For I think it would be very difficult for me to find an occasion to deserve it, if I were not assisted by your great humanity and favour, which I have always sought to seek. and will seek to preserve by all the kindness in my power, in which my hope has placed its unchangeable intention, which says aut illic, aut nolibi. The demonstrations of your affection are such, the beautiful mottos of the letter so cordially expressed, that they oblige me for ever to honour, love, and serve you sincerely, beseeching you to continue in the same firm and constant purpose, assuring you that on my part I will surpass it rather than make it reciprocal, if loyalty of heart and a desire to please you can accomplish this. I beg also that if at any time before this I have in any way offended you, that you would give me the same absolution that you ask, assuring you that henceforth my heart shall be dedicated to you alone. I wish my person was so too. God can do it if he pleases, to whom I pray every day for that end, hoping that at length my prayers will be heard. I wish the time may be short, but I shall think it long till we see one another. Written by the hand of that secretary, who in heart, body, and will is your loyal and most assured servant. H. Ultra AB Neches A. Letter 6th to Anne Boleyn. To my mistress. Because the time seems very long since I heard concerning your health and you, the great affection I have for you has induced me to send you this bearer, to be better informed of your health and pleasure. And because, since my parting from you, I have been told that the opinion in which I left you is totally changed, and that you would not come to court either with your mother, if you could, or in any other manner. Which report, if true, I cannot sufficiently marvel at, because I am sure that I have since never done anything to offend you, and it seems a very poor return for the great love which I bear you, to keep me at a distance, both from the speech and the person of the woman that I esteem most in the world. And if you love me with as much affection as I hope you do, I am sure that the distance of our two persons would be a little irksome to you, though this does not belong so much to the mistress as to the servant. Consider well, my mistress, that absence from you grieves me sorely, hoping that it is not your will that it should be so. But if I knew for certain that you voluntarily desired it, I could do no other than mourn my ill fortune, and by degrees abate my great folly. And so, for lack of time, I make an end of this rude letter, beseeching you to give credence to this bearer in all that he will tell you from me. Written by the hand of your entire servant, H.R. Letter 7th to Anne Boleyn. Darling, these shall be only to advertise you that this bearer and his fellow be dispatched with as many things to compass our matter, and to bring it to pass as our wits could imagine or devise. Which brought to pass, as I trust, by their diligence it shall be surely, you and I shall have our desired end, which should be more to my heart's ease, and more quietness to my mind than any other thing in the world, as, with God's grace, shortly I trust shall be proved, but not so soon as I would it were. Yet I will assure you that there shall be no time lost that may be won, and further cannot be done, for ultra posse non est esse. Keep him not too long with you, but desire him for your sake to make the more speed, for the sooner we shall have word from him, the sooner shall our matter come to pass. And thus upon trust of your short repair to London, I make an end of my letter, my own sweetheart, written by the hand of him which desireth as much to be yours as you do to have him. H.R. Letter 8th from Anne Boleyn to Cardinal Wolsey. My lord, in my most humblest wise that my heart can think, I desire you to pardon me that I am so bold to trouble you with my simple and rude writing, esteeming it to proceed from her that is much desirous to know that your grace does well, as I perceive by this bearer that you do, the which I pray God long to continue, as I am most bound to pray. For I do know the great pains and troubles that you have taken for me both day and night is never likely to be recompensed on my part, but are lonely in loving you next unto the King's grace, above all creatures living. And I do not doubt but the daily proofs of my deeds shall manifestly declare and affirm my writing to be true, and I do trust you to think the same. My lord, I do assure you, I do long to hear from you news of the legate, for I do hope as they come from you they shall be very good, and I am sure you desire it as much as I, and more, an it were possible, as I know it is not, and thus remaining in a steadfast hope, I make an end of my letter. Written with the hand of her that is most bound to be your humble servant, Anne Boleyn. Postscript by Henry VIII. The writer of this letter would not cease till she had caused me likewise to set my hand, desiring you, though it be short, to take it in good part. I assure you that there is neither of us but greatly desireth to see you, and are joyous to hear that you have escaped this plague so well, trusting the fury thereof to be past, especially with them that keepeth good diet, as I trust you do. The not hearing of the legate's arrival in France causeth us somewhat to muse. Notwithstanding, we trust by your diligence and vigilancy, with the assistance of Almighty God, shortly to be eased out of that trouble. No more to you at this time, but I pray God would send you as good health and prosperity as the writer would. By your loving sovereign and friend, H.R. Letter 9th to Anne Boleyn. There came to me suddenly in the night the most afflicting news that could have arrived. The first, to hear of the sickness of my mistress, whom I esteem more than all the world, and whose health I desire as I do my own, so that I would gladly bear half your illness to make you well. The second, from the fear that I have of being still longer harassed by my enemy, absence, much longer, who has hitherto given me all possible uneasiness, and as far as I can judge, is determined to spite me more, because I pray God to rid me of this troublesome tormentor. The third, because the physician in whom I have most confidence is absent at the very time when he might do me the greatest pleasure. For I should hope by him and his means to obtain one of my chief joys on earth, that is, the care of my mistress. Yet for want of him I send you my second, and hope he will make you well soon. I shall then love him more than ever. I beseech you to be guided by his advice in your illness. In so doing, I hope soon to see you again, which will be to me a greater comfort than all the precious jewels in the world. Written by that secretary, who is, and forever will be, your loyal and most assured servant, H. A.B. R. Letter 10th to Anne Boleyn. The uneasiness my doubts about your health gave me disturbed and alarmed me exceedingly, and I should not have had any quiet without hearing certain tidings. But now, since you have as yet felt nothing, I hope and am assured that it will spare you, as I hope it is doing with us. For when we were at Walden, 2 ushers, 2 valets de chambre, and your brother, Master Treasurer, fell ill, but are now quite well. And since we have returned to our house at Hunston, we have been perfectly well, and have not at present one sick person, God be praised. And I think, if you would retire from Surrey as we did, you would escape all danger. There is another thing that may comfort you, which is, that in truth this distemper few or no women have been taken ill, and what is more, no person of our court, and few elsewhere, have died of it. For which reason I beg you, my entirely beloved, not to frighten yourself, nor be too uneasy at our absence, for wherever I am yours. And yet we must sometimes submit to our misfortunes. For whoever will struggle against fate is generally but so much the further from gaining his end. Wherefore comfort yourself, and take courage, and avoid the pestilence as much as you can. for I hope shortly to make you sing La Renvoie. No more at present, from lack of time, but that I wish you were in my arms, that I may a little dispel your unreasonable thoughts. Written by the hand of him who is and always be yours. Im H.R. Mutable. Letter 11th to Anne Boleyn. The cause of my writing at this time, good sweetheart, is only to understand of your good health and prosperity, whereof to know I would be glad as in manner mine own, praying God that, and it be his pleasure, to send us shortly together, for I promise you I long for it. Howbeit, I trust it shall not be long to, and seeing my darling is absent, I can do no less than to send her some flesh, representing my name, which is heart-flesh for Henry, prognosticating that hereafter, God willing, you may enjoy some of mine, which he pleased I would were now. As touching your sister's matter, I have caused Walter Weltzer to write to my lord my mind therein, whereby I trust that Eve shall not have the power to deceive Adam. For surely, whatsoever is said, it cannot so stand with his honour, but that he must needs take her, his natural daughter, now in her extreme necessity. No more to you at this time, mine own darling, but that with a wish I would we were together an evening. With the hand of yours, H.R. Letter 12th to Anne Boleyn. Since your last letters, mine own darling, Walter Welcher, Master Brown, Thomas Kerr, Grian of Brereton, and John Coke the apothecary, be fallen of the sweat in this house, and thanked be God, all well recovered, so that as yet the plague is not fully ceased here, but I trust shortly it shall. By the mercy of God, the rest of us yet be well, and I trust shall pass it, either not to have it, or at the least as easily as the rest have done. As touching the matter of Wilton, my Lord Cardinal hath had the nuns before him and examined them, Mr. Bell being present, which hath certified me that, for a truth, she had confessed herself, which we would have had abbess, to have had 2 children by 2 sundry priests, and, further, since hath been kept by a servant of the Lord Brooke that was, and that not long ago. Wherefore I would not, for all the gold in the world, clog your conscience nor mine, to make her ruler of a house which is of so ungodly demeanour. Nor, I trust, you would not that neither for brother nor sister I should so disdain mine honour or conscience. As touching the prioress, or Dame Eleanor's eldest sister, though there is not any evident case proved against them, and that the prioress is so old that for many years she could not be as she was named, yet notwithstanding, to do you pleasure, I have done that neither of them shall have it, but that some other good and well-disposed woman shall have it, whereby the house shall be the better reformed, whereof I assure you it had much need, and God much the better served. As touching your abode at Hever, do therein as best shall like you, for you best know what e'er doth be best with you. But I would it were come thereto, if it pleased God, that neither of us need care for that, for I assure you I think it long. Such is fallen sick of the sweat, and therefore I send you this bearer, because I think you long to hear tidings from us, as we do likewise from you. Written with the hand of votre soeur, H.R. Letter 13th to Anne Boleyn. The approach of the time for which I have so long waited rejoices me much, that it seems almost to have come already. However, the entire accomplishment cannot be till the 2 persons meet, which meeting is more desired by me than anything in the world. For what joy can be greater upon earth than to have the company of her who is dearest to me, knowing likewise that she does the same on her part, the thought of which gives me the greatest pleasure. Judge what an effect the presence of that person must have on me, whose absence has grieved my heart more than either words or writing can express, and which nothing can cure, but that begging you, my mistress, to tell your father from me that I desire him to hasten the time appointed by 2 days, that he may be at court before the old term, or at farthest on the day prefixed, for otherwise I shall think he will not do the lover's turn, as he said he would, nor answer my expectation. No more at present for lack of time, hoping shortly that by word of mouth I shall tell you the rest of the sufferings endured by me from your absence. Written by the hand of the secretary, who wishes himself at this moment privately with you, and who is, and always will be, your loyal and most assured servant, H. No other A.B. seek. R. Letter 14th to Anne Boleyn. Darling, I heartily recommend me to you, ascertaining you that I am not a little perplexed with such things as your brother shall on my part declare unto you, to whom I pray you give full credence, for it were too long to write. In my last letters I writ to you that I trusted shortly to see you, which is better known in London than with any that is about me, whereof I not a little marvel. But lack of discreet handling must needs be the cause thereof. No more to you at this time, but that I trust shortly our meetings shall not depend upon other men's light handlings, but upon our own. Written with the hand of him that longeth to be yours. H.R. Letter 15th to Anne Boleyn. Mine own sweetheart, this shall be to advertise you of the great allengeness that I find here since your departing. For I assure you methinketh the time longer since your departing now last, than I was wont to do a whole fortnight. I think your kindness and my fervency of love causeth it, for otherwise I would not have thought it possible that for so little a while it should have grieved me. But now that I am coming towards you, methinketh my pains be half removed, and I am also right well comforted in so much that my book maketh substantially for my matter, in looking whereof I have spent above 4 hours this day, which causeth me now to write the shorter letter to you at this time, because of some pain in my head, wishing myself, especially in the evening, in my sweetheart's arms, whose pretty duckies I trust shortly to kiss. Written by the hand of him that was, is, and shall be yours by his own will. H.R. Letter 16th to Anne Boleyn. Darling, though I have scant leisure, yet remembering my promise, I thought it convenient to certify you briefly in what case our affairs stand. As touching a lodging for you, we have got one by my Lord Cardinal's means, the like whereof could not have been found hereabouts for all causes, as its bearer shall more show you. As touching our other affairs, I assure you that there can be no more done, nor more diligence used, nor all manner of dangers better both foreseen and provided for, so that I trust it shall be hereafter to both our comforts. The specialities whereof were both too long to be written, and hardly by messenger to be declared. Wherefore, till you repair hither, I keep something in store, trusting that it shall not be long to, for I have caused my lord your father to make his provisions with speed, and thus, for lack of time, darling, I make an end of my letter, written with the hand of him which I would were yours. H.R. Letter 17th to Anne Boleyn. The reasonable request of your last letter, with the pleasure also that I take to know them true, causeth me to send you these news. The legate, which we most desire, arrived at Paris on Sunday or Monday last past, so that I trust by next Monday to hear of his arrival at Calais, and then I trust within a while after to enjoy that which I have so long longed for, to God's pleasure and our both comforts. No more to you at this present, mine own darling, for lack of time, but that I would you were in mine arms, or I in yours, for I think it long since I kissed you. Written after the killing of a hart, at 11 of the clock, minding with God's grace tomorrow, mightily timely, to kill another, by the hand which, I trust, shall shortly be yours. Henry R. Letter 18th to Anne Boleyn. To inform you what joy it is to me to understand of your conformableness with reason, and of the suppressing of your inutile and vain thoughts with the bridle of reason. I assure you all the good in the world could not counterpoise for my satisfaction the knowledge and certainty thereof. Wherefore, good sweetheart, continue the same, and not only in this, but in all your doings hereafter, for thereby shall come, both to you and to me, the greatest quietness that may be in this world. The cause why the bearer stays so long is the business I have had to dress up gear for you, and which, I trust, ere long to cause you to occupy. Then I trust to occupy yours, which shall be recompense enough to me for all my pains and labour. The unfeigned sickness of this well-willing legate doth somewhat retard his access to your person, but I trust verily, when God shall send him health, he will with diligence recompense his demur. For I know well where he hath said, touching the saying and bruit that he is thought imperial, that it shall be well known in this matter that he is not imperial, and thus, for lack of time, sweetheart, farewell. Written with a hand which would fain be yours, and so is the heart. R.H. End of Love Letters to Anne Boleyn by Henry VIII, King of England.
Chapter 2 The Clan, from 8 Cousins, by Louisa May Alcott. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose scrambled into the china closet as rapidly as possible, and there refreshed herself by making faces at Debbie, while she settled her plumage and screwed up her courage. Then she crept softly down the hall and peeped into the parlor. No one appeared, and all was so still she felt sure the company was upstairs, so she skipped boldly through the half-open folding doors, to behold on the other side a sight that nearly took her breath away. 7 boys stood in a row of all ages, all sizes, all yellow-haired and blue-eyed, all in full Scotch costume, and all smiling, nodding, and saying as with one voice, "How are you, cousin?" Rose gave a little gasp and looked wildly about her as if ready to fly, for fear magnified the 7, and the room seemed full of boys. Before she could run, however, the tallest lad stepped out of the line, saying pleasantly,
"Don't be frightened. This is the clan come to welcome you, and I'm the chief, Archie, at your service."
He held out his hand as he spoke, and Rose timidly put her own into a brown paw, which closed over the white morsel and held it as the chief continued his introductions.
"We came in full rig, for we always turn out in style on grand occasions. Hope you like it. Now I'll tell you who these chaps are, and then we shall be all right. This big one is Prince Charlie, Aunt Claire's boy. She has but one, so he is an extra good one. This old fellow is Mac, the bookworm, called Worm for short. This sweet creature is Steve the dandy. Look at his gloves and topknot, if you please. They are Aunt Jane's lads, and a precious pair you'd better believe. These are the brats, my brothers, Geordie and Will, and Jamie, the baby. Now, my men, step out and show your manners."
At this command, to Rose's great dismay, 6 more hands were offered, and it was evident that she was expected to shake them all. It was a trying moment to the bashful child, but remembering that they were her kinsmen come to welcome her, she tried her best to return the greeting cordially. This impressive ceremony being over, the clan broke ranks, and both rooms instantly appeared to be pervaded with boys. Rose hastily retired to the shelter of a big chair and sat there watching the invaders, and wondering when her aunt would come and rescue her. As if bound to do their duty manfully, yet rather oppressed by it, each lad paused beside her chair in his wanderings, made a brief remark, received a still briefer answer, and then sheered off with a relieved expression. Archie came first, and leaning over the chair back, observed in a paternal tone,
"I'm glad you've come, cousin, and I hope you'll find the ant-hill pretty jolly."
"I think I shall." Mac shook his hair out of his eyes, stumbled over a stool, and asked abruptly,
"Did you bring any books with you?"
4 boxes full. They are in the library."
Mac vanished from the room,
And Steve, striking an attitude which displayed his costume effectively, said with an affable smile,
"We were sorry not to see you last Wednesday. I hope your cold is better."
"Yes, thank you." And a smile began to dimple about Rose's mouth as she remembered her retreat under the bed-cover. Feeling that he had been received with distinguished marks of attention, Steve strolled away with his top-knot higher than ever, and Prince Charlie pranced across the room, saying in a free and easy tone,
"Mama sent her love and hopes you will be well enough to come over for a day next week. It must be desperately dull here for a little thing like you."
"I'm 13.5, though I do look small," cried Rose, forgetting her shyness and indignation at this insult to her newly acquired teens.
"Beg pardon, ma'am. Never should have guessed it."
And Charlie went off with a laugh, glad to have struck a spark out of his meek cousin. Geordie and Will came next, 2 sturdy 11- and 12-year-olders, and fixing their round blue eyes on Rose, fired off a question apiece, as if it was a shooting match and she the target.
"Did you bring your monkey?"
"No, he is dead."
"Are you going to have a boat?"
"I hope not." Here the two, with a right-about-face movement, abruptly marched away, and little Jamie demanded with childish frankness,
"Did you bring me anything nice?"
"Yes, lots of candy," answered Rose, whereupon Jamie ascended into her lap with a sounding kiss and the announcement that he liked her very much. This proceeding rather startled Rose, for the other lads looked and laughed, and in her confusion she said hastily to the young usurper, "Did you see the circus go by?"
"When? Where?" cried all the boys, in great excitement at once.
"Just before you came. At least, I thought it was a circus, for I saw a red and black sort of cart and ever so many little ponies, and—" She got no farther, for a general shout made her pause suddenly, as Archie explained the joke by saying in the middle of his laugh,
"It was our new dog cart and the Shetland ponies. You'll never hear the last of your circus, cousin."
"But there were so many, and they went so fast, and the cart was so very red," began Rose, trying to explain her mistake.
"Come and see them all,"
cried the prince, and before she knew what was happening, she was borne away to the barn and tumultuously introduced to 3 shaggy ponies and the gay new dog-cart. She had never visited these regions before, and had her doubts as to the propriety of her being there now, but when she suggested that Auntie might not like it, there was a general cry of,
"She told us to amuse you. We can do it ever so much better out here than poking round in the house."
"I'm afraid I shall get cold without my sack," began Rose, who wanted to stay, but felt rather out of her element.
"No, you won't. We'll fix you,"
cried the lads, as one clapped his cap on her head, another tied a rough jacket round her neck by the sleeves, a third neatly smothered her in a carriage blanket, and a fourth threw open the door of the old barouche that stood there, saying with a flourish,
"Step in, ma'am, and make yourself comfortable while we show you some fun."
So Rose sat and stayed enjoying herself very much, for the lads proceeded to dance a Highland fling with a spirit and skill that made her clap her hands and laugh as she had not done for weeks.
"How is that, my lassie?" cried the prince, coming up all flushed and breathless when the ballet was over.
"It was splendid. I never went to the theatre but once, and the dancing was not half so pretty as this. What clever boys you must be," said Rose, smiling upon her kinsman like a little queen upon her subjects.
"Oh, we're a fine lot, and that is only the beginning of our larks. We haven't got the pipes here, or we'd sing for you, play for you, a dulcie melody," answered Charlie, looking much elated at her praise.
"I did not know we were Scotch. Papa never said anything about it, or seemed to care about Scotland, except to have me sing the old ballads," said Rose, beginning to feel as if she had left America behind her somewhere.
"Neither did we till lately. We'd been reading Scott's novels, and all of a sudden we remembered that our grandfather was a Scotchman. So we hunted up the old stories, got a bagpipe, put on our plaids, and went in heart and soul, for the glory of the clan. We've been at it some time now, and it's great fun. Our people like it, and I think we are a pretty canny set."
Archie said this from the other coach step, where he had perched, while the rest climbed up before and behind to join in the chat as they rested.
"I'm Fitzjames, and he's Roderick Dhu, and we'll give you the broadsword combat some day. It's a great thing, you'd better believe," added the prince. "Yes, and you should hear Steve play the pipes. He makes 'em skirl like a good one," cried Will from the box, eager to air the accomplishments of his race. "Mac's the fellow to hunt up the old stories and tell us how to dress right, and pick out rousing bits for us to speak and sing,"
put in Geordie, saying a good word for the absent worm. "And what do you and Will do?" asked Rose of Jamie, who sat beside her as if bound to keep her in sight till the promised gift had been handed over.
"Oh, I'm the little foot page, and do errands, and Will and Geordie are the troops when we march, and the stags when we hunt, and the traders when we want to cut any heads off."
"They are very obliging, I'm sure," said Rose, whereat the utility men beamed with modest pride and resolved to enact Wallace and Montrose as soon as possible for their cousin's special benefit.
"Let's have a game of tag," cried the prince, swinging himself up to a beam with a sounding slap on Stevie's shoulder. Regardless of his gloves, Dandy tore after him, and the rest swarmed in every direction as if bent on breaking their necks and dislocating their joints as rapidly as possible.
It was a new and astonishing spectacle to Rose, fresh from a prim boarding school, and she watched the active lads with breathless interest, thinking their antics far superior to those of Mops, the dear departed monkey. Will had just covered himself with glory by pitching off a high loft head first and coming up all right, when Phoebe appeared with a cloak and hood and rubbers. Also, a message from Aunt Plenty that Miss Rose was to come in directly.
"All right, we'll bring her,"
answered Archie, issuing some mysterious order, which was so promptly obeyed that, before Rose could get out of the carriage, the boys had caught hold of the pole and rattled her out of the barn, round the oval and up to the front door with a cheer that brought 2 caps to an upper window, and caused Debbie to cry aloud from the back porch, "Them harum-scarum boys will certainly be the death of that delicate little critter."
But the delicate little critter seemed all the better for her trip, and ran up the steps looking rosy, gay, and dishevelled, to be received with lamentation by Aunt Plenty, who begged her to go and lie down at once. "Oh, please don't. We've come to tea with our cousin, and we'll be as good as gold if you'll let us stay, Auntie," clamored the boys, who not only approved of our cousin, but had no mind to lose their tea, for Aunt Plenty's name but feebly expressed her bountiful nature.
"Well, dears, you can. Only be quiet, and let Rose go and take her iron and be made tidy, and then we will see what we can find for supper," said the old lady as she trotted away,
followed by a volley of directions for the approaching feast.
Marmalade for me, Auntie. Plenty of plum cake, please. Tell Debbie to trot out the baked pears. I'm your man for lemon pie, ma'am. Do have fritters. Rose will like 'em. She'd rather have tarts, I know.
When Rose came down 15 minutes later, with every curl smoothed and her most beruffled apron on, she found the boys loafing about the long hall, and paused on the halfway landing to take an observation, for till now she had not really examined her new-found cousins. There was a strong family resemblance among them, though some of the yellowheads were darker than others, some of the cheeks brown instead of rosy, and the ages varied all the way from 16-year-old Archie to Jamie, who was 10 years younger. None of them were especially comely but the prince, yet all were hearty, happy-looking lads, and Rose decided that boys were not as dreadful as she had expected to find them. They were all so characteristically employed that she could not help smiling as she looked. Archie and Charlie, evidently great cronies, were pacing up and down, shoulder to shoulder, whistling Bonnie Dundee. Mac was reading in a corner, with his book close to his near-sighted eyes. Dandy was arranging his hair before the oval glass in the hat-stand. Geordie and Will investigating the internal economy of the moon-faced clock. And Jamie lay kicking up his heels on the mat at the foot of the stairs, bent on demanding his sweeties the instant Rose appeared. She guessed his intention, and forestalled his demand by dropping a handful of sugar plums down upon him. At his cry of rapture, the other lads looked up and smiled involuntarily, for the little kinswoman standing there above was a winsome sight, with her shy, soft eyes, bright hair, and laughing face. The black frock reminded them of her loss, and filled the boyish hearts with a kindly desire to be good to our cousin, who had no longer any home but this.
There she is, as fine as you please, cried Steve, kissing his hand to her. Come on, Missy, tea is ready, added the prince encouragingly. I shall take her in. And Archie offered his arm with great dignity, an honor that made Rose turn as red as a cherry and long to run upstairs again. It was a merry supper, and the 2 elder boys added much to the fun by tormenting the rest with dark hints of some interesting event which was about to occur. Something uncommonly fine, they declared it was, but enveloped in the deepest mystery for the present. "Did I ever see it?" asked Jamie. "Not to remember it, but Mac and Steve have, and liked it immensely," answered Archie, thereby causing the 2 mentioned to neglect Debbie's delectable fritters for several minutes, while they cudgelled their brains. "Who will have it first?" asked Will, with his mouth full of marmalade. "Aunt Plenty, I guess." "When will she have it?" demanded Geordie, bouncing in his seat with impatience. "Sometime on Monday."
"Heart alive, what is the boy talking about?" cried the old lady from behind the tall urn, which left little to be seen but the topmost bow of her cap. "Doesn't Auntie know?" asked a chorus of voices.
"No, and that's the best of the joke, for she is desperately fond of it."
"What color is it?" asked Rose, joining in the fun.
"Blue and brown."
"Is it good to eat?" asked Jamie.
"Some people think so, but I shouldn't like to try it,"
answered Charlie, laughing so he spilled his tea.
"Who does it belong to?"
put in Steve. Archie and the prince stared at one another rather blankly for a minute. Then Archie answered with a twinkle of the eye that made Charlie explode again.
"To Grandfather Campbell."
This was a poser, and they gave up the puzzle, though Jamie confided to Rose that he did not think he could live till Monday without knowing what this remarkable thing was. Soon after tea, the clan departed, singing "All the Blue Bonnets Are Over the Border" at the tops of their voices.
"Well, dear, how did you like your cousins?" asked Aunt Plenty, as the last pony frisked round the corner and the din died away. "Pretty well, ma'am, but I like Phoebe better." An answer which caused Aunt Plenty to hold up her hands in despair and trot away to tell Sister Peace that she never should understand that child, and it was a mercy Alec was coming soon to take the responsibility off their hands. Fatigued by the unusual exertions of the afternoon, Rose curled herself up in the sofa corner to rest and think about the great mystery, little guessing that she was to know it first of all. Right in the middle of her meditations, she fell asleep and dreamed she was at home again in her own little bed. She seemed to wake and see her father bending over her, to hear him say,
"My little Rose,"
to answer, "Yes, Papa," and then to feel him take her in his arms and kiss her tenderly. So sweet, so real was the dream, that she started up with a cry of joy to find herself in the arms of a brown-bearded man who held her close and whispered in a voice so like her father's that she clung to him involuntarily,
"This is my little girl, and I am Uncle Alec."
End of Chapter 2, The Clan, from Eight Cousins, by Louisa May Alcott. Read by The Story Girl.
A Gezin Zalber 8th by Avram Reisen. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Gezin Zalber 8 und beten nur 2 und kommt an die Nacht wie schlafenden See. 3 mit den Taten, 3 mit der Mamen, händlich und fieselig, geflochten zusammen. Und kommt an die Nacht, mir darf machen die Betten, dann hebt an die Mutter, denn Teut auf sich beten. Sie meint mit Nemes, es ist nicht kein Wunder, euch eng ist in Käfer, doch liegt man besunder. End of A Gezin Zalber 8 by Avram Reisen. Sung by Joseph Finkberg.
The trailer for room number 8 by Richard Harding Davis. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The trailer for the green goods man who rented room number 8 in Case's tenement had had no work to do for the last few days and was cursing his luck in consequence. He was entirely too young to curse, but he'd never been told so, and indeed, so imperfect had his training been that he had never been told not to do anything as long as it pleased him to do it and made existence any more bearable. He had been told when he was very young, before the man and woman who had brought him into the world had separated, not to crawl out on the fire escape because he might break his neck. And later, after his father had walked off Hegelman's slip into the East River while very drunk, and his mother had been sent to the penitentiary for grand larceny, he'd been told not to let the police catch him sleeping under the bridge. With these two exceptions, he'd been told to do as he pleased, which was the very mockery of advice, as he was just about as well able to do as he pleased as is anyone who has to beg or steal what he eats, and has to sleep in hallways or over the iron gratings of Worms' cellars, and has the officers of the Children's Society always after him to put him in a home and make him be good. Snipes, as the trailer was called, was determined no one should ever force him to be good if he could possibly prevent it, and he certainly did do a great deal to prevent it. He knew what having to be good meant. Some of the boys who had escaped from the home had told him all about it. It meant wearing shoes and a blue and white checkered apron, and making cane-bottom chairs all day, having to wash yourself in a big iron tub twice a week, not to speak of having to move about like machines whenever the lady teacher hit a bell. So when the green goods man, of whom the genial Mr. Alf Wolf was the chief, asked Snipes to act as a trailer for them at $0.25 for every victim he shadowed, he jumped at the offer and was proud of the position. If you should happen to keep a grocery store in the country, or to run the village post office, it's not unlikely that you know what a green goods man is, but in case you don't and have only a vague idea of how he lives, a paragraph of explanation must be inserted here for your particular benefit. Green goods is the technical name for counterfeit bills, and the green goods men send out circulars to countrymen all over the United States, offering to sell them $5,000 worth of counterfeit money for $500, and ease their conscience by explaining to them that by purchasing these green goods, they are hurting no one but the government, which is quite able with its big surplus to stand the loss. They enclose a letter which is to serve their victim as a mark of identification or credential when he comes on to the purchase. The address they give him is one of the many drugstore and cigar store post offices which are scattered all over New York, and which contribute to make vice and crime so easy that the evil they do cannot be reckoned in souls lost or dollars stolen. If the letter from the countryman strikes the dealer in green goods as sincere, they appoint an interview with him by mail in rooms they rent for the purpose, and if they, on meeting him there, think he is still in earnest and not a detective or officer in disguise, they appoint still another interview to be held later in the day in the back room of some saloon. Then the countryman is watched throughout the day from the moment he leaves the first meeting place until he arrives at the saloon. If anything in his conduct during that time leads the man whose duty it is to follow him, or the trailer as the profession calls it, to believe he is a detective, he finds when he arrives at the saloon that there is no one to receive him. But if the trailer regards his conduct as unsuspicious, he is taken to another saloon, not the one just appointed, which is perhaps a most respectable place, but to the thief's own private little rendezvous, where he is robbed in any of the several different ways best suited to their purpose. Snipes was a very good trailer. He was so little that no one ever noticed him, and he could keep a man in sight no matter how big the crowd was or how rapidly it changed and shifted. And he was as patient as he was quick, and would wait for hours if needful, with his eye on a door, until his man reissued into the street again. And if the one he shadowed looked behind him to see if he was followed, or dodged up and down different streets as if he were trying to throw off pursuit, or dispatched a note or telegram, or stopped to speak to a policeman or any special officer, as a detective might, who thought he had his men safely in hand, off Snipes would go on a run to where Alf Wolf was waiting and tell him what he had seen. Then Wolf would give him a quarter or more, and the trailer would go back to his post opposite Case's tenement and wait for another victim to issue forth, and for the signal from number 8 to follow him. It was not much fun, and customers, as Mr. Wolf always called them, had been scarce, and Mr. Wolf, in consequence, had been cross and nasty in his temper, and had batted Snipe out of the way on more than one occasion. So the trailer was feeling blue and disconsolate, and wondered how it was that Naseby Reagan, Rags Reagan, younger brother, had had the luck to get a 2 weeks' visit to the country with the Fresh Air Fund children, while he had not. He supposed it was because Naseby had sold papers and wore shoes and went to night school and did many other things equally objectionable. Still, what Naseby had said about the country and the riding horseback and the fishing and the shooting crows with no cops to stop you and watermelons for nothing had sounded wonderfully attractive and quite improbable, except that it was one of Nasby's peculiar sneaking ways to tell the truth. Anyway, Nasby had left Cherry Street for good, and had gone back to the country to work there. This all helped to make Snipes morose, and it was with a cynical smile of satisfaction that he watched an old countryman coming slowly up the street and asking his way timidly of the Italians to Case's tenement. The countryman looked up and about him in evident bewilderment and anxiety. He glanced hesitatingly across at the boy leaning against the wall of a saloon, but the boy was watching two sparrows fighting in the dirt of the street and did not see him. At least it did not look as if he saw him. Then the old man knocked on the door of Case's tenement. No one came, for the people in the house had learned to leave inquiring countrymen to the gentleman who rented room number 8. And as that gentleman was occupied at that moment with a younger countryman, he allowed the old man, whom he had first cautiously observed from the top of the stairs, to remain where he was. The old man stood uncertainly on the stoop, and then removed his heavy black felt hat and rubbed his bald head and the white shiny locks of his hair around it with a white bandana handkerchief. Then he walked very slowly across the street toward Snipes, for the rest of the street was empty and there was no one else at hand. The old man was dressed in heavy black broadcloth, quaintly cut, with bootlegs showing up under the trousers, and with faultlessly clean linen of homemade manufacture. "I can't make the people in that house over there hear me," complained the old man, with simple confidence that old age has in very young boys. "Do you happen to know if they're at home?" "Nah," growled Snipes. "I'm looking for a man named Percival," said the stranger. "He lives in that house, and I want to see him on a most peculiar business. It isn't a very pleasing place where he lives in, is it? At least," he added hurriedly, as if fearful of giving offense, "it isn't much on the outside. Do you happen to know him?" Percival was Alf Wolf's business name. "Nah," said the trailer. "Well, I'm not looking for him," explained the stranger slowly, "as much as I'm looking for a young man that I kind of suspect has been to see him today. A young man that looks like me, only younger. Has lightish hair and pretty tall and lanky, and carrying a shiny black bag with him. Did you happen to have noticed him going into that place across the way?" "Nah," said Snipes. The old man sighed and nodded his head thoughtfully at Snipes and puckered up the corners of his mouth as though he was thinking deeply. He had wonderfully honest blue eyes, and with the white hair hanging around his sunburned face, he looked like an old saint, but the trailer didn't know that. He did know, though, that this man was different sort from the rest. Still, that was none of his business. "What is it you want to see him about?" he asked sullenly, while he looked up and down the street and everywhere but at the old man, and rubbed one bare foot slowly over the other. The old man looked pained, and much to Snipes' surprise, the question brought the tears to his eyes, and his lips trembled. Then he swerved slightly, so that he might have fallen if Snipes had not caught him, and helped him across the pavement to a seat on a stoop. "Oh, thank you, son," said the stranger. "I'm not as strong as I was, and the sun's mighty hot, and these streets of yours smell mighty bad, and I've had a powerful lot of trouble these last few days. Oh, but if I could see this man Percival before my boy does, I know I could fix it. It would all come out right." "What do you want to see him about?" repeated the trailer suspiciously, while he fanned the old man with his hat. Snipes could not have told you why he did this, or why this particular old countryman was any different from the many others who had come to buy counterfeit money, and who were thieves at heart as well as in deed. "I want to see him about my son," said the old man to the little boy. "He's a bad man, whoever he is. This here Percival is a bad man. He sends down his wickedness to the country and tempts weak folks to sin. He teaches them the ways of evil doing they'd never heard of, and he's ruined my son with the others. Ruined him. I've had nothing to do with the city and its ways. We're strict living, simple folks, and perhaps we've been too strict, or Abraham wouldn't have run away to the city, but I thought it was best. and I doubted nothing when the fresh air children came to the farm. I didn't like the city children, but I let 'em come. I let 'em in, did what I could to make it pleasant for 'em, poor little fellows. All as thin as cornstalks and pale as ghosts, and as dirty as you. I took 'em in and let 'em ride the horses, and swim in the river, and shoot crows in the cornfield, and eat all the cherries they could pull, and what did the city send me in return for that? It sent me this thieving, rascally scheme of this man Percival's. It turned my boy's head and lost him to me. I saw him poring over the note and reading it as if it were gospel, and I suspected nothing. And when he asked me if he could keep it, I said yes, he could, for I thought he wanted it for a curiosity. And then off he put with the black bag and the $200 he'd been saving up to start housekeeping with when old Deacon says he can marry his daughter Kate. The old man placed both hands on his knees and went on excitedly. The old deacon says he'll not let 'em marry till Abe has $2,000, and that is what the boy's come after. He wants to buy $2,000 worth of bad money with his $200 worth of good money to show the deacon. Just as though it were likely a marriage after such a crime as that would ever be a happy one. Snipes had stopped fanning the old man, and as he ran on and was listening intently, with an uncomfortable feeling of sympathy and sorrow, uncomfortable because he was not used to it. He could not see why the old man should think the city should have treated his boy better because he had taken care of the city's children, and he was puzzled between his allegiance to the gang and his desire to help the gang's innocent victim, and then, because he was an innocent victim and not a customer, he let his sympathy get the better of his discretion. "Say," he began abruptly, "I'm not saying nothing to nobody, and nobody's saying nothing to me, see, but I guess your son'll be around here today, sure. He's got to come before 1, for this office closes sharp at 1, and we goes home. Now, I've got to call whether he gets his stuff taken off him or whether the boys leave him alone. And if I say the word, they'd no more come near him than if he had the cholera, see? And I'll say it for this once, just for you. Hold on," he commanded as the old man raised his voice in surprised interrogation. "Don't ask no questions, 'cause you won't get no answers 'cept lies. You find your way back to Grand Central Depot and wait there, and I'll steer your son down to you, sure, as soon as I can find him, see? Now get along, or you'll get me into trouble." "You've been lying to me, then," cried the old man, "and you're as bad as any of them. And my boy's over in that house now." He scrambled up from the stoop, and before the trailer could understand what he proposed to do, had dashed across the street and up the stoop, and up the stairs, and had burst into room number 8. Snipes tore after him. "Hey, come back! Come back out of that, you old fool!" he cried. "You'll get killed in there." Snipes was afraid to enter room number 8, but he could hear from the outside the old man challenging Alf Wolf in a resonant, angry voice that rang through the building. "Phew," said Snipes, crouching on the stairwells. "There's going to be a muss this time, sure." "Where's my son? Where have you hidden my son?" demanded the old man. He ran across the room and pulled open a door that led to another room, but it was empty. He had fully expected to see his son murdered and quartered with his pockets inside out. He turned on Wolf, shaking his white hair like a mane. "Give me up my son, you rascal, you!" he cried, "or I'll get the police, and I'll tell them how you decoy honest boys to your den and murder them." "Are you drunk or crazy, or just a little of both?" asked Mr. Wolf. "For a cent I'd throw you out of that window. Get out of here, quick now. You're too old to get excited like that. It's not good for you." But this only exasperated the old man the more, and he made a lunge at the confidence man's throat. Mr. Wolf stepped aside, caught him round the waist, and twisted his leg around the old man's rheumatic one, and held him. "Now," said Wolf as quietly as though he were giving a lesson in wrestling, "if I wanted to, I could break your back." The old man glared up at him, panting. "Your son's not here," said Wolf, "and this is a private gentleman's private room. I could turn you over to the police for assault if I wanted to, But, he added magnanimously, I won't. Now get out of here and go home to your wife. And when you come to see the sights again, don't drink so much raw whiskey. He half carried the old farmer to the top of the stairs and dropped him, went back, and closed the door. Snipes came up and helped him down and out, and the old man and the boy walked slowly and in silence out to the Bowery. Snipe helped his companion into a car and put him off at Grand Central Depot. The heat and the excitement had told heavily on the old man, and he seemed dazed and beaten. He was leaning on the trailer's shoulder and waiting for his turn in the line in front of the ticket window, when a tall, gawky, good-looking country lad sprang out of it and at him with an expression of surprise and anxiety. "Father," he said. "Father, what's wrong? What are you doing here? Is anyone ill at home? Are you ill?" "Abraham," said the old man simply, and dropped heavily on the younger man's shoulder. Then he raised his head sternly and said, "I thought you were murdered. But better that than a thief, Abraham. What brought you here? What did you do with that rascal's letter? What did you do with his money?" The trailer drew cautiously away. The conversation was becoming unpleasantly personal. "I don't know what you're talking about," said Abraham calmly. "The deacon gave his consent the other night without the $2,000, and I took the $200 I'd saved and came right on in the first train to buy the ring. It's pretty, isn't it?" he said, flushing, as he pulled out a little velvet box and opened it. The old man was so happy at this that he laughed and cried alternately, and then he made a grab for the trailer and pulled him down beside him on one of the benches. "You've got to come with me," he said with kind severity. "You're a good boy, but your folks have let you run wrong. You've been good to me, and you said you would get me back my boy and save him from those thieves, and I believe now that you meant it. Now you're just coming back with us to the farm and the cows and the river, and you can eat all you want and live with us, and never, never see this unclean, wicked city again." Snipes looked up keenly from under the rim of his hat and rubbed one of his muddy feet over the other, as was his habit. The young countryman, greatly puzzled, and the older man, smiling kindly, waited expectantly in silence. From the outside came the sound of car bells jangling, and the rattle of cabs, and the cries of drivers, and all the varying rush and turmoil of a great metropolis. Green fields and running rivers, and fruit that did not grow in wooden boxes or brown paper cones, were myths and idle words to Snipes, but this unclean, wicked city he knew. "I guess you're too good for me," he said, with an uneasy laugh. "I guess little old New York's good enough for me." "What?" cried the old man in tones of greatest concern. "You would go back to that den of iniquity? Surely not. To that thief Percival?" "Well," said the trailer slowly, "and he's not such a bad lot neither. You see, he could have broke your neck that time when you was a-choking him, but he didn't. There's your train," he added hurriedly, jumped away. "Goodbye. So long, old man. I'm much obliged to you just for asking me." 2 hours later, the farmer and his son were making the family weep and laugh over their adventures as they all sat together on the porch with the vines about it. The trailer was leaning against the wall of a saloon, and apparently counting his 10 toes, but in reality watching for Mr. Wolf to give the signal from the window of room number 8. End of the trailer for room number 8 by Richard Harding Davis.
Sześć razy 8 by Arthur Bartels. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zawsze słyszę, że kobiety polskie z ukształcenia słyną i że głównie ich zalety ze zasad wychowania płyną. na mocy tego twierdzenia wszyscy bez namysłu wnosim, że wiedzą bez zająknienia, ile jest 6 razy 8. Bo że dokazują sztuki prawić 6 godzin w przecięciu, we wszystkich gałęziach nauki, obcych całkiem ich pojęciu. O tem wiemy, lecz niestety, niemniej też usilnie prosim o zdanie każdej kobiety. Ile jest 6 razy 8? Znosim bowiem ich dysputy moralne, filozoficzne na tle fantazji osnute lub ściśle psychologiczne, lecz nie z mniejszą ciekawością, nawet z uwielbieniem znosim, gdy nam dowodzą z pewnością, ile jest 6 razy 8. Głosmy więc ich pogląd zdrowy na wszyściutko, co jest zgoła, od ufryzowania głowy aż do kwadratury koła. Lecz tę w pracowni umysłu za arcidzieło ogłosim, która powie bez namysłu, ile jest 6 razy 8. Za pomnikiem zaswotuję tej biegłej w arytmetyce, która powołania czuje stosowania jej w praktyce. Bo my z życia, jakim szczery, często dowody wynosim, że damskie 2 razy 4 stanowią 48. End of 6 razy 8 by Arthur Bartels. Read by Joseph Finkberg.
Psalm 8, King James Version. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth, who hath set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger. When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, what is man, that thou art mindful of him, and the son of man, that thou visitest him? For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels, and hast crowned him with glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. End of Psalm 8, King James Version.
Extract from 8 Pillars of Prosperity by James Allen. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. 8th Pillar, Self-reliance. Every young man ought to read Emerson's essay on self-reliance. It is the manliest, most virile essay that was ever penned. It is calculated to cure alike those 2 mental maladies common to youth, namely self-depreciation and self-conceit. It is almost as sure to reveal to the prig the smallness and emptiness of his vanity as it is to show the bashful man the weakness and ineffectuality of his diffidence. It is a new revelation of manly dignity, as much a revelation as any that was vouchsafed to ancient seer and prophet, and perhaps a more practical, eminently suited to this mechanic age, coming as it does from a modern prophet of a new type and cradled in a new race. And its chief merit is its powerfully tonic quality. Let not self-reliance be confounded with self-conceit, for as high and excellent as is the one, just so low and worthless is the other. There cannot be anything mean in self-reliance, while in self-conceit there cannot be anything great. The man that never says no when questioned on subjects of which he is entirely ignorant, to avoid, as he imagines, being thought ignorant, but confidently puts forward guesses and assumptions as knowledge, will be known for his ignorance and ill-esteemed for his added conceit. An honest confession of ignorance will command respect, where a conceited assumption of knowledge will elicit contempt. The timid, apologetic man who seems almost afraid to live, who fears that he will do something not in the approved way and will subject himself to ridicule, is not a full man. He must needs imitate others and have no independent action. He needs that self-reliance which will compel him to fall back on his own initiative, and so become a new example instead of the slavish follower of an old one. As for ridicule, he who is hurt by it is no man. The shafts of mockery and sarcasm cannot pierce the strong armour of the self-reliant man. They cannot reach the invincible citadel of his honest heart to sting or wound it. The sharp arrows of irony may rain upon him, but he laughs as they are deflected by the strong breastplate of his confidence and fall harmless about him. Trust thyself, says Emerson. Every heart vibrates to that iron string. Throughout the ages, men have so far leaned, and do still lean, upon external makeshifts, instead of standing upon their own native simplicity and original dignity. The few who have had the courage so to stand have been singled out and elevated as heroes. And he is indeed the true hero who has the hardihood to let his nature speak for itself, who has that strong mettle which enables him to stand upon his own intrinsic worth. It is true that the candidate for such heroism must endure the test of strength. He must not be shamed from his ground by the bugbears of an imitative conventionalism. He must not fear for his reputation or position, or for his standing in the church, or his prestige in local society. He must learn to act and live as independently of these considerations as he does of the current fashions in the Antipodes. Yet when he has endured this test, and slander and odium have failed to move or afflict him, he has become a man indeed, one that society will have to reckon with and finally accept on his own terms. Sooner or later all men turn for guidance to the self-reliant man, and while the best minds do not make a prop of him, they respect and value his work and worth, and recognize his place among the gods that have gone before. It must not be thought an indication of self-reliance to scorn to learn. Such an attitude is born of a stubborn superciliousness which has the elements of weakness, and is prophetic of a fall rather than the elements of strength and the promise of high achievement which are characteristic of self-reliance. Pride and vanity must not be associated with self-reliance. Those degrade, while this ennobles. Pride rests upon incidentals and appurtenances, on money, clothing, property, prestige, position, and these lost, all is lost. Self-reliance rests upon essentials and principles, on worth, probity, purity, sincerity, character, truth. And whatever may be lost is of little account, for these are never lost. Pride tries to hide its ignorance by ostentation and assumption, and is unwilling to be thought a learner in any direction. It stands, during its little fleeting day, on ignorance and appearance, and the higher it is lifted up today, the lower will it be cast down tomorrow. Self-reliance has nothing to hide, and is willing to learn. And while there can be no humility where pride is, self-reliance and humility are compatible, nay more, they are complementary, and the sublimest form of self-reliance is only found associated with the profoundest humility. Extremes meet, says Emerson, and there is no better example than the haughtiness of humility. No aristocrat, no prince born to the purple can begin to compare with the self-respect of the saint. Why is he so lowly, but that he knows that he can well afford it, resting on the largeness of God in him? It was Buddha who, in this particular, said, "Those who, either now or after I am dead, shall be a lamp unto themselves, relying upon themselves only, and not relying upon any external help, but holding fast to the truth as their lamp, and seeking their salvation in the truth alone, shall not look for assistance to any one besides themselves. It is they among my disciples who shall reach the very topmost height, but they must be willing to learn." In this saying, the repeated insistence on the necessity for relying upon oneself alone, coupled with the final exhortation to be eager to learn, is the wisest utterance on self-reliance that I know. In it, the great teacher comprehends that perfect balance between self-trust and humility which the man of truth must acquire. Self-trust is the essence of heroism. All great men are self-reliant, and we should use them as teachers and exemplars, and not as props and perambulators. A great man comes who leans upon no one, but stands alone in the solitary dignity of truth, and straightway the world begins to lean upon him, begins to make him an excuse for spiritual indolence and a destructive self-abasement. Better than cradling our vices in the strength of the great, would it be newly to light our virtues at their luminous lamp. If we rely upon the light of another, darkness will overtake us. But if we rely upon our own light, we have but to keep it burning. We may both draw light from another and communicate it, but to think it sufficient while our own lamp is rusting in neglect is shortly to find ourselves abandoned in darkness. Our own inner light is the light which never fails us. What is the inner light of the Quakers but another name for self-reliance? We should stand upon what we are, not upon what another is. "But I am so small and poor," you say. Well, stand upon that smallness, and presently it will become great. A babe must needs suckle and cling, but not so a man. Henceforth he goes upon his own limbs. Men pray to God to put into their hands that which they are framed to reach out for, to put into their mouths the food for which they should strenuously labour. But men will outgrow this spiritual infancy. The time will come when men will no more pay a priest to pray for them and preach to them. Man's chief trouble is a mistrust of himself, so that the self-trusting man becomes a rare and singular spectacle. If a man look upon himself as a worm, what can come out of him but an ineffectual wriggling? Truly, he that humbleth himself shall be exalted, but not he that degradeth himself. A man should see himself as he is, and if there is any unworthiness in him, he should get rid of it, and retain and rely upon that which is of worth. A man is only debased when he debases himself. He is exalted when he lives an exalted life. Why should a man with ceaseless iterations draw attention to his fallen nature? There is a false humility which takes a sort of pride in vice. If one has fallen, it is that he may rise and be the wiser for it. If a man falls into a ditch, he does not lie there and call upon every passer-by to mark his fallen state. He gets up and goes on his way with greater care. So if one has fallen into the ditch of vice, let him rise and be cleansed and go on his way rejoicing. There is not a sphere in life wherein a man's influence and prosperity will not be considerably increased by even a measure of self-reliance. And to the teacher, whether secular or religious, to organizers, managers, overseers, and all in positions of control and command, it is an indispensable quality. The four grand qualities of self-reliance are 1. Decision, 2. Steadfastness, 3. Dignity, 4. Independence. Decision makes a man strong. The waverer is the weakling. A man who is to play a speaking part, howsoever small, in the drama of life, must be decisive and know what he is about. Whatever he doubts, he must not doubt his power to act. He must know his part in life and put all his energy into it. He must have some solid ground of knowledge from which to work, and stand securely on that. It may be only the price and quality of stock, but he must know his work thoroughly and know that he knows it. He must be ready at any time to answer for himself when his duty is impugned. He should be so well grounded upon his particular practice as not to be afflicted with hesitation on any point or in any emergency. It is a true saying that the man that hesitates is lost. No one believes in him who does not believe in himself, who doubts, halts, and wavers, and cannot extricate himself from the tangled threads of two courses. Who would deal with a tradesman who did not know the price of his own goods, or was not sure where to find them? A man must know his business. If he does not know his own, who shall instruct him? He must be able to give a good report of the truth that is in him, must have that decisive touch which skill and knowledge only can impart. Certainty is a great element in self-reliance. To have weight, a man must have some truth to impart, and all skill is a communication of truth. He must speak with authority, and not as the scribes. He must master something and know that he has mastered it, so as to deal with it lucidly and understandingly in the way of a master, and not to remain always an apprentice. Indecision is a disintegrating factor. A minute's faltering may turn back the current of success. Men who are afraid to decide quickly for fear of making a mistake nearly always make a mistake when they do act. The quickest in thought and action are less liable to blunder, and it is better to act with decision and make a mistake than to act with indecision and make a mistake, for in the former case there is but error, but in the latter weakness is added to error. A man should be decided always, both where he knows and where he does not know. He should be as ready to say no as yes, as quick to acknowledge his ignorance as to impart his knowledge. If he stands upon fact and acts from the simple truth, he will find no room for halting between two opinions. Make up your mind quickly and act decisively. Better still, have a mind that is already made up, and then decision will be instinctive and spontaneous. Steadfastness arises in the mind that is quick to decide. It is indeed a final decision upon the best course of conduct and the best path in life. It is the vow of the soul to stand firmly by its principles, whatever betide. It is neither necessary nor unnecessary that there be any written or spoken vow, for unswerving loyalty to a fixed principle is the spirit of all vows. The man without fixed principles will not accomplish much. Expediency is a quagmire and a thorny waste, in which a man is continually sticking in the shifting mud of his own moral looseness, and is pricked and scratched with the thorns of his self-created disappointments. One must have some solid ground on which to stand among one's fellows. We cannot stand on the bog of concession. Shiftiness is a vice of weakness, and the vices of weakness do more to undermine character and influence than the vices of strength. The man that is vicious through excess of animal strength takes a shorter cut to truth when his mind is made up than he who is vicious through lack of virility, and whose chief vice consists in not having a mind of his own upon anything. When one understands that power is adaptable to both good and bad ends, it will not surprise him that the drunkards and harlots should reach the kingdom of heaven before the diplomatic religionists. They are at least thorough in the course which they have adopted, vile though it be, and thoroughness is strength. It only needs that strength to be turned from bad to good, and lo, the loathed sinner has become the lofty saint. A man should have a firm, fixed, determined mind. He should decide upon those principles which are best to stand by in all issues, and which will most safely guide him through the maze of conflicting opinions, and inspire him with unflinching courage in the battle of life. Having adopted his principles, they should be more to him than gain or happiness, more even than life itself. And if he never deserts them, he will find that they will never desert him. They will defend him from all enemies, deliver him safely from all dangers, light up his pathway through all darkness and difficulties. They will be to him a light in darkness, a resting place from sorrow, and a refuge from the conflicts of the world. Dignity clothes as with a majestic garment the steadfast mind. He who is as unyielding as a bar of steel when he is expected to compromise with evil, and as supple as a willow wand in adapting himself to that which is good, carries about with him a dignity that calms and uplifts others by its presence. The unsteady mind, the mind that is not anchored to any fixed principles, that is stubborn where its own desires are threatened, and yielding where its own moral welfare is at stake, has no gravity, no balance, no calm composure. The man of dignity cannot be downtrodden and enslaved, because he has ceased to tread upon and enslave himself. He at once disarms, with a look, a word, a wise and suggestive silence, any attempt to demean him. His mere presence is a wholesome reproof to the flippant and the unseemly, while it is a rock of strength to the lover of the good. But the chief reason why the dignified man commands respect is not only that he is supremely self-respecting, but that he graciously treats all others with a due esteem. Pride loves itself, and treats those beneath it with supercilious contempt, for love of self and contempt for others are always found together in equal degrees, so that the greater the self-love, the greater the arrogance. True dignity arises not from self-love, but from self-sacrifice. That is, from unbiased adherence to a fixed central principle. The dignity of the judge arises from the fact that in the performance of his duty he sets aside all personal considerations and stands solely upon the law. His little personality, impermanent and fleeting, becomes nothing, while the law, enduring and majestic, becomes all. Should a judge, in deciding a case, forget the law and fall into personal feeling and prejudice, his dignity would be gone. So with the man of stately purity of character, he stands upon the divine law and not upon personal feeling. For immediately a man gives way to passion, he has sacrificed dignity, and takes his place as one of the multitude of the unwise and uncontrolled. Every man will have composure and dignity in the measure that he acts from a fixed principle. It only needs that the principle be right, and therefore unassailable. So long as a man abides by such a principle, and does not waver or descend into the personal element, attacking passions, prejudices, and interests, howsoever powerful, will be weak and ineffectual before the unconquerable strength of an incorruptible principle, and will at last yield their combined and unseemly confusion to his single and majestic right. Independence is the birthright of the strong and well-controlled man. All men love and strive for liberty. All men aspire to some sort of freedom. A man should labour for himself or for the community. Unless he is a cripple, a chronic invalid, or is mentally irresponsible, he should be ashamed to depend upon others for all he has, giving nothing in return. If one imagines that such a condition is freedom, let him know that it is one of the lowest forms of slavery. The time will come when, to be a drone in the human hive, even, as matters are now, a respectable drone and not a poor tramp, will be a public disgrace, and will be no longer respectable. Independence, freedom, glorious liberty come through labour and not from idleness, and the self-reliant man is too strong, too honourable, too upright to depend upon others like a sucking babe for his support. He earns with hand or brain the right to live as becomes a man and a citizen. And this he does whether born rich or poor, for riches are no excuse for idleness. Rather are they an opportunity to labour, with the rare facilities which they afford, for the good of the community. Only he who is self-supporting is free, self-reliant, independent. End of extract from the 8 Pillars of Prosperity by James Allen.
Damen-bildnis aus den 80er-Jahren von Rainer Maria Rilke. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Damen-bildnis aus den 80er-Jahren. Wartend stand sie an den schwer gerafften, dunklen Atlasdraperien, die ein Aufwand falscher Leidenschaften über ihr zu ballen schien. Seit den noch so nahen Mädchenjahren wie mit einer anderen vertauscht, müde unter den getürmten Haaren, in den Rüschenroben unerfahren und von allen Falten wie belauscht, bei dem Heimweh und dem schwachen Planen, wie das Leben weiter werden soll, anders, wirklicher, wie in Romanen, hingerissen und verhängnisvoll, dass man etwas erst in die Schatullen legen dürfte, um sich im Geruch von Erinnerungen einzulullen, dass man endlich in dem Tagebuch einen Anfang fände, der nicht schon unterm Schreiben sinnlos wird und lüge und ein Blatt von einer Rose trüge in dem schweren, leeren Medaillon, welches liegt auf jedem Atemzug, dass man einmal durch das Fenster winkte, diese schlanke Hand, die neu beringte, hätte dran für Monate genug. End of Damen-bildnis aus den 80er-Jahren bei Rainer Maria Rilke. Recording by Claudia Salto.
The Octagon. Chapter 3 of Book 7 in The Life of William Ewart Gladstone, Volume 2 by John Morley. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Octagon. It is easy in the world to live after the world's opinion. It is easy in solitude to live after our own. But the great man is he who in the midst of the crowd keeps with perfect sweetness the independence of solitude. Emerson. Near the end of the 80s, Mr. Gladstone built for himself a fireproof room at the northwestern corner of his Temple of Peace. In this octagon, quote, a necessity of my profession and history, he stored the letters and papers of his crowded lifetime. He estimated the selected letters addressed to himself at 60,000, and the mass of other letters that found their way into the octagon without selection, along with more than a score of large folios containing copies of his own to other people, run to several tens of thousands more. There are between 500 and 600 holographs from the Queen, afterward designated by him in his will to be an heirloom. "It may amuse you," he told Lord Granville, who always wrote the shortest letters that ever were known, "to learn that your letters to me weigh 15 pounds and a half." Probably no single human being ever received 60,000 letters worth keeping, and of these it is safe to say that 3/4 of them might as well have been destroyed as soon as read, including a certain portion that might just as well never have been either written or read. This slightly improvident thrift recalls the jealous persons who will not suffer the British Museum to burn its rubbish, on the curious principle that what was never worth producing must always be worth preserving. Correspondence. As for Mr. Gladstone's own share, he explains his case in what he says, 1865, to the widow of Mr. Cobden. "Of the kind of correspondence properly called private and personal, I have none. Indeed, for many long, long years it has been out of my power, except in very few instances, to keep up this kind of correspondence. The exceptions are few indeed. Half of the contents of this crowded little chamber are papers of business, nightly letters to the Queen, telling her what had gone on in the House and what sort of figure had been cut by its debaters, reports of meetings of the Cabinet, memoranda for such meetings, notes for speeches, endless correspondence with colleagues, and all the other operations incident to the laborious machinery of government in the charge of a master engineer. In this region of his true calling, all is order, precision, persistency, and the firmness and ease of the strong. For many years in that department all was action, strength, success. Church leaders again contribute considerable piles, but these too mainly concern church business for the hour, and the business has now, even for adherents, naturally fallen out of memory. The more miscellaneous papers are different. There a long and strange procession flits before our eye, dreams, little bustling passions, trivialities, floating like a myriad motes into the dim octagon. We are reminded how vast a space, in our ever-dwindling days, is consumed by social invitations and the discovery of polite reasons for evading them. Bona verba is a significant docket prompting the secretary's reply. It is borne in upon us how grievously the burden of man's lot is aggravated by slovenly dates, illegible signatures, and forgetfulness that writing is something meant to be read. There is a mountain of letters from one correspondent so mercilessly written that the labour of deciphering them would hardly be justified, even if one could hope to recover traces of the second decade of Livy, or the missing books of the Annals of Tacitus. Foreign rulers, Indian potentates, American citizens, all write to the most conspicuous Englishman of the time. In an unformed hand a little princess thanks him for a photograph, and says, "I am so glad to have seen you at Windsor, and will try and remember you all my life." There are bushels of letters whose writers say all that they conscientiously can, for applicants, nominees, and candidates in every line where a minister is supposed to be able to lend a helping hand if he likes. Actors send him boxes, queens of song press on him lozenges infallible for the vocal cords, fine ladies dabbling in Italian seek counsel, and not far off, what is more to the point, are letters from young men thanking him for his generosity in aiding them to go to Oxford with a view to taking orders. Charles Keene, a popular tragedian of those times, and son of one more famous still, thanks Mr. Gladstone for his speech at a complimentary dinner to him, March 1862, and says how proud he is to remember that they were boys at Eton together. Then there are the erudite but unfruitful correspondence, with the melancholy docket, "Learning thrown away," and charming professors of poetry, as though the alto should insist on singing the basso part,
impressively assure him how dreadfully uneasy they are about the weakness of our army, and how horribly low upon the security of our Indian Empire. Variety of correspondence. Some have said that to peruse the papers of a Prime Minister must lower one's view of human nature. Perhaps this may partly depend upon the Prime Minister, partly on the height of our expectations from our fellow creatures. If such a survey is in any degree depressing, there can be no reason why it should be more so than any other large inspection of human life. In the Octagon, as in any similar repository, we come upon plenty of baffled hopes, chagrin in finding a career really ended, absurd overestimates of self, overestimates of the good chances of the world, vexation of those who have chosen the wrong path at the unfair good luck of those who have chosen the right. We may smile, but surely in good-natured sympathy, at the zeal of poor ladies for a post for husbands of unrecognised merit, or at the importunity of younger sons with large families but inadequate means. Harmless things of this sort need not turn us into satirists or cynics. All the riddles of the great public world are there. Why one man becomes Prime Minister, while another who ran him close at school and college ends with a pension from the civil list. Why the same stable and same pedigree produce a Derby winner and the poor cab hack. Why one falls back almost from the start, while another runs famously until the corner, and then his vaulting ambition dwindles to any place of moderate work and decent emolument. How new competitors swim into the field of vision, how suns rise and set with no return, and vanish as if they had never been suns but only ghosts or bubbles. How in these time-worn papers successive generations of active men run checkered courses, group following group, names blazing into the fame of a day, then like the spangles of a rocket expiring. Men write accepting posts, all excitement, full of hope and assurance of good work. And then we remember how quickly clouds came, and the office ended in failure and torment. In the next pigeonhole, just in the same way, is the radiant author's gift of his book that, after all, fell stillborn. One need not be Prime Minister to know the eternal tale of the vanity of human wishes, or how men move, quote, thundering like ramping hosts of warrior horse, to throw that faint thin line upon the shore. George Meredith. Nor are things all one way. If we find Mr. Gladstone writing to the Queen of the excellent parliamentary opening of this man or that, who made the worst possible parliamentary close, there is the set-off of dull unmarked beginnings to careers that proved brilliant or weighty. If there are 1,000 absurdities in the form of claims for place and honours and steps in the peerage, all the way up the ladder from a branch post office to the coveted blue riband of the Garter, with no infernal nonsense of merit about it, there are, on the other hand, not a few modest and considerate refusals, and we who have reasonable views of human nature may set in the balance against a score of the begging tribe the man of just pride who will not exchange his earldom for a marquisate, and the honest peer who, to the proffer of the Garter, says, with gratitude evidently sincere, I regret, however, that I cannot conscientiously accept an honour which is beyond my deserts. Then the Octagon contains abundant material for any student of the lessons of a parliamentary crisis, though perhaps the student knew before how even goodish people begin to waver in great causes, when they first seriously suspect the horrid truth that they may not after all be in a majority. Many squibs, caricatures, and malicious diatribes, dated in Mr. Gladstone's own hand, find shelter. But then compensation for faint-heartedness or spite abounds in the letters of the staunch. And these not from the party politicians merely. Mr. Gladstone stirred different and deeper waters. The famous fighting bishop, Philpotts of Exeter, then drawing on towards 90 and the realms of silence, writes to him on the Christmas Day of 1863, A Christian statesman is a rare object of reverence and honour. Such I entirely believe are you. I often remember the early days of my first intercourse with you. Your high principles gave an early dignity to your youth, and promised the splendid earthly career which you are fulfilling. I shall not live to witness that fulfilment. A whole generation later, General Booth wrote, "Throughout the world no people will pray more fervently and believingly for your continued life and happiness than the officers and soldiers of the Salvation Army." Here is Mr. Spurgeon, the most popular and effective of the non-conforming preachers and workers of the time, writing, "I felt ready to weep when you were treated with so much contumely by your opponent in your former struggle, and yet I rejoiced that you were educating this nation to believe in conscience and truth. I wish I could brush away the gadflies, but I suppose by this time you have been stung so often that the system has become invulnerable. You are loved by hosts of us as intensely as you are hated by certain of the savage party." And when Mr. Gladstone was to visit Spurgeon's tabernacle, January 1882, "I feel like a boy who is to preach with his father to listen to him. I shall try not to know that you are there at all, but just preach to my poor people the simple word which has held them by their thousands these 28 years. You do not know how those of us regard you, who feel it a joy to live when a Premier believes in righteousness. We believe in no man's infallibility, but it is restful to be sure of one man's integrity." That admirable sentence marks the secret. All the religious agitations of the time come before us. Eminent foreign converts from the Roman Church still find comfort in warning this most unshaken of believers against a superficial and sceptical liberalism. Others, again, condemned for heresy, hail him as dear and illustrious master, with no cordial response, we may surmise. Relying on Mr. Gladstone's character for human-heartedness and love of justice, people submit to him some of the hard domestic problems, then and so often forced upon the world by the quarrels of the churches. One lady lays before him, 1879, with superabundant detail, a case where guardians insisted on the child of a mixed marriage being brought up as a Protestant, against the fervid wishes of the surviving parent, a Catholic. Mr. Gladstone masters the circumstances, forms his judgment, elaborates it in a closely argued memorandum, and does not evade the responsibility of advising. In another of these instances the tragedy is reversed. The horrid oppression is perpetrated on the Protestant mother by the Catholic father, and here too it is Mr. Gladstone to whom the sufferer appeals for intercession. His correspondence have not always so much substance in them. One lady of evangelical strain, well known in her time, writes to him about turbulence in Ireland on the last day of 1880. The private secretary Duckett wishes you a blessed new year, but goes on in a very impertinent strain, attributing your, quote, inaction in Ireland to unprincipled colleagues and to want of heavenly guidance. Encloses suggestions for prayer. In such instances, even when the appeal came near to raving, Mr. Gladstone, wherever he thought the writer's motives sincere, seems to have replied with patience, and at a length very different from the pithy brevity of the Iron Duke upon the like occasions. Sometimes we may assume that the secretary's phlegmatic docket sufficed, as on an epistle thus described. 1. Sends review in blank on his book. 2. Would like you to read blank and blank his poems. 3. Will send you soon his prose on blank. 4. Hopes you will not overwork yourself. 5. His children call you St. William. Sometimes we know not whether it is simplicity or irony that inspires the grave politeness of his replies. He seems to be in all sincerity surprised at the view taken by somebody, quote, of the reluctance of public men to hold interviews for unexplained and indefinite purposes, and their preference for written communications. Close quote. Somebody writes a pamphlet on points of the ministerial policy, and suggests that each member of the government might order and distribute a competent number of copies. Mr. Gladstone immediately indicates two serious difficulties. First, that the ministers would then make themselves responsible for the writer's opinion in detail no less than in mass, and second, their intervention would greatly detract from its weight. Even importunity for a subscription never makes him curt. Quote, "I am sure you will not misconstrue me when I beg respectfully to state that your efforts will stand better without my personal cooperation." Close quote. Polyglot and encyclopedic. The correspondence is polyglot. In one little bundle, Cavour writes in Italian and French. The Archbishop of Cephalonia congratulates him in Greek on the first Irish land bill. And in the same tongue, the Archbishop of Chios gives him a book on the union of the Armenian with the Anatolian Communion. Huber regales him with the luxury of German cursive schrift. The Archimandrite Mirianthes forwards him objects from the Holy Land. The Patriarch of Constantinople, 1896, sends greetings and blessings, and testifies to the bonds of fellowship between the Eastern and Anglican churches, undisturbed since the days of Cyril Lucaris. Dupanloup, the famous Bishop of Orleans, 1869, applauds the plan of Juventus Mundi, its grandeur, its beauty, its moral elevation, and proceeds to ask how he can procure copies of the articles on Ecce Homo, as to which his curiosity has been aroused. A couple of notes, 1864 and 1871, from Garibaldi, the great revolutionist, are neighbours to letters, 1851-74, from Guizot, the great conservative. 3 or 4 lines in French from Garibaldi were given to Mr. Gladstone the day before leaving Clifton and England, April 24, 1864. Quote, "In leaving you, pray accept a word of recognition for all the kindness you have heaped upon me, and for the generous interest you have at all times shown for the cause of my country. Your devoted G. Garibaldi." The other, shorter still, 1871, begs him to do something for a French refugee. Minghetti, Rigasoli, and others of that celebrated group commemorate his faithful and effective goodwill to Italy. Daniel Manin, the Venetian, thanks him in admirable English for some books, as well as for his energetic and courageous act in drawing a perfidious king, Naples, before the bar of public opinion. Manzoni gives to a friend a letter of introduction, 1845, and with Italian warmth of phrase expresses his lively recollection of the day on which he made Mr. Gladstone's acquaintance, and the admiration with which his name is followed. Mérimée, the polished and fastidious genius, presents to him a French consul at Corfu, 1858, who in his quality of Philhellene and Hellenist desires ardently to make the acquaintance of Homer's learned and eloquent commentator. Lesseps, whose hand gave so tremendous and impressive a turn to forces, policies, currents of trade, promises, 1870, to keep an appointment, when he will have the double honour of being presented to the Princess Louise by a man so universally respected for the high services he has rendered to the Queen, to his country, and to the progress of the world. If the language is polyglot, the topics are encyclopedic. Bishops send him their charges. If a divine translates a hymn, he submits it. If he hits upon an argument on the mysteries of the faith, or the vexed themes of theological debate, he dispatches pages and pages to Harden, and receives page upon page in reply. Young authors, and especially young authoresses, pestered him to review their books, though his patience and good nature make pester seem an inapplicable word. A Scotch professor, for some reason or other, copies out and forwards to him one of Goethe's reflections and maxims. Quote, "How may a man attain to self-knowledge? By contemplation? Certainly not, but by action. Try to do your duty, and you will find what you are fit for. But what is your duty? The demand of the hour." Close quote. As if of all men then living on our planet, Mr. Gladstone were not he to whom such counsel was most superfluous. He replies, October 9th, 1880, "I feel the immense, the overmastering power of Goethe, but with such limited knowledge as I have of his works, I am unable to answer the question whether he has or has not been an evil genius of humanity." Spirit of tolerance. In 1839, Spedding, the Baconian, to whom years later the Prime Minister proposed that he should fill the chair of history at Cambridge, wrote to him that John Sterling, of whom Mr. Gladstone already knew something, was prevented by health from living in London, and so by way of meeting his friends on his occasional visits, had proposed that certain of them should agree to dine together cheaply once a month at some stated place. As yet Stirling had only spoken to Carlyle, John Mill, Morris, and Bingham Baring. "I hope," says Spedding, "that your devotion to the more general interests of mankind will not prevent your assisting in this little job." Mr. Gladstone seems not to have assisted, though his friend Bishop Wilberforce did, and fell into some hot water in consequence. A veteran and proclaimed free-thinker sets out to Mr. Gladstone his own recognition of what ought to be a truism, that he is for every man being faithful to his faith, that his aggressive denial of the inspiration of the Bible did not prevent him from sending a copy in large type to his old mother to read when her eyes were dim, that he respected consolations congenial to the conscience. "I hope," he says to Mr. Gladstone, "there is a future life, and if so, my not being sure of it will not prevent it, and I know of no better way of deserving it than by conscious service of humanity. The universe never filled me with such wonder and awe as when I knew I could not account for it. I admit ignorance is a privation, but to submit not to know, where knowledge is withheld, seems but one of the sacrifices that reverence for truth imposes on us." The same correspondent speaks, 1881, of "the noble toleration which you have personally shown me, notwithstanding what you must think seriously erroneous views of mine, and upon which I do not keep silence." Mr. Gladstone had written to him 6 years before, 1875. "Differing from you, I do not believe that secular motives are adequate either to propel or to restrain the children of our race, but I earnestly desire to hear the other side, and I appreciate the advantage of having it stated by sincere and high-minded men." There is a letter, too, from the son of another conspicuous preacher of negation, replying to some words of Mr. Gladstone which he took to be disparaging of his parent, and begging him, a lifelong idealist yourself, to think more worthily and sympathetically of one whom, if he had known, he would have appreciated and admired. A considerable correspondence is here from the learned Bishop Stubbs, 1888, on the character of Bishop Fisher of Rochester, the fellow sufferer of Moore, on the Convocation Act of 1531 and the other Convocation Acts of Elizabeth, on Father Walsh's letters, and other matters of the 16th century. In fact, it is safe to assume that Mr. Gladstone has always some ecclesiastical, historical, theological controversy running alongside of the political and party business of the day. Nobody that ever lived tried to ride so many horses abreast. Another prelate puts a point that is worth remembering by every English school of foreign policy. In 1879, writes Bishop Crichton, February 15, 1887, when foreign affairs were much before the public, I suggested to a publisher a series of books dealing quite shortly and clearly with the political history and constitution of the chief states of Europe from 1815. I designed them for popular instruction, thinking it of great importance that people in general should know what they were talking about when they spoke of France or Russia. The result of my attempt was to convince me that our ignorance of the last 60 years is colossal. Lord Stanhope has been reading, 1858, the Tusculan Questions, and confides to Mr. Gladstone's sympathetic ear Cicero's shockingly faulty recollection of Homer, mistaking Euryclea for Anticlea, the nurse for the mother, and giving to Polyphemus a speech that Polyphemus never spoke. A bishop says Macaulay told him that one of the most eloquent passages in the English language is in Barrow's 75th sermon on the Nativity. Quote, "Let us consider that the Nativity doth import the completion of many ancient promises." Let us abound and overabound on that most movable of topics, the present state of the Homeric controversy. Scott, the lexicographer, sends him Greek epigrams on events too fugitive to be now worth recalling, discusses Homeric points, and while not surrendering at discretion, admits them worthy of much consideration. There are many pages from Thirlwall, that great scholar and enlightened man, upon points of Homeric ethnology, Homeric geography, and such questions as whether a line in the Iliad, Book 14, line 321, makes the mother of Minos to be a Phoenician damsel or the daughter of Phoenix, or whether it is possible to attach a meaning to Enenoros that would represent Minos as beginning his reign when 9 years old, a thing, the grave bishop adds, even more strange than the passion of Dante for Beatrice at the same age. Darwin, Hooker, Huxley. Huxley sends him titles of books on the origin of the domestic horse. Sir Joseph Hooker supplies figures of the girth of giant trees, the number of annual rings in a fallen stump which would seem to give it 6,420 years, tells him how the wood of another was as sound after 380 years as if just felled. Somebody else interests him in Helmholtz's experiments on the progression of the vibrations of the true vowel sounds. Letters pass between him and Darwin, 1879, on colours and names for colours. Darwin suggests the question whether savages have names for shades of colours. I should expect that they have not, and this would be remarkable, for the Indians of Chile and Tierra del Fuego have names for every slight promontory and hill to a marvellous degree. Mr. Gladstone proposes to nominate him a trustee of the British Museum, April 1881, and Darwin replies, "I would gladly have accepted, had my strength been sufficient for anything like regular attendance at the meetings." Professor Owen thanks him for the honour of Knight of the Bath, and expresses his true sense of the aid and encouragement that he has uniformly received from Mr. Gladstone throughout the course of the labours from which he is now retiring. He corresponds with a learned French statesman, not on the insoluble Newfoundland problem, turning so much on the nice issue whether a lobster is a fish, and not on the vexed Egyptian question, but on the curious prohibition of pork as an article of food, a strange contradiction between the probable practice of the Phoenicians and that of the Jews, perpetrated in our times through all Mussulman countries, and a prohibition not to be explained on sanitary grounds, because to the present day Christians in the East all indulge in pork, and are none the worse for it. A young member of Parliament one night fell into conversation with him, as a branch from the subject of the eating of bovine flesh by the Greeks, on the eating of horse flesh, and the next day writes to mention to him that at a council in 785 with the Bishop of Ostia as president, it was decreed, "Many among you eat horses, which is not done by any Christians in the East. Avoid this." And he asks Mr. Gladstone whether he believed that by reason of the high estimation in which the Greeks held the horse, they abstained from his flesh. Mr. Gladstone, August 1889, replies that while on his guard against speaking with confidence about the historic period, he thought he was safe in saying that the Greeks did not eat the horse in the heroic period, and he refers to passages in this book and the other. Quote, "It was only a conjecture, however, on my part that the near relation of the horse to human feeling and life may probably have been the cause that prevented the consumption of horseflesh." In a further letter he refers his correspondent to the closing part of The Englishman in Paris for some curious particulars on hippophagy. Then he seems to have interested himself in a delicate question as to the personal claims of Socrates in the light of a moral reformer, and the sage's accommodation of moral sentiment to certain existing fashions in Athenian manners. But as I have not his side of the correspondence, I can only guess that his point was the inferiority of the moral ideals of Socrates to those of Christ. Gustav Deichthal, one of the celebrated group of Saint-Simonians who mingled so much of what was chimerical with much that was practical and fruitful, draws the attention of Mr. Gladstone, statesman, philosopher, and Hellenist, to writings of his own on the practical use of Greek, as destined to be the great national language of humanity, perhaps even within the space of 2 or 3 generations. Guizot begs him to accept his book on Peel, and thanking him for his article on the Royal Supremacy, February 9, 1864, says further what must have given Mr. Gladstone lively satisfaction. Quote, "Like you, I could wish that the Anglican Church had more independence and self-government, but such as it is, and taking all its history into account, I believe that of all the Christian churches, it is that in which the spiritual regime is best reconciled with the political, and the rights of divine tradition with those of human liberty, I shall probably send you in the course of this year some meditations on the essence and history of the Christian religion. Europe is in an anti-Christian crisis, and having come near the term of life, I have it much at heart to mark my place in this struggle. Men of Letters. For some reason Henry Taylor encloses him, April 5th, 1837, quote, "A letter written by Southey the other day to a wild girl who sent him some rhapsodies of her writing, and told him she should be in an agony till she should receive his opinion of them." Close quote. This recalls a curious literary incident, for the wild girl was Charlotte Bronte, and Southey warned her that, quote, "literature cannot be the business of a woman's life and ought not to be," close quote. And yet his letter was both sensible and kind, though as time showed it was a bad shot. Thackeray has been asked to breakfast, but, quote, "I only got your note at 2 o'clock this afternoon, when the tea would have been quite cold, and next Thursday am engaged to lecture at Exeter, so that I can't hope to breakfast with you. I shall be absent from town some 3 weeks, and hope Mrs. Gladstone will permit me to come to see her on my return." Close quote. Froude, who was often at his breakfasts, gives him a book, Year Doubtful. Quote, "I took the liberty of sending it to you merely as an expression of the respect and admiration that I have felt towards you for many years." Close quote. Sentiments that hardly stood the wear and tear of time and circumstance. In 1850, what Macaulay styles a most absurd committee was appointed to devise inscriptions for medals to be given to the exhibitors at the great World Show of next year. Its members were, besides Macaulay himself and Gladstone, Milman, Liddell, Littleton, Charles Merivale. Milman bethought him of looking into Claudian, and sent to Mr. Gladstone 3 or 4 alternative lines fished out from the last of the poets of Roman paganism. Macaulay had another idea. Quote, "My dear Gladstone, I am afraid that we must wait till Thursday. I do not much like taking words from a passage certainly obscure and probably corrupt. Could we not do better ourselves? I have made no Latin verses these many years, but I will venture. I send you 3 attempts. Pulcher et illa labor, pulchros honore labores. Pulchrum etiam, pulchros parma donare labores. Pulchrum etiam, pulchris meritam decenere parmam. You will easily make better. If we can produce a tolerable line among us, we may pretend, as Lardner did, that it is in Herphorstrus or Massenius. Yours ever, T.B. Macaulay." Francis Newman, the Cardinal's high-minded and accomplished brother, writes to Mr. Gladstone, 1878, in a strain of exalted recognition of his services to the nation, and quotes, a little oddly perhaps, the beautiful lines in Euripides foretelling the approaching triumph of Dionysus over his mortal foe. Note, "Happy the man who from out the floods has fled the storm and found the haven. Happy, too, is he who has surmounted toil and trouble." Bacchae, 902-5. The poets are not absent. Wordsworth, as we have already seen, sends to him at the Board of Trade his remonstrance and his sonnet on the railway into Windermere. Tennyson addresses to him for his personal behoof the sonnet upon the Redistribution Bill of 1884, quote, "Steersman, be not precipitate in thine act of steering." Close quote. And on a sheet of notepaper at a later date when Irish self-government was the theme, he copies the Greek lines from Pindar, quote, "How easy a thing it is even for men of light weight to shake a state, how hard to build it up again." Close quote. Rogers, 1844, insists that, quote, "If one may judge from experience, perhaps the best vehicle in our language for a translator of verse is prose. He who doubts it has only to open his Bible. Who could wish the stories of Joseph and of Ruth to be otherwise than they are? Or who but would rejoice if the Iliad and the Odyssey were so translated? I once asked Pawson to attempt it, and he seemed to like the idea, but said that it would be a labour of 10 or 12 years. Matthew Arnold, Watts. There was one true poet, and not only a poet but a man, as we now see, with far truer insight into the intellectual needs of his countrymen, than any other writer of the closing quarter of the century, who is sometimes supposed to have been overlooked by Mr. Gladstone. And here, in the Octagon, is Matthew Arnold's letter soliciting his recommendation, 1867, for the strictly prosaic post of Librarian of the House of Commons, which happily he did not obtain. The year before, Arnold had wished to be made a commissioner under the Endowed Schools Act, but a lawyer was rightly thought necessary by Lord Russell or his advisers, and there is no good reason to suppose that Mr. Gladstone meddled either way. He was responsible in 1882 for a third disappointment, but here again it has been truly said that to appoint to the Charity Commission a man of 60, who had no intimate knowledge of charity law, and who had recently in his articles irritated all the nonconformists in England by his ironical references to dissent and dissenters, would not have been conducive to the efficient transaction of public business. A year later Mr. Gladstone proffered him, and his friends made him accept, a civil list pension of £250 a year, quote, "in public recognition of service to the poetry and literature of England." Close quote. Arnold in a letter here tries to soften Mr. Gladstone's heart on the subject of copyright, on which, as I often made bold to tell him, he held some rather flagrant heresies. Here the poet begs the minister to consider whether an English author ought not to have property in his work for a longer time than he has now. Quote, "For many books the sale begins late. The author has to create, as Wordsworth said, the taste by which he is to be enjoyed. Such an author is surely the very man one would wish to protect." Close quote. I fear he made no convert. Another poet, with no eye on patronage or pension, hopes to be permitted to say, 1869, quote, "How very many of your countrymen whom you have forgotten or never saw, follow your noble and courageous development of legislation with the same personal devotion, gratitude, and gladness that I feel." Close quote. Then 5 years later he still assures him that among men of letters he may have antagonists, but he cannot have enemies. Rather a fine distinction, with painfully little truth in it as things happened. To Miss Martineau, who had done hard work in more than one good cause, he proposes a pension, which she honourably declines. Quote, "The work of my busy years has supplied the needs of a quiet old age. On the former occasions of my declining a pension I was poor, and it was a case of scruple, possibly cowardice. Now I have a competence, and there would be no excuse for my touching the public money. You will need no assurance that I am as grateful for your considerate offer as if it had relieved me of a wearing anxiety." Close quote. In 1885 he wrote to Mr. Watts, the illustrious painter, to request, with the sanction of the Queen, that he would allow himself to be enrolled among the baronets of the United Kingdom. "It gives me lively pleasure," he said, "to have the means of thus doing honour to art in the person of so distinguished a representative of the noble pursuit." Mr. Watts, in words that I am permitted to transcribe, declined, as he did also a second time in 1894, when the proposal was repeated. Quote, "While I feel very strongly, and acknowledge with sincere gratitude, that you have honoured in my person, making me a sort of standard-bearer, the pursuit of art for its own sake, and have so afforded an enduring encouragement to those who, like myself, may be willing to relinquish many good and tangible things for purposes believed to be good, but not likely to meet with general sympathy, still, I feel it would be something like a real disgrace to accept for work merely attempted, reward and payment only due to work achieved. I should have the ghost of the Lycian chief reproaching me in my dreams. Also, the objects to which I wish to dedicate the rest of my life will best be carried out in quiet and obscurity, so please do not be vexed with me if I again beg respectfully and gratefully to decline. Sarpedon's words always ring in my ears, and so I think you will understand the things I cannot attempt to say. I am so far from undervaluing distinctions that I should like to be a duke, and deserve the title. Still it is true that, living mainly in a world of my own, my views are narrowed, I hope I may also say simplified, till a sense of the four great conditions which to my mind comprise all that can be demonstrated of our existence, life and death, light and darkness, so dominate my mental vision that they almost become material entities and take material forms, dwarfing and casting into shadow ordinary considerations. Over the two first, human efforts broadly speaking avail nothing, but we have it in our power to modify the two last. Of course, I include in the terms all that belongs to good and bad, beauty and ugliness. Labouring by the side of the poet and the statesman, the artist may deal with those great issues, and here I think the art of England has been at fault. Your overestimate of my work has hastened the execution of an intention I have long had, and which indeed amounts to retirement from the ranks of professional men. I have concluded, dating from June, to undertake no portraits and accept no commissions, but, contented with the little I have to live upon, work only with the idea of making my efforts worthy, at least as efforts, of the nation's acceptance alike before and after my death." Close quote. "You have adopted a resolution," said Mr. Gladstone in his reply, "of the kind that makes the 19th century stare or blink, as those blink who stand in a great brightness and have not eyes for it. The course that you purpose is indeed a self-denying, an unworldly, and a noble one." Death of Mill. One packet touches a matter that at the moment did Mr. Gladstone some harm in the judgment of men whose good opinion was worth having. In 1873 John Stuart Mill died, and a public memorial was proposed. Mr. Gladstone intimated that he was willing to cooperate. Then a Liberal clergyman attacked the obituary notice in the Times as too frigid, and the author of the notice retorted by tales of Mill's early views on the question of population. He was well acquainted with Mr. Gladstone, and set busily to work to persuade him that Mill, in his book on political economy, advocated obnoxious checks, that he was vaguely associated with American publications on the matter, and that he did not believe in God, which was not to the point. Mr. Gladstone passed on this tissue of innuendo to the Duke of Argyll. The Duke reported that he had consulted men thoroughly conversant both with Mill and his writings, that he was assured no passage could bear the construction imputed, and that the places which he had himself looked into clearly referred to prudential restraints on marriage. Certainly a school of social economy that deals only with foreign exchanges and rent and values and the virtues of direct taxes and indirect, and draws the curtain around the question of population, must be a singularly shallow affair. The Duke of Argyll manfully brushed wasps aside, and sent his subscription. So did men as orthodox as Lord Salisbury, and as cautious as Lord Derby. Mr. Gladstone, on the other hand, wrote to the promoters of the memorial, "In my view this painful controversy still exists. I feel that it is not possible for me, situated as I am at the present time, to decide it or to examine it with a view to decision. The only course open to me is to do no act involving a judgment either way, and therefore, while I desire to avoid any public step whatever, I withdraw from cooperation, and request that my name may be no further mentioned." Unfortunately, the withdrawal of such a name could not be other than a public step. To say, moreover, that the controversy still existed, was to go a longish way in public opinion towards deciding it. The curious thing is that Mr. Gladstone had known Mill so well, his single-minded love of truth, his humanity, his passion for justice, as to call him by the excellent name of the Saint of Rationalism. A saint of any sort is surely uncommon enough in our fallen world, to claim an equity that is not refused to sinners. Yet 15 years later he wrote a letter doing Mill more justice. "Of all the motives, stings and stimulants," he wrote, "that reach men through their egoism in Parliament, no part could move or even touch him. His conduct and his language were in this respect a sermon. Again, though he was a philosopher, he was not, I think, a man of crotchets. He had the good sense and practical tact of politics, together with the high independent thought of a recluse. Note: Mr. Gladstone to Mr. W. L. Courtney, September 5th, 1888. A learned Unitarian, Beard, sends him a volume of Hibbert Lectures. All systems, Mr. Gladstone writes in acknowledging it, have their slang, but what I find in almost every page of your book is that you have none. He complains, however, of finding Augustine put into a leash with Luther and Calvin. Quote, Augustine's doctrine of human nature is substantially that of Bishop Butler, and he converted me about 45 years ago to Butler's doctrine. Close quote. Of far earlier date than this, 1839, is an interesting letter from Montalembert. Quote, London, July 4th, 1839. It seems to me that amidst many dissentiments, and although you pass generally in this country for an enemy to my faith and my church, there is a link between us, since admitting every superiority of talent and influence on your side, we stand on the same ground in public life, that of the inalienable rights of spiritual power. I have, therefore, received your book with gratitude, and read it with the sincerest interest. I now take the liberty of offering you a portion of the work I have published, not on matter of actual controversy, but on an unknown and delightful subject of religious history. If you ever find leisure enough to throw a glance on the history of St. Elizabeth, and more particularly on the introduction, which is a rapid resume of the 13th century, you will perhaps gain some slight information on what the Reverend Hugh McNeill so appropriately called the filth and falsehood of the Middle Ages, in his splendid speech on church extension at Freemasons' Hall a few days ago. And allow me to add, my dear sir, with the utter frankness which I cannot divest myself of, that what you seem to me to stand the most in need of at present is a deeper and more original knowledge of the laws and events of Catholic Europe. Close quote. Then come others, recalling illustrious names and famous events in English history. There are a dozen letters of business, 1837 to 1846, from the Duke of Wellington. The reader may be curious to see the earliest communication between two such men. London, November 27th, 1837. I have by accident mislaid the petition from the Cape of Good Hope, if it was ever sent me, but I shall be happy to see you and converse with you upon the subject, and consider whether it is desirable or possible that I can bring the subject before the consideration of the House of Lords, at the same time that you will in the H.of.C. I would propose to you to come here, or that I should go to you tomorrow, Tuesday, at any hour you will name. I have the honour to be, dear sir, your most faithful, humble servant, Wellington. Once he uses his well-known laconic style. Strathfieldsaye, January 3rd, 1842. F.M. the Duke of Wellington presents his compliments to Mr. Gladstone. He has received Mr. Gladstone's letter of the 1st instant. He begs leave to decline to interfere in any manner in the matter to which Mr. Gladstone's letter refers. What the matter was we cannot tell, but we may guess that it was perhaps less tersely propounded. The rest touch military affairs in the colonies, and are now of no concern. Here we have a last vision of one of the forlorn shadows of ruined power. Chislehurst, le 5 juillet, 1871. Monsieur le Ministre, j'ai reçu la copie du nouveau ballot bill que votre Excellence a bien voulu m'envoyer, et je profite de cette occasion pour vous dire combien je suis touché des marques d'attention que je reçois en Angleterre. Je vous prie de recevoir l'assurance de mes sentiments de haute estime. Napoleon. Notes from and to his illustrious adversary in the stirring arena of public life are not without a delicate accent of pathos and sincerity. The first was on some occasion of Mrs. Disraeli's illness, referred to by Mr. Gladstone in the House of Commons, November 19th, 1867. The second on her death. Quote, November 20th, 1867. I was incapable yesterday of expressing to you how much I appreciate your considerate sympathy. My wife had always a strong personal regard for you, and being of a vivid and original character, she could comprehend and value your great gifts and qualities. There is a ray of hope under this roof since the last 24 hours. Round your hearth, I trust, health and happiness will be ever present. Yours sincerely, B. Disraeli. 6 years later, when Lady Beaconsfield died, Mr. Gladstone wrote, January 19th, 1873, Dear Mr. Disraeli, my reluctance to intrude on the sacredness and freshness of your sorrow may now, I think, properly give way to a yet stronger reluctance to forego adding our small but very sincere tribute of sympathy to those abundant manifestations of it which have been yielded in so many forms. You and I were, as I believe, married in the same year. It has been permitted to both of us to enjoy a priceless boon through a third of a century. Spared myself the blow which has fallen on you, I can form some conception of what it must have been and must be. I do not presume to offer you the consolation which you will seek from another and higher quarter. I offer only the assurance which all who know you, and all who knew Lady Beaconsfield, and especially those among them who like myself enjoyed for a length of time her marked, though unmerited regard, may perhaps tender without impropriety the assurance that in this trying hour they feel deeply for you and with you. Believe me, sincerely yours, W. E. Gladstone. Huon de Manor, January 24th, 1873. Dear Mr. Gladstone, I am much touched by your kind words in my great sorrow. I earnestly trust, that you may be spared a similar affliction. Marriage is the greatest earthly happiness when founded on complete sympathy. That hallowed lot was mine, and for a moiety of my existence, and I know it is yours. With sincere regard, D. A last note, with the quavering penstrokes of old age, November 6th, 1888, comes from the hand, soon to grow cold, of one who had led so strange a revolution, and had stood for so much in the movement of things that to Mr. Gladstone were supreme. It is a great kindness and compliment your wishing to see me. I have known and admired you so long, but I cannot write, nor talk, nor walk, and hope you will take my blessing, which I give from my heart. Yours most truly, John H. Cardinal Newman. So the perpetual whirl of life revolves, quote, by nature an unmanageable sight, but, quote, not wholly so to him who looks in steadiness, who hath among least things an under-sense of greatest, sees the parts as parts, but with a feeling of the whole. Note the Prelude 7. Such steadiness, such under-sense and feeling of the whole, was Mr. Gladstone's gift and inspiration, never expending itself in pensive musings upon the vain ambitions, illusions, cheats, regrets of human life. Such moods of half-morbid moralizing were not in his temperament, but ever stirring him to duty and manful hope, to intrepid self-denial and iron effort. End of the Octagon, from The Life of William Ewart Gladstone, by John Morley. Read by Loveday.
Die Sonnenfinsternis am 8. Juli 1842 by Adalbert Stifter. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Es gibt Dinge, die man 50 Jahre weiß, und im 51. erstaunt man über die Schwere und Furchtbarkeit ihres Inhaltes. So ist es mir bei der totalen Sonnenfinsternis ergangen, welche wir in Wien am 8. Juli 1842 in den frühesten Morgenstunden bei dem günstigsten Himmel erlebten. Da ich die Sache recht schön auf dem Papiere durch eine Zeichnung und Rechnung darstellen kann, und da ich wusste, um so und so viel Uhr trete der Mond unter der Sonne weg, und die Erde schneide ein Stück seines kegelförmigen Schattens ab, welches dann wegen des Fortschreitens des Mondes in seiner Bahn und wegen der Achsdrehung der Erde einen schwarzen Streifen über ihre Kugel ziehe, was man dann an verschiedenen Orten zu verschiedenen Zeiten in der Art sieht, dass eine schwarze Scheibe in die Sonne zu rücken scheint und von ihr immer mehr und mehr wegnimmt, bis nur eine schmale Sichel übrig bleibt und endlich auch sie verschwindet. Auf Erden wird es da immer finsterer und finsterer, bis wieder am anderen Ende die Sonnensichel erscheint und wächst und das Licht auf Erden nach und nach wieder zum vollen Tage anschwillt. Dies alles wusste ich voraus, und zwar so gut, dass ich eine totale Sonnenfinsternis im Voraus so getreu beschreiben zu können vermeinte, als hätte ich sie bereits gesehen. Aber da sie nun wirklich eintrat, da ich auf einer Warte hoch über der ganzen Stadt stand und die Erscheinung mit eigenen Augen anblickte, da geschahen freilich ganz andere Dinge, an die ich weder wachend noch träumend gedacht hatte und an die keiner denkt, der das Wunder nicht gesehen. Nie und nie in meinem ganzen Leben war ich so erschüttert, von Schauer und Erhabenheit so erschüttert wie in diesen 2 Minuten. Es war nicht anders, als hätte Gott auf einmal ein deutliches Wort gesprochen, und ich hätte es verstanden. Ich stieg von der Warte herab, wie vor 1000 und 1000 Jahren etwa Moses von dem brennenden Berge herabgestiegen sein mochte, verwirrten und betäubten Herzens. Es war ein so einfach Ding. Ein Körper leuchtet einen andern an, und dieser wirft seinen Schatten auf einen dritten. Aber die Körper stehen in solchen Abständen, dass wir in unserer Vorstellung kein Maß mehr dafür haben. Sie sind so riesengroß, dass sie über alles, was wir groß heißen, hinausschwellen. Ein solcher Komplex von Erscheinungen ist mit diesem einfachen Dinge verbunden, eine solche moralische Gewalt ist in diesen physikalischen Hergang gelegt, dass er sich unserem Herzen zum unbegreiflichen Wunder emportürmt. Vor 1000 mal 1000 Jahren hat Gott es so gemacht, dass es heute zu dieser Sekunde sein wird. In unsere Herzen aber hat er die Fieber gelegt, es zu empfinden. Durch die Schrift seiner Sterne hat er versprochen, dass es kommen werde nach 1000 und 1000 Jahren. Unsere Väter haben diese Schrift entziffern gelernt und die Sekunde angesagt, in der es eintreffen müsse. Wir, die späten Enkel, richten unsere Augen und Gehöre zu gedachter Sekunde gegen die Sonne, und siehe, es kommt. Der Verstand triumphiert schon, dass er ihm die Pracht und Einrichtung seiner Himmel nachgerechnet und abgelernt hat. Und in der Tat, der Triumph ist einer der gerechtesten des Menschen. Es kommt. Stille wächst es weiter. Aber siehe, Gott gab ihm auch für das Herz etwas mit, das wir nicht vorausgewusst und das millionenmal mehr wert ist, als was der Verstand begriff und vorausberechnen konnte. Das Wort gab er ihm mit: Ich bin. Nicht darum bin ich, weil diese Körper sind und diese Erscheinung, nein, sondern darum, weil es euch in diesem Moment euer Herz schaudernd sagt und weil dieses Herz sich doch trotz der Schauder als groß empfindet. Das Tier hat gefürchtet, der Mensch hat angebetet. Ich will es in diesen Zeilen versuchen, für die 1000 Augen, die zugleich an jenem Moment zum Himmel aufblickten, das Bild, und für die 1000 Herzen, die zugleich schlugen, die Empfindung nachzumalen und festzuhalten, insofern dies eine schwache menschliche Feder überhaupt zu tun imstande ist. Ich stieg um 5 Uhr auf die Warte des Hauses Nummer 459 in der Stadt, von wo aus man die Übersicht nicht nur über die ganze Stadt hat, sondern auch um das Land um dieselbe, bis zu dem fernsten Horizonte, an dem die ungarischen Berge wie zarte Luftbilder dämmern. Die Sonne war bereits herauf und glänzte freundlich auf die rauchenden Donauauen nieder, auf die spiegelnden Wässer und auf die vielkantigen Formen der Stadt, vorzüglich auf die Stephanskirche, die ordentlich greifbar nahe an uns aus der Stadt wie ein dunkles, ruhiges Gebirge aus Geröll emporstand. Mit einem seltsamen Gefühl schaute man die Sonne an, da an ihr nach wenigen Minuten so Merkwürdiges vorgehen sollte. Weit draußen, wo der große Strom geht, lag eine dicke, langgestreckte Nebellinie. Auch im südöstlichen Horizont krochen Nebel- und Wolkenbalken herum, die wir sehr fürchteten, und ganze Teile der Stadt schwammen in Dunst hinaus. An der Stelle der Sonne waren nur ganz schwache Schleier, und auch diese ließen große blaue Inseln durchblicken. Die Instrumente waren gestellt, die Sonnengläser in Bereitschaft gehalten, aber es war doch noch nicht an der Zeit. Unten ging das Gerassel der Wägen, das Laufen und Treiben an. Oben sammelten sich betrachtende Menschen. Unsere Warte füllte sich, aus den Dachfenstern der umstehenden Häuser blickten Köpfe, auf Dachfirsten standen Gestalten, alle nach derselben Stelle des Himmels blickend. Selbst auf der äußersten Spitze des Stephansturmes, auf der letzten Platte des Baugerüstes stand eine schwarze Gruppe, wie auf Felsen oft ein Schöpfchen Wald anflog. Und wie viele tausend Augen mochten in diesem Augenblicke von den umliegenden Bergen nach der Sonne schauen, nach derselben Sonne, die Jahrtausende den Segen herabgeschüttet, ohne dass einer dankt. Heute ist sie das Ziel von Millionen Augen, aber immer noch, wie man sie mit den dämpfenden Gläsern anschaut, schwebt sie als rote oder grüne Kugel rein und schön umzirkelt in dem Raume. Endlich zur vorausgesagten Minute, gleichsam wie von einem unsichtbaren Engel, empfing sie den sanften Todeskuss. Ein feiner Streifen ihres Lichtes wich vor dem Hauche dieses Kusses zurück, der andere Rand wallte in dem Glase des Sternenrohres zart und golden fort. »Es kommt«, riefen nun auch die, welche bloß mit dämpfenden Gläsern, aber sonst mit freien Augen hinaufschauten. »Es kommt«, und mit Spannung blickte nun alles auf den Fortgang. Die erste seltsame, fremde Empfindung rieselte nun durch die Herzen. Es war die, dass draußen in der Entfernung von Tausenden und Millionen Meilen, wohin nie ein Mensch gedrungen, an Körpern, dessen Wesen nie ein Mensch erkannte, nun auf einmal etwas zur selben Sekunde geschehe, auf die es schon längst der Mensch auf Erden festgesetzt. Man wende nicht ein, die Sache sei ja natürlich und an den Bewegungsgesetzen der Körper leicht rechenbar. Die wunderbare Magie des Schönen, die Gott den Dingen mitgab, frägt nichts nach solchen Rechnungen. Sie ist da, weil sie da ist. Sie ist trotz der Rechnungen da, und selig das Herz, welches sie empfinden kann. Denn nur dies ist Reichtum, und einen anderen gibt es nicht. Schon in dem ungeheuren Raum des Himmlischen wohnt das Erhabene, das unsere Seele überwältigt. Und doch ist dieser Raum in der Mathematik sonst nichts als groß. Indes nun alle schauten und man bald dieses, bald jenes Rohr rückte und stellte und sich auf dies und jenes aufmerksam machte, wuchs das unsichtbare Dunkel immer mehr und mehr in das schöne Licht der Sonne ein. Alle harrten, die Spannung stieg, aber so gewaltig ist die Fülle dieses Lichtmeeres, das von dem Sonnenkörper niederregnet, dass man auf Erden keinen Mangel fühlte. Die Wolken glänzten fort, das Band des Wassers schimmerte, die Vögel flogen und kreuzten lustig über den Dächern, die Stephanstürme warfen ruhig ihre Schatten gegen das funkelnde Dach. Über die Brücke wimmelte das Fahren und Reiten wie sonst. Sie ahneten nicht, dass indessen oben der Balsam des Lebens, das Licht, heimlich wegsieche. Dennoch draußen an dem kahlen Gebirge und jenseits des Schlosses Belvedere war es schon, als schliche Finsternis oder vielmehr ein bleigraues Licht wie ein böses Tier heran. Aber es konnte auch Täuschung sein. Auf unserer Warte war es lieb und hell, und Wangen und Angesichter der Nahestehenden waren klar und freundlich wie immer. Seltsam war es, dass dies unheimliche, klumpenhafte, tiefschwarze, vorrückende Ding, das langsam die Sonne wegfraß, unser Mond sein sollte, der schöne, sanfte Mond, der sonst die Nächte so florig silbern beglänzte. Aber doch war er es, und im Sternenrohr erschienen auch seine Ränder mit Zacken und Wulsten besetzt, den furchtbaren Bergen, die sich auf dem uns so freundlich lächelnden Runde türmen. Endlich wurde auch auf Erden die Wirkung sichtbar, und immer mehr, je schmäler die am Himmel glühende Sichel wurde. Der Fluss schimmerte nicht mehr, sondern war ein taftgraues Band, matte Schatten lagen umher, die Schwalben wurden unruhig, der schöne, sanfte Glanz des Himmels erlosch, als liefe er von einem Hauche matt an. Ein kühles Lüftchen hob sich und stieß gegen uns, über den Auen starrte ein unbeschreiblich seltsames, aber bleischweres Licht, über den Wäldern war mit dem Lichterspiele die Beweglichkeit verschwunden, und Ruhe lag auf ihnen, aber nicht die des Schlummers, sondern die der Ohnmacht. Und immer fahler goss sich's über die Landschaft, und diese wurde immer starrer. Die Schatten unserer Gestalten legten sich leer und inhaltslos gegen das Gemäuer, die Gesichter wurden aschgrau. Erschütternd war dieses allmähliche Sterben mitten in der noch vor wenigen Minuten herrschenden Frische des Morgens. Wir hatten uns das Eindämmern wie etwa ein Abendwerden vorgestellt, nur ohne Abendröte. Wie geisterhaft aber ein Abendwerden ohne Abendröte ist, hatten wir uns nicht vorgestellt. Aber auch außerdem war dies Dämmern ein ganz anderes. Es war ein lastend unheimliches Entfremden unserer Natur. Gegen Südost lag eine fremde, gelbrote Finsternis, und die Berge und selbst das Belvedere wurden von ihr eingetrunken. Die Stadt sank zu unseren Füßen immer tiefer, wie ein wesenloses Schattenspiel hinab. Das Fahren und Gehen und Reiten über die Brücke geschah, als sähe man es in einem schwarzen Spiegel. Die Spannung stieg aufs Höchste. Einen Blick tat ich noch in das Sternrohr, es war der letzte, so schmal wie mit der Schneide eines Federmessers in das Dunkel geritzt, stand nur mehr die glühende Sichel da, jeden Augenblick zum Erlöschen, und wie ich das freie Auge hob, sah ich auch, dass bereits alle anderen die Sonnengläser weggetan und bloßen Auges hinaufschauten. Sie hatten auch keines mehr nötig, denn nicht anders als wie der letzte Funke eines erlöschenden Dochtes schmolz eben auch der letzte Sonnenfunke weg, wahrscheinlich durch die Schlucht zwischen zwei Mondbergen zurück. Es war ein ordentlich trauriger Augenblick. Deckend stand nun Scheibe auf Scheibe, und dieser Moment war es eigentlich, der wahrhaft herzzermalmend wirkte. Das hatte keiner geahnt. Ein einstimmiges Ah aus aller Munde und dann Totenstille. Es war der Moment, da Gott redete und die Menschen gehorchten. Hatte uns früher das allmähliche Erblassen und Einschwinden der Natur gedrückt und verödet, und hatten wir uns das nur fortgehend, in eine Art Tod schwindend gedacht, so wurden wir nun plötzlich aufgeschreckt und emporgerissen durch die furchtbare Kraft und Gewalt der Bewegung, die da auf einmal durch den ganzen Himmel lag. Die Horizontwolken, die wir früher gefürchtet, halfen das Phänomen erst richtig bauen. Sie standen nun wie Riesen auf, von ihrem Scheitel rann ein fürchterliches Rot, und in tiefem, kaltem, schwerem Blau wölbten sie sich unter und drückten den Horizont. Nebelbänke, die schon lange am äußersten Erdsaum gequollen und bloß mißfärbig gewesen waren, machten sich nun geltend und schauderten in einem zarten, furchtbaren Glanze, der sie überlief. Farben, die nie ein Auge gesehen, schweiften durch den Himmel. Der Mond stand mitten in der Sonne, aber nicht mehr als schwarze Scheibe, sondern gleichsam halb transparent wie mit einem leichten Stahlschimmer überlaufen. Rings um ihn kein Sonnenrand, sondern ein wundervoller, schöner Kreis von Schimmer, bläulich, rötlich, in Strahlen auseinanderbrechend, nicht anders als gösse die oben stehende Sonne ihre Lichtflut auf die Mondeskugel nieder, dass es rings auseinanderspritzte. Das Holdeste, was ich je an Lichtwirkung sah. Draußen, weit über das Marschfeld hin, lag schief eine lange, spitze Lichtpyramide, gräßlich gelb, in Schwefelfarbe flammend und unnatürlich blau gesäumt. Es war die jenseits des Schattens beleuchtete Atmosphäre, aber nie schien ein Licht so wenig irdisch, so furchtbar, und von ihm floß das aus, mittels dessen wir sahen. Hatte uns frühere Eintönigkeit verödet, so waren wir jetzt erdrückt von Kraft und Glanz und Masse. Unsere eigenen Gestalten hafteten darin wie schwarze, hohle Gespenster, die keine Tiefe haben. Das Phantom der Stephanskirche hing in der Luft, die andere Stadt war ein Schatten. Alles Rasseln hatte aufgehört. Über der Brücke war keine Bewegung mehr, denn jeder Wagen und Reiter stand, und jedes Auge schaute zum Himmel. Nie, nie werde ich jene 2 Minuten vergessen. Es war die Ohnmacht eines riesenhaften Körpers, unserer Erde. Wie heilig, wie unbegreiflich und wie furchtbar ist jenes Ding, das uns stets umflutet, das wir seelenlos genießen und das unseren Erdball mit solchen Schaudern überzittern macht, wenn es sich entzieht. Das Licht, wenn es sich nur so kurz entzieht. Die Luft wurde kalt, empfindlich kalt. Es fiel Tau, dass Kleider und Instrumente feucht waren. Die Tiere entsetzten sich. Was ist das schrecklichste Gewitter? Was ist ein lärmender Trödel gegen diese todesstille Majestät? Mir fiel Lord Byrons Gedicht ein, die Finsternis, wo die Menschen Häuser anzünden, Wälder anzünden, nur um Licht zu sehen, aber auch eine solche Erhabenheit, ich möchte sagen, Gottes Nähe war in der Erscheinung dieser 2 Minuten, dass dem Herzen nicht anders war, als müsse er irgendwo stehen. Byron war viel zu klein. Es kamen wie mit einmal jene Worte des heiligen Buches in meinen Sinn, die Worte bei dem Tode Christi. Die Sonne verfinsterte sich, die Erde bebte, die Toten standen aus den Gräbern auf, und der Vorhang des Tempels zerriss von oben bis unten. Auch wurde die Wirkung auf das Menschenherz sichtbar. Nach dem ersten Verstummen des Schrecks geschahen unartikulierte Laute der Bewunderung und des Staunens. Der eine hob die Hände empor, der andere rang sie leise vor Bewegung. Andere ergriffen sich bei denselben und drückten sich. Eine Frau begann heftig zu weinen. Eine andere in dem Hause neben uns fiel in Ohnmacht. Und ein Mann, ein ernster, fester Mann, hat mir später gesagt, dass ihm die Tränen herabgeronnen. Ich habe immer die alten Beschreibungen von Sonnenfinsternissen für übertrieben gehalten, so wie vielleicht in späterer Zeit diese für übertrieben wird gehalten werden. Aber alle, so wie diese, sind weit hinter der Wahrheit zurück. Sie können nur das Geschehene malen, aber schlecht, das Gefühl noch schlechter, aber gar nicht die namenlos tragische Musik von Farben und Lichtern, die durch den ganzen Himmel liegt. Ein Requiem, ein Dies Irae, das unser Herz spaltet, dass es Gott sieht und seine teuren Verstorbenen, dass es in ihm rufen muss: Herr, wie groß und herrlich sind deine Werke, wir sind wie Staub vor dir, dass du uns durch das bloße Weghauchen eines Lichtteilchens vernichten kannst und unsere Welt, den holdvertrauten Wohnort, in einen wildfremden Raum verwandelst, darin Larven starren. Aber wie alles in der Schöpfung sein rechtes Maß hat, so auch diese Erscheinung. Sie dauerte zum Glücke sehr kurz. Gleichsam nur den Mantel hat er von seiner Gestalt gelüftet, dass wir hineinsehen, und augenblicklich wieder verhüllt, dass alles sei wie früher. Gerade da die Menschen anfingen, ihren Empfindungen Worte zu geben, also da sie nachzulassen begannen, da man eben ausrief: wie herrlich, wie furchtbar, gerade in diesem Momente hörte es auf. Mit eins war die Jenseitswelt verschwunden und die hiesige wieder da. Ein einziger Lichttropfe quoll am oberen Rand wie ein weiß schmelzendes Metall hervor, und wir hatten unsere Welt wieder. Er drängte sich hervor, dieser Tropfe, wie wenn die Sonne selbst ordentlich froh wäre, dass sie überwunden habe. Ein Strahl schoss durch den Raum, ein zweiter machte sich Platz, aber ehe man nur Zeit hatte zu rufen, »Ach!«, bei dem ersten Blitz des ersten Atoms war die Larvenwelt verschwunden und die unsere wieder da. Das bleifarbene Lichtgrauen, das uns vor dem Erlöschen so ängstlich schien, war uns nun Erquickung, Labsal, Freund und Bekannter. Die Dinge warfen wieder Schatten, das Wasser glänzte, die Bäume waren grün, wir sahen uns in die Augen, siegreich kam Strahl an Strahl, und wie schmal, wie winzig schmal auch nur noch erst der leuchtende Zirkel war, es schien, als sei uns ein Ozean von Licht geschenkt worden. Man kann es nicht sagen, und der es nicht erlebt, glaubt es kaum, welche freudige, welche siegende Erleichterung in die Herzen kam. Wir schüttelten uns die Hände, wir sagten, dass wir uns zeitlebens daran erinnern wollen, dass wir das miteinander gesehen haben. Man hörte einzelne Laute, wie sich die Menschen von den Dächern und über die Wasser zuriefen. Das Fahren und Lärmen begann wieder. Selbst die Tiere empfanden es. Die Pferde wieherten, die Sperlinge auf den Dächern begannen ein Freudengeschrei, so grell und närrisch, wie sie es gewöhnlich tun, wenn sie sehr aufgeregt sind. Und die Schwalben schossen blitzend und kreuzend hinauf, hinab in der Luft herum. Das Wachsen des Lichtes machte keine Wirkung mehr. Fast keiner wartete den Austritt ab, die Instrumente wurden abgeschraubt, wir stiegen hinab, und auf allen Straßen und Wegen waren heimkehrende Gruppen und Züge in den heftigsten, exaltiertesten Gesprächen und Ausrufungen begriffen, und ehe sich noch die Wellen der Bewunderung und Anbetung gelegt hatten, ehe man mit Freunden und Bekannten ausreden konnte, wie auf diesen, wie auf jenen, wie hier, wie dort die Erscheinung gewirkt habe, stand wieder das schöne, holde, wärmende, funkelnde Rund in den freundlichen Lüften, und das Werk des Tages ging fort. Wie lange aber das Herz des Menschen fortwogte, bis es auch wieder in sein Tagewerk kam, wer kann das sagen? Gebe Gott, dass der Eindruck recht lange nachhalte. Er war ein herrlicher, dessen selbst ein 100-jähriges Menschenleben wenig aufzuweisen haben mag. Ich weiß, dass ich nie, weder von Musik noch Dichtkunst, noch von irgendeinem Phänomen oder einer Kunst so ergriffen und erschüttert worden war. Freilich bin ich seit Kindheitstagen viel, ich möchte fast sagen ausschließlich mit der Natur umgegangen und habe mein Herz an ihre Sprache gewöhnt und liebe diese Sprache, vielleicht einseitiger, als es gut ist, aber ich denke, es kann kein Herz geben, dem nicht diese Erscheinung einen unauslöschlichen Eindruck zurückgelassen habe. Ihr aber, die es im höchsten Maße nachempfunden, habet Nachsicht mit diesen armen Worten, die es nachzumalen versuchten und so weit zurückblieben. Wäre ich Beethoven, so würde ich es in Musik sagen. Ich glaube, da könnte ich es besser. Zum Schlusse erlaube man mir noch 2 kurze Fragen, die mir dieses merkwürdige Naturereignis aufdrängten. Erstens, warum, da doch alle Naturgesetze Wunder und Geschöpfe Gottes sind, merken wir sein Dasein in ihnen weniger, als wenn einmal eine plötzliche Änderung, gleichsam eine Störung derselben geschieht, wo wir ihn dann plötzlich und mit Erschrecken dastehen sehen. Sind diese Gesetze sein glänzendes Kleid, das ihn deckt, und muß er es lüften, dass wir ihn selber schauen? Zweitens, könnte man nicht auch durch Gleichzeitigkeit und Aufeinanderfolgen von Lichtern und Farben ebenso gut eine Musik für das Auge wie durch Töne für das Ohr ersinnen? Bisher waren Licht und Farbe nicht selbstständig verwendet, sondern nur an Zeichnungen haftend. Denn Feuerwerk, transparente Beleuchtungen sind doch nur noch zu rohe Anfänge jener Lichtmusik, als dass man sie erwähnen könnte. Könnte nicht durch ein Ganzes von Lichtakkorden und Melodien ebenso ein gewaltiges, erschütterndes angeregt werden können wie durch Töne? Wenigstens könnte ich keine Sinfonie, Oratorium oder dergleichen nennen, das eine so hehre Musik war als jene, die während der 2 Minuten mit Licht und Farbe an dem Himmel war. Und hat sie auch nicht den Eindruck ganz allein gemacht, so war sie doch ein Teil davon. Die Sonnenfinsternis am 8. Juli 1842 bei Adalbert Stifter. Read bei Hokus Pokus.
Sonnet 8 von William Shakespeare. Translated into Yiddish by Berl Lapin. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Musik. Verwos sag, hörst Musik mit Treue. Es krieg nicht Süß mit Süß und Fried lieb Fried. Verwos liebst das, was wenn sie's deins bedeuerst. Gefällt dir mehr, was weh in dir verspricht. Wenn drei Gemisch von Ton und Klangen süßer in einst vereint dem euer deinem Nocht. Sie schreien süß auf dir vor dein Zermischen, allein keist dein mit Teilen, was du tragst. Ein Strune, sie sport sich mit der Zweiter, schlagen eins mit eins in ein Klangkeit, wie Vater, Kind und Mutter lieb, zerfreiter. Ein Klangton freudig singen, Seit bei Seit, durch stumm Gesang von viel, doch ein Gemisch, singt das zu dir. Alleinkeit wird zu nicht. End of Sonnet 8 von William Shakespeare, translated into Yiddish by Berl Lapin.
My Enemy the Motor, a tale in 8 honks and 1 crash by Julian Street. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To George C. Tyler, the mad Muller of motorists who should be in a French jail, this history is spitefully dedicated by the author. Honk 1. The original itinerary of the motor trip on which the Grand Duke invited me to join him included Paris, London, southern France, Spain, Morocco, Algeria, and the edge of the Sahara. Please observe now that I say motor, not automobile. It is a trifle difficult at first, but with a little use one becomes accustomed to the word and feels a thrill of continental savoir-faire in using it. When one says motor, the indication is that one knows something of the game, or wishes to create the impression that one knows. Another point which may be mentioned now, I have referred to my host as the Grand Duke. Before the motor trip I should not have dreamed of giving him a title, our relations, though agreeable, not having been familiar. But after being arrested with a man in both French and English, and after motoring with him through countless herds of geese and flocks of cows and armadas of lamb and mutton, on to the final cataclysm, after such experiences with a man, one gets to call him anything one likes. I chose to dub him Grand Duke because, although in point of fact he was a hustling American businessman on a vacation, he motored as a Grand Duke ought to motor, if Grand Dukes are as fast as they are painted. Also in our party were the doctor and the actor. The doctor was not a real doctor. We bestowed the title on him because of his professional air and his sagacity. We all agreed that the doctor knew nearly everything. He was familiar with the appendicitis operation and could find McBurney's point unaided. He knew the drama from its first inception to last night's productions. He had his own theories on yacht building, on socialism, and on the great beyond, and he had demonstrated most of them. This is but a beggarly description of the doctor. I shall try to write a book about him at another time. The actor was a real actor. He told me so himself. He was resting abroad after a heavy season's work. He was tall and beautiful, and his clothes were immaculate conceptions. Louis, the Grand Duke's mechanician, was to drive. By the way, never call the paid driver a chauffeur. A chauffeur is a gentleman who drives. A gentleman in theory, at all events. Louis was French by birth, but he could drive in any language. Among his letters of recommendation from past employers was one signed by an American whose name we recognized at once as being on the forever absent list of speedy motorists. Later we saw the tree where it had happened. Naturally, a mechanician with such a letter was worth his weight in sparking plugs. At last came the bright November morning when we descended proudly in caps, goggles, and fur coats to find Louis waiting with the motor at the door of our hotel in Paris. I think the doctor and the actor tried to look as though they owned the car. I know I did. There was a limited express train air about the big machine, and the loaded baggage rack behind advertised us to the little group of onlookers as no puny park motorists. I recall particularly a girl carrying a dressmaker's box. She stood looking with such a pretty, interested face that I was impelled to inspect a tyre knowingly, the tyre nearest her. It is still my fond idea that she believed I owned it. At all events, she thought I knew what made the wheels go round. Louis gave the crank in front a whirl, and the engine set up a soft, melodious whir. We got in, the Grand Duke in front beside his driver, the doctor, the actor, and myself in the tonneau, and in a moment we were off. Retrospectively, I have compared my start upon that trip to the setting forth of the innocent and woolly lamb in his fur coat, bound for the slaughter. Honk 2. The streets of Paris were glazed with thin mud, and I confess that when we skidded slightly on turning from the Rue d'Aunou into the boulevard, I forgot to lean luxuriously back upon the cushions. It was my first skid, you see. I have skidded much and madly since that time, but I must be honest, I have never learned to like it. Later on, when the back wheels slewed round slippery turns, missing obstructions by what seemed the fraction of an inch, I have sometimes mustered up a laugh, but never one that sounded aught but artificial in my own ears. We floated up the boulevard, passing other vehicles as though they were fixed pieces, into the Rue de Rivoli, past the Auto Club and the white statues in the Place de la Concorde, and up the Champs-Élysées. I was surprised that the Grand Duke dared drive so fast in Paris, but there was a glorious exhilaration in the speed. "Great!" I called to him. "Bosh!" he answered briefly, without turning round. "This isn't motoring. Wait till we get out in the country." Though somewhat crushed at this, I felt sure that the Grand Duke was merely boasting. We skimmed around the Arc de l'Étoile as a swallow rounds a tree-top, and I had just fastened my eyes on the long vista of the Avenue du Bois de Boulogne when "Arrêtez!" and we slid to a whirring standstill beside a sergent de ville. Then began an interesting histrionic exhibition by the Gallic Louis. Experiences with police in many lands had equipped him with an infinite variety of pleas, protests, and excuses, vehement yet respectful. His arguments were good, and his delivery was worthy of the Comédie Française. The Sergeant de Ville listened to our pilot with a smile of perfect understanding. Then, politely but firmly, he arrested him. Next came 2 hours of more than careful motoring about the city, on visits to official-looking buildings and official-looking personages. On coming from the last of these, the Grand Duke winked and remarked, "All fixed." Then we took the road once more, and, chastened by experience, ran with some caution until the city gates were passed. Once in the suburbs, I soon observed that Louis possessed a nerve-racking talent for passing other vehicles on a slender margin of road. As we flew by them, I noted the tiny space between our mudguards and their hubs with mixed feelings of horror and admiration. On such occasions, I was conscious of a sympathetic contraction of the muscles in the doctor who sat next me, and I observed that the actor was wont to grasp the side of the car firmly and pull, as though trying to help Louis turn in and out. We were nearing the open country when another motor, coming down an intersecting road, cut across our bows. It was a big red car with but one occupant. He was leaning over the wheel in a grey fur coat, and his horn was going constantly. Never in my life had I seen such running. I shuddered at the thought of what must have happened had we met him fairly at the crossing. Turning the corner, we gave chase. He, too, was travelling the Boulogne road. His car may have been half a mile ahead, and I could see the hind wheels bounding in the air as they touched uneven spots. I remember the comfort that I felt in the idea that it would be impossible to catch him. I looked away. Then, glancing at the road again, I observed with horror that we had caught up and were running close behind him. To my unmotored mind it was anything but pleasant. What would happen if he stopped short? Honk, 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 honk. At last he seemed to hear our horn. After shooting a quick glance back over his shoulder, he turned aside enough to let us pass. Nervous as I was, I felt a thrill of joy as we tore by him, though those 2 speeding cars side by side was as unholy a sight as one might see upon a public highway. When we were past, the Grand Duke turned and smiled at us, and I recalled his "This isn't motoring," when I had fancied we were running fast upon the Paris boulevard. Now I felt I knew. He had been right. In Paris we had not run fast, only fast enough to be arrested, that is. And any motorist will tell you that that's not fast at all. Honk 3. At the entrance of a village we approached, I fancied that our speed would be reduced. I awaited anxiously the retarding feel of the brakes. It never came. Our little brush on the road had got through the Grand Duke's blood. The run was on in earnest. A dog ran out to bark, looked at us, and retired silently and quickly. Mothers heard our honking horns while we were yet far off, and as we shot by them they were collecting children and taking them inside. Tradesmen ran from shops to hold horses, and old women retreated from front gardens to doorsteps, observing us with a sort of interested horror on their faces. It took a herd of cattle really to baffle us. Cows, being heavy animals, are not lightly to be passed over. On our way to Boulogne they blocked us many times. They will run before a motor in a scared helter-skelter fashion, and to pass them one must nose his way slowly, tooting lustily meanwhile, until he frees himself. Hens are different. They will start to run before the car. Then, finding that it goes faster than they had expected, they make wild, shrieking darts for home at the last moment, and not infrequently escape. Geese, on the other hand, are sensible, though slow. They do not run before one. On hearing the horn, they waddle off the road in quite good marching order, and with far less agitation than hens manifest. Sheep give one little trouble. The shepherds and their dogs grow active when they see a motor coming. One can usually sail through on clear roads if the guardians of the flocks are given proper warning. Dogs vary in their methods when cars approach. Discreet dogs slink off and stand upon their doorsteps. Others run. Dogs that lie in the road to sun themselves rise peevishly and stiffly stand aside. Gay young dogs come chasing on beside one, barking, and foolish dogs run out before the car to bark and jump and bite its nose and have a jolly lark. Some see their folly in time to get away. Some drop before the motor and save themselves by letting the wheels pass both sides of them. Often, alas, an easy little rise and fall is felt by the persons in the tonneau. You will observe that from motoring I have gained some knowledge of contemporary natural history. The only common animal I have omitted is the man. His actions are to be relied on. When he hears the horn, he jumps and runs as though death were upon him. Yet if I drove a motor, I should not count even on this. Suppose a man be deaf. But there I go again. One surprise was still in store for me, my first long coast downhill. Some time before we stopped for luncheon, I was initiated. I think we had been climbing gradually since leaving Paris. Of course, we could not keep on going up forever. We must descend again. That hill must have been a full mile long, with another mile of steep ascent beyond. As we started down, I leaned back, waiting for the brakes. Brakes, indeed! No brakes for us! Honk, honk, honk! Clear out! The Grand Duke's coming! It is useless to try to describe the sensation. To liken it to flying would be pitifully trite. We did not seem to touch the ground during the seconds of descent. It seemed impossible that wheels could turn so fast, that tyres could stay on or spokes stick in instead of going hurtling through the air. I don't know just what speed we made upon that hillside, but it was close to 90 miles an hour, and 90 miles an hour in a motor is far faster than the same speed in a train. A motor is lower. When travelling fast, one feels that one might easily lean out and touch the rushing roadway with one's hand. Then there is the open air and the wind beating sharply in one's face. Of course, the exciting element of motoring is in the fact that the lives of those who ride depend solely upon the driver. There are no rails to guide his flight. There is no right of way for his exclusive use. Without the aid of semaphores, he must take his chances on the highway with all other vehicles, and what is worse, they must take theirs with him. Some of these thoughts passed through my mind as we shot that hill. The impetus we got from the descent was enough to carry us to the top of the opposing slope on the high-speed gear. It was a great comfort to feel the force of gravity begin to work against us at the start of the ascent, and when at the top our pace dropped down to 30 miles an hour, I felt inexpressible relief. After what had been, a 30-mile clip seemed but a snail's pace, a comfortable gait at which to be thrown out if one must be thrown. Most heartily I wished we never travelled above 30 miles an hour. What cared I to reach Boulogne a few hours after leaving Paris? A few days would serve me quite as well. As I reflected, something told me that the motorist who moves along in easy fashion is sure, at least. The wild-eyed one who keeps a savage pace may get there sooner, or he may get there not at all. Honk 4. I must own that Louis possessed great adeptness at taking curves without abating speed. Interesting as this talent was, I wished that he would air it when I was not a passenger. Where the road suddenly twisted to a right angle, he would dash madly to the point of turning. Then, throwing the front wheels sharply around, he caused the rear ones to skid so suddenly that we'd be running straight again without quite knowing how we'd made the turn. The skidding feeling, as I believe I've said before, is, from my standpoint, most unpleasant. In hard skids, the car will rest for a moment on two wheels, which does not add to the pleasure of the sensation. I recalled that a friend of mine who saw it had told me vividly of how, in the Mont-Cenis climbing contest, one high-power car went tearing up the mountainside much faster than the rest. Its driver had this skidding talent to a rare degree. In fact, it was pronounced by connoisseurs a gift. He would have won hands down had he not skidded a rear wheel into a roadside stone. This made his car upset on top of him, which killed him. So, you see, he lost the race. Again, I say that while skidding may save time on some occasions, on others it may not. We passed through many towns and villages before stopping for luncheon in a medieval-looking city with a great cathedral. I am under the impression that it was Amiens. The Grand Duke mentioned a name at the time, but I can't be sure. We had a pleasant meal in an old inn. The landlady was engaging, and she had a pretty daughter. Beyond these facts, I wot not of the place. It was here that for the first time I remembered the notebooks and camera with which I had carefully provided myself ere starting. The whole morning was gone. We were halfway to Boulogne, and I had not made a note or taken a picture. I persuaded the pretty daughter to sit in the front seat of the car while I snapped her. Then, with my new fountain pen, I noted the fact that she was beautiful and felt less guilty. At lunch, I tried to draw the Grand Duke out. "That was a fine brush with the red car," I ventured. "What?" said he. "That old road engine? We could do circles round him. Wait till we meet a decent car." "Don't you think it's a bit dangerous to run through villages so fast?" "We haven't run so fast." "What about the hills?" "Oh, yes, we got going some then, but the engines aren't warmed up yet." I breathed a silent prayer that the engines would continue to keep cool. "Suppose an obstruction should crop up suddenly on one of those hills," I said. "Suppose that a wagon or something—" In the shudder which followed this thought, the doctor left the table. "Nonsense," said the Grand Duke. "We'd stop or get round some way. Wait till you see the car I've ordered for next year. 10 horse more than this one. Then I'll have speed. She'll be good for more than 90 on level road. You can see what that'll mean on the downgrades." I thought I could. "Where'll you be next spring?" he asked me. "In Florence, I think." "I tell you what I'll do. I'll take the new car down there on her maiden trip. Then I'll show you a real run." "Thanks," I answered, trying to appear pleased. "But of course I may not be in Florence. You see, my plans aren't very settled." Never should I be tricked into entering that new machine. Soon the doctor came back carrying a bundle. "What have you there?" I asked as he hid it away in the tonneau. "Bandages and things," he whispered. "I can set broken limbs, you know." There was a grimness in this studied preparation that chilled me through and through. I went to get a drink. In the bar I discovered the Grand Duke. "Say, old man," I began. "On the square now, don't you think it's dangerous to—" "No," he put in. "I used to feel that way myself. Now I can't go fast enough." After this he produced an ingenious set of arguments to show that motoring, his sort of motoring, I mean, was safe, safer than railroad travel at all events. They comforted me a little then, but now I know them as the cunning sophistries devised by speed-mad minds. Honk 5. Soon we were on the road again, and before long we met a motor that was worthy of our gasoline. It was a 40-horse machine of well-known make, and it was being driven by its owner. While it is quite beyond my powers to describe the mad chase of the two cars, I may hint at the truth by telling you that when the other motor took the curves, the mechanician stood upon the running board and threw his weight far out to help keep all four wheels the nearer to the ground. For 20 or more miles we followed them, sometimes close behind, choked and blinded by their dust, sometimes several hundred yards away. Then again we would catch up and toot to them in impudent suggestion that they clear the road. It made passing the red motor seem infantile. At last we managed it upon a hillside. After that we kept the lead for a few miles, they honking on behind us, until they turned off somewhere and we lost sight of them. The hills were worse now, or better, a mad motorist would say. They were longer and more frequent. At the bottoms of some of them were sharp turns that must be taken on the run. I feel sure, despite our host's asseverations to the contrary, that the application of the brakes when a car is started down these steep declivities would not mean disaster. I know there were times upon that journey when Louis would have applied the brakes had he dared. On one occasion we were doing a spectacular descent, with peasants like paintings by Millet or Jules Breton stopping their work in neighbouring fields to stare, when from behind a heavily laden cart, whose driver had already turned aside to give us way, a second wagon came quite unexpectedly. Between both, the entire road was blocked. They may have been 1/4 of a mile distant at the time. I saw the Grand Duke grasp the bulb of our second horn and join in Louis's tooting. Then the driver saw us and began with frantic efforts to urge his lazy horses towards the roadside. I remember wondering whether Louis would try to set the brakes. Then, it being plain he did not mean to, I speculated in a dazed way as to which ditch he would prefer. I pondered on the driver's nerve in sticking to his post in face of the approaching horror. In his place, I should not have done it. Then suddenly we were upon them. I saw myself sailing high in air over the wagons and the trees beyond. That is, in my mind's eye I saw it. As our headlights came abreast the carts, I was so certain of destruction that I fancied I had already felt the fearful shock. In some way we passed between. I don't know how. I can't believe that space enough was there. Yet we did pass. I do not try to account for our escape, but I can still be thankful for it. Soon it began to rain. At first a fine drizzle that turned our goggles to ground glass, later a pelting downpour that made it hard to see at all. Mud and water splattered from our flying wheels. They slipped in the road, giving the car an uncertain, drunken sort of course that necessitated constant watchfulness at the steering wheel. The French have an annoying way of keeping the heavy iron gates at railway crossings closed. When vehicles wish to pass, the gates are opened by the attendant, then shut again at once. Coasting down a muddy hillside at our usual breakneck pace, we saw at the bottom some of these closed gates. I heard the brakes touch gently and come off, then on, then off, then on again to reduce our pace. We had slackened but little when we reached the level road at the bottom of the hill. The iron gate was perhaps 200 feet ahead. A group of horror-stricken people watched from the neighbouring railway station. Then the brakes touched harder, and we began to skid diagonally across the slippery road. Off came the brakes, then on again they went, this time for good. Our rubber tyres were like runners in the mud. With a twisting sideways motion, we slid over the shallow curb and up onto the sidewalk. But we lost speed as we went. At last, with headlights within a foot of the hospitable, sausage-filled window of a store, we stopped. Then the gates were opened, and backing off the sidewalk, we resumed our way, watched out of sight by the gaping people on the station platform. So through the gathering darkness we continued, tearing and sliding on towards Boulogne. In our ears the endless splatter of the mud, in our faces the constant sting of driving rain. A stoical indifference began to overcome me. Why worry? Suppose we did hit something. Would my anxiety tend to lighten the horror of the disaster? Suppose the steering gear should go. Would my eye upon the road hold the wheels there? I determined to lie back and for the first time watch the country through which we passed. I communicated this intention to the doctor, who said that he would do the same. But somehow we couldn't. In a moment we found each other squinting on again beneath the visors of our caps. Our lack of will in this respect became a ghastly jest between us. The actor, being an actor, was wont to muster a semblance of sang-froid which filled me with envious hatred, even though I knew that it was spurious. Experience in the public eye had taught him to suppress all evidence of what he felt, but I consoled myself with the thought that I saw through him, and that at heart he was as miserable as I. At last electric lights appeared ahead. Simultaneously our wheels ran upon a cobbled pavement. I knew we were nearing a town, and when the doctor said that it was actually Boulogne, I felt once more the joy of living. Honk 6. We reached the quay barely in time to have the motor put aboard the Channel steamer. As I lay prone and miserable on a leathern couch in the smoking room, I remembered with pleasure the exposed position of my enemy, the motor, upon the open deck astern. The anguish that I felt with each lurch of the ship was tempered by my mental picture of the car sliding about the slippery deck. Now into a heavy iron stanchion, then back to the deck-house, next into the steel mast, and so on, until it battered down the railing and splashed into the sea, where some sporting kelpie might have it second-hand. When at last we rode in the shelter of the Folkestone breakwater, I hastened on deck, only to find the car quite safe. On going downstairs the next morning in the hotel at Folkestone, I found all in readiness for the start. But how much a man can learn in a single day! None of yesterday morning's easy grace and gaiety was left in me as I took my seat in the machine. Even the doctor and the actor seemed sombre, though I recall that the latter still made pathetic efforts at sprightliness. Only the Grand Duke was buoyant as we set out. I soon saw that English roads twist and turn more than those of France. Also, there is more travel on them. Around each corner we came upon a variety of vehicles, from bicycles and dog-carts driven by ladies to barbarous road locomotives drawing trains of cars. The day was bright, but recent rains had made the road so muddy that the tendency to skid was even greater here than it had been in France. All the way to the metropolis the Grand Duke chafed, and when at last, after shooting in and out among vans, cabs, and the familiar London buses, many of which are now motor buses, by the way, we drew up before our hotel in time for luncheon, he apologised for our poky run to the porter who came out to meet us, glittering in an English admiral's full-dress uniform. On our second day in town, the Grand Duke took us for a spin across the city to call upon a friend of his. Coming back, we were arrested. Arrests are much the same the world over, excepting that I think the London bobby looks for a bribe more eagerly than any other policeman I have met. There were 5 counts against us, with driving to the public danger well ahead. Next day, in court, we were fined on all of them, total about $100. This was the last time we were arrested on the trip, which fact is a reproach to the authorities of France and England. It was not long before the Grand Duke grew anxious for the road again. He still felt that on the run from Paris he had not really shown us what the car could do. "I've had the engines overhauled," he said to me the day before we were to start. "We'll do better going back. I'm afraid you boys haven't been having a good time." "Oh, don't worry about me," I begged. "Really, I'm almost sorry you bothered about the engines. It seemed to me they worked wonderfully. In fact—" "Ah," he said pityingly, "that's because you haven't seen them really right. After what I told you about the car, I was mortified at the way we had to chase that one we met the other day. I was afraid you'd think I'd been exaggerating." "Oh, no," I hastened to assure him. "In fact, quite the contrary. We felt—" At this juncture I was interrupted by the actor who entered the room. There was an expression of anguish on his face. His throat was bound in a heavy muffler. He shivered, and hurrying to the fire, warmed his hands, like the man in the play who appears with artificial snow upon his coat, while a property gale whistles shrilly in the wings. When he felt that this had reached home, he fell into a fit of coughing that would have shamed the greatest of Camille's. But there was an art, a subtle, studied air about the timing of it all that told me he was acting. "Lord," said the Grand Duke, "where did you get that cough?" The actor put his hand upon his chest. "Don't know," he whispered, shaking his head sadly. "Felt all right last night, but this morning—" Here another paroxysm seized him. "That's awful!" exclaimed the Grand Duke, rising. "Have you done anything for it?" The actor nodded, as though too weak to speak. Then, with an effort, "Saw a doctor this morning," he replied in a wheezy whisper. "What did he say?" "Threatened with pneumonia. Got to go to bed and stay a week." "But we're going back to Paris tomorrow." The actor shook his head. "Sure death if I try it," was his sad reply. The Grand Duke was genuinely alarmed. As for me, I envied the actor his art. "I don't see how I can leave you here alone," said our host nervously. "But I've simply got to be in Paris by—" "I'll be all right," the actor whispered. "Lots of friends here. They'll see to me." "Maybe he can run over by rail and join us later," the Grand Duke said to me. I nodded assent, but something told me we would see no more of the actor, and it was not that I feared the outcome of his cold. Honk 7. I went to bed early that night, that I might be fortified against the strain of the next day. When I awoke, it was with the feeling of one who rises to go forth to the gibbet. Dismal brown mist hung over London, and no joy was in the heart of man. I can speak, at least, for one man. We had intended making an early start, but what with the Grand Duke's worrying about the actor and the final adjustment of the overhauled engines, it was after luncheon when we found ourselves winding our way through the traffic of the London streets. The mist of the morning had settled darker and darker as the day went on. As we set out, the light was that of evening. Ere we had gone a mile, it came down, black, blind, and miserable, the London fog, dark as the darkest night. We lighted the great lamps and wormed our way along as best we could, losing the road and finding it again, the Grand Duke muttering a grumbling accompaniment to our honking horns. The city's traffic was at a standstill, and the drivers of horse-drawn vehicles seemed to resent our attempt to move on when they had stopped. As we progressed, we were made a target for witticisms and worse. After London, there were the same wild downhill dashes, the same mad coasts past other vehicles, and the same sharp tweaking of the nerves for the doctor and myself, who were now sole occupants of the tonneau. We had exchanged confidences in London. From what I gathered, he was trying to assume the mental attitude of a Jap soldier going into hopeless battle. "Death must come soon or late," he had said to me, "and I don't believe that cautious persons live longer than those who take chances. Suppose I'm killed, for instance. I'm well insured, so my mother isn't going to want for anything. Besides, I've lived a happy life, and a fairly long one." "I'm insured too," I said, "but it would seem a beastly sort of way to get the money, winding up with one's brains upon a stone at a roadside in a foreign land." "You carry accident insurance as well as life?" he had asked. "No," I replied. "Well, I don't mind telling you that I wired from Boulogne to have the amount of mine doubled." This had been enough for me. I went out at once, found an agent, and took a policy that offered special favours to those who broke their arms and legs. You know the sort of policy I mean. If you break your right arm, you get so much. If you break your left, so much. Then there is the same arrangement about the legs, and these rates are followed by a set of combinations of different limbs, which, if broken together, give the victim better returns upon his investment. This time the channel was as smooth as glass, the crossing was short, and we soon found ourselves once more in Boulogne, where we spent a comfortable night. On straight French roads again, the Grand Duke felt that the time had come when he must retrieve the false impression that he still insisted we had of his motor's capabilities. The doctor and I had frequently assured him that we were more than satisfied, but our words were of no avail. "You boys don't know what speed is," he would reply pityingly. The only easy moments I enjoyed that day were when our tyres bust, which, heaven bless their tender tubes, they did quite frequently. They seemed to have saved themselves till then to defeat the Grand Duke's project of beating the train to Paris. I am a lazy, comfort-loving man, so all my friends agree, yet I actually relished the hard work of helping to put on new tyres, because it kept us standing still. Since leaving London, I had been considering a method of escape from the Grand Duke's motor trip, and this afternoon's performance quite decided me. There would be room for another guest in his hospitable tonneau when he left Paris en route for Africa. I cursed the actor for having hit upon the plea of illness. It was the single subterfuge I could devise, and now, of course, it would not do. It occurred to me that I might send my wife a telegram requesting that she wire a demand for my instant presence at her side. But my pride balked at this. My wife would think me weak to stoop to such a device, and the Grand Duke, he would pity me for being henpecked. These thoughts were passing and repassing when, in the late afternoon, a drizzling rain began to fall. At twilight we were yet some way from Paris. Objects ahead began to look indefinite in the gloom, and the road became a light grey streak upon the landscape. When at last we stopped to set the big lamps going, they would not burn. Finally one gave feeble light, but when we started it went out again. After several efforts the Grand Duke lost his patience.
"We'll never get there if we keep on fooling with those lamps," he said to Louis. "It's only a little way. Run in without them."
So we went on through the dark and rain. Honk 8. Deep, settled gloom was over me. I huddled down in my fur collar and tried to think I didn't care. Time dragged in inverse ratio to the speed we made. I began to think there was no such place as Paris, no such thing as a safe, warm bed. I was a persecuted soul, damned to eternal breakneck chasing. This was no world I lived in. It was an inferno of rain-swept hills and dales, peopled with wild running iron monsters. When the doctor nudged me and said,
"We're almost there,"
my blunted feelings failed to respond.
"Wake up, man," he exclaimed. "See the lights of Paris and be joyful."
I looked. We were at the top of a long hill. There was the reflection of a city's lights upon the sky ahead, and the myriad lamps of suburban Paris spread out before us at the bottom. As I realized that we were starting on our last wild coast, my sorrows disappeared. With fresh eyes I saw the light grey streak of road ahead. It seemed to be quite clear of vehicles, and to run straight on towards the city from the bottom of the hill. Louis evidently meant to make us remember that final downward shoot, but now that creature comforts were so close at hand, I did not care how fast we went. Down we tore, and even as we neared the bottom, the clear road seemed to stretch ahead, white and inviting. I wish to emphasize this point. The Grand Duke saw it just as plain as though it had been there. So did the doctor, so did Louis, so did I. We checked up afterwards, you see. Still down we went, looking ahead as engine men of night express trains do, blind to disaster, waiting. We were there when the truth burst on us, there at the bottom. Our way did not run straight. It swerved sharply to the right. The grey ahead was not road, but river. How clear it was in that last second. The sky's light, reflected on the surface of the Seine, gave it the colour of the road. A mere coincidence of tone, a simple optical illusion, and yet... It was too late to check our speed. We could not take the turn. We must not take the river. What could be done was done. The front wheels turned bravely, and the brakes went on. I don't know what happened then. There came wild spinning, sliding, turning, bumping, crashing, hopeless, blind, and overwhelming. I knew that I must jump unless I would be crushed beneath the motor when it overturned. I may have even tried to do it, but I had no time. There was a shivering crash, a shock. I saw the Grand Duke shoot from his seat as though hurled by a catapult. Then I found myself sitting somewhere in the dark, quite comfortable and still. What you have heard about the minds of drowning men is true, I think. I remember a train of complicated thoughts that occupied me in the instant between the time I saw the river and the time I found myself alive and seated somewhere. I shall not set them down. They were too personal for one thing, besides which this is meant for a short narrative and not a set of books. After a while, I realized that I was doing nothing when I should be active. Then I heard the doctor speak beside me, his voice sounding far, far off. "There, Ginger," he said. "Yes. You all right?" I asked. "Sure. Where's—" Simultaneously we called the Grand Duke's name. We heard no answer. Horror filled our hearts. The doctor's voice sounded like a shriek as he called again. This time there came a grunt. Then, "Don't yell like that," said the Grand Duke peevishly from somewhere in the darkness. "Why couldn't you answer then?" snapped the doctor. "Damn it," said the Grand Duke. "Can't you let a man alone when he's thinking?" The doctor sniffed contemptuously. None of us moved. "Where's Louis?" our host inquired. Then we heard a sob close by. "That you, Louis?" the doctor asked. "Yes, sir," in a choking voice. "Hurt?" "No, sir." "Quit sniffling, then," ordered the Grand Duke. Suddenly it all seemed funny to me. Here were we four, strewn about upon a dark French road amid the wreckage of a costly motor, lying and sitting as we had landed, to chat it back and forth. I began to laugh, but, knowing it to be unseemly, I did not laugh aloud, only choking and shaking with it. "Well," said the doctor finally, "let's see what's doing." We rose. Someone found one of the oil lamps, and by its feeble light we saw— I shall not try to tell you what we saw, but Louis was sitting there among it, crying bitterly. We found the telegraph pole too. There was still a little of it left at the point where we had struck, barely enough to keep it standing. Sparks were coming from the top where the insulation had been broken by the shock. The Grand Duke took the lamp and surveyed the remnants of his motor. In the meantime, Louis got a stable lantern somewhere and went back, picking up fragments here and there along the road, tools, baggage, and the like. The doctor and I watched the Grand Duke narrowly to see how he was taking it. His expression was inscrutable. No one spoke until Louis returned with his sad collection, tears still running down his cheeks. "Louis," said the Grand Duke, "do you know what you've done?" "Yes, sir," came the half-sobbed answer. "What?" said the Grand Duke sharply. Louis pointed at the ruin. I, he began, but the Grand Duke cut him short. "Look up there," he said, pointing to the sparks that were blowing from the top of the pole. "You've bored up the telegraph. That's what you've done." Louis smiled, and the Grand Duke clapped him on the back and chuckled. Then we went to hunt a carriage. End of My Enemy the Motor, a tale in 8 honks and 1 crash, by Julian Street. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Foreign Body in the Naso-Pharynx for 18 years by H.S. Burkett, M.D., Professor of Laryngology, McGill University, and Laryngologist to the Royal Victoria Hospital. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 2 years ago, a young woman, 23 years of age, consulted me in reference to a profuse mucopurulent discharge from both nostrils, requiring her to use from 6 to 8 handkerchiefs a day and giving rise to a very disagreeable odour. The odour was so characteristic of a foreign body that I at once asked her if she had ever introduced anything into her nose, and received the following history. When 5 years old, she was asked by her mother to bring a thimble to her and carried it by putting it in her mouth. On her way up the stairs, the child was seized with a violent fit of coughing, which suddenly ceased on her being thumped on the back. 1 year later, she developed what was called a catarrh of the nose. On examination from in front, both nostrils were found filled with mucopurulent discharge. The voice was nasal and resembled that of a person suffering from paralysis of the soft palate. Post-nasal examination revealed a black mass lying close up to the septum and covered with a mucopurulent discharge and giving a grating sensation on being touched with a probe. Efforts at removing it with a finger were ineffectual. Under an anesthetic, the foreign body was removed and proved to be an ordinary tailor's thimble encrusted with concretions, the surface of the thimble being found to be perfectly smooth, all the usual roughness being obliterated. The thimble lay with its broad surface in the transverse diameter of the pharynx and close up to the mouth of the left eustachian tube. Besides the symptoms already mentioned, there were noises in the ears and diminution of hearing, both of which were relieved by the removal of the thimble. The subsequent treatment consisted in the use of an antiseptic cleansing solution and of Politzer's airbag. It is an interesting fact that the Naso-Pharynx can tolerate a foreign substance like this for so long a time without doing more damage. The case stands alone in the literature of foreign bodies in the Naso-Pharynx. A recent examination of the patient proved the absence of any catarrhal symptoms and the restoration of the voice to its proper tone and of the hearing to a normal degree. End of. Foreign body in the Naso-Pharynx for 18 years by H.S. Burkett, M.D. The Eight Beatitudes by Lydia Hooper Marvin. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christ had come, had passed his 30 years of humble life. The voice of one who cried, had cried, prepare, and witnessed, this is he of whom I spake. And greater witness still the voice from heaven and Holy Ghost in semblance visible, had once anointed the beloved Son. His 40 days of fast were past, and he had won his first great triumph o'er the foe, and many miracles had set their seal upon his claims, as on his love and power. Now, on the mountainside in Galilee, the patient teacher sat, while eager throngs pressed on to hear him speak as never man had spoken. For he taught not as the scribes, but with authority. Those calm, clear tones, whose very softness proved their curbed strength, thrilled through the air not only to the ear, but to the hearts of all that multitude, who felt, though knowing not, that this was he, whose voice once shook the earth, and yet again shall shake not earth alone, but also heaven. Into their minds, wilful or blindly dark, he breathed the spiritual meaning of the law. What Moses saith is holy, just, and good, but I say unto you, this perfect law of liberty and love. First from his mouth there came these words of blessing dropping sweet, and for the weakness of their minds and ours, which cannot grasp, nor all at once conceived, nor perfectness, nor blessedness of soul, one grace at once he holds before the mind, so spelling out to us in simple form that which doth make up all of blessedness. Here now we see his loyal spouse fulfill her Lord's intent, with brief but winged prayers and broken portions for our daily food. Sweet words of grace and blessing for all time, to search their meaning and to tell aright that which is learned in gentle, reverent rhyme. Spirit of truth, now give thine aid and light. Beatitude 1. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. First of the blessed, royally possessed, who are these poor the Lord so fully dowers? Not they who rich in all of wealth and powers of station, kings of men and mind confessed, are blind and poor, but know it not. Nor they, who pour in all such gifts and wheel naught but their poverty, do know or feel, with envy and repining at their lot. Not these. These are not by the Saviour blessed. There are, or rich or poor as men may name, those of the lowly, contrite heart, to which the Lord will have respect, to whom he looks, with whom he dwells, though in earth's secret nooks, and saith, I know thy poverty, but thou art rich. The high and holy one is nigh the same, not theirs shall be, but theirs the kingdom is. The kingdom and the king, and they are his. Blessed are they who may this portion claim. Yet of the rich and poor in earthly treasure, the poor more oft the heavenly crown shall win. The rich so often fill from earth their measure, and Christ have said, they hardly enter in. For them the apostles' solemn charge is sounding, gaining the world so apt their souls to lose. The power of God is great, and grace abounding, but it is this world's poor whom God doth choose. Though straight the way, theirs is the blessed conviction, wider for them stands open heaven's door. So take, ye poor, your own sweet benediction from the dear Lord, who for our sakes was poor. Beatitude 2. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Mourners, blessed? Then it seems all earth's children shall be blessed. Or are they the Lord esteems, with whom the holy dove shall rest, such as bear a special test? Christ, who cried in agony, Father, not my will but thine, struck for our poor souls the key of mighty grief or anguish fine, filling us with peace divine. Mourning sore but not alone, for the heart's own bitterness, mourning for the bridegroom gone, the bride within the wilderness, men's and nations' wickedness. Mourning sore but not alone, for the griefs o'er us that lower, groaning with creation's groan, and waiting for redemption's hour, when the Lord shall come with power. Mourners, blessed? Even they, though all earthly hopes be dead, when the night is turned to day, the Lord who mourned himself hath said, then shall they be comforted. When the night is turned to day, sighs and sorrows ever fled, tears for ever wiped away, and lasting joy upon their head, mourners shall be comforted. Beatitude 3. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. To bear and yet forbear from very weakness, from passiveness of soft or blunted sense, or depth of low estate, can this be meekness? Or can it bide with feeling keen and tense? Is it a royal grace, or dwells it solely within the poor, despised, and feeble breast? Come, learn of me, for I am meek and lowly, and learning, find the blessing of my rest. Behold the Lamb of God, content to languish, the Lord of life to die in mortal woe. Behold the man, acquaint with grief and anguish, behold your King, who did his crown forego. Of Christ they learn, who are the meek and lowly, the grace of active love and suffering long, seek not their own, and growing calm and holy, in labour or in patience they are strong. And so it comes to pass the meek inherit. They prove their kinship to the blessed Lord, co-heirs with him, partakers of his merit, they enter on the promise of his word. Though having nothing, yet all things possessing, all things are theirs of rare and lasting worth, and they await the fullness of the blessing in the renewed, regenerated earth. Beatitude 4. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Hunger and thirst are means and evidence of life new born, or to the sick restored. And Christ, to show himself the risen Lord, to the disciples' weak and doubting sense, took and did eat before them of their food. With flesh and bones revealed to them he stood, to memory came his own prophetic word, with trembling, loving rapture they then him adored. So, when the soul is born to life divine, and surely as it lives, so surely grows, hunger and thirst again become the sign, whereby its life and growth the spirit knows. Lead it to seek the purest nourishment, the husks of earth its bitter waters spent, for righteousness the thirsty soul doth pant, and Christ, our righteousness, the craving spirit want. Ho! Every one that thirsteth, come and drink. A stream doth follow all the chosen flock. A fount of living water to the brink flows ever freely from the smitten rock. Lo! In the desert find a table spread, his blood the wine, his broken flesh the bread. Death cannot quench the life of faith and love, begun unnourished here, only complete above. And, oh, the bounties of the promised land, the crystal stream that from the throne proceeds, the varied fruits for all the varied needs of flesh redeemed or ransomed souls demand. The marriage feast, the good wine kept till now, the joys with which Christ doth his bride endow, their meat, their righteousness to do his will, they shall be blessed and filled who perfectly fulfill. Beatitude 5. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. The simplest offices of brotherhood, such ministries as even those may give, who know not God, save from his works so good, or by the light which all receive who live, such as in darkness sit or blindly grope, in the bewilderment of trembling hope, are pleasing unto God, and will obtain his mercy and his loving favour gain. And they please him who better understand how to forgive and bless, and in Christ's school learn tender lessons till their lives expand to the full measure of the golden rule. These by their love to man, their love do prove to him, the merciful, the God of love. Yet still of mercy the reward they gain, not meed, but mercy they too shall obtain. Mercy to all, yet doth the Saviour teach by these his promises his saints' degree. It will be mercy if we only reach the haven, and the fainter's glory see. Mercy if Christ but save us for his own, and greater mercy if we gain a throne. Blessed to win in heaven the lowest place, more blessed still to see God face to face. His kingdom now hath high and low estate, some rule and lead, and some are gently led. And there are little ones, and wise and great, some gather crumbs, some eat the children's bread, some humbly seek to touch his garment's hem, some on his breast recline. He loveth them. He loveth all, yet hath his righteous way. Hath not the potter power over the clay? He doeth as he will, yet doeth well. Infinite wisdom is the Father's will. He hath, although he hath his Israel, infinite love for all his children still. And what they know not now shall then be plain. Mercy for ever, ever the refrain. And many voices, all in sweet accord, shall sing the enduring mercy of our God. Beatitude 6. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. The Master did not say the pure in life, who knew our lot with sin's besetments rife, though unto him all things are clear as light, and naught unclean can tarry in his sight. The stream, though fouled by dallying through morass, or by the roadside where the travellers pass, or clogged with refuse from the giddy mill, beneath the pines may well up purely still. And if there be in all our turbid strife one drop of that pure fount, the well of life, which whosoever hath shall never die, which whoso drinks shall live eternally. It shall assoil and purify the heart, aye, shall absorb our spiritual part, and, drawn by the heat of love whence it was given, charged with its precious freight, exhale to heaven. Yet, as a stream, for ever freshly fed by pure supplies, swells in its rocky bed, on and beyond, to full and crystal flow, revealing in clear depths a heaven below, so the poor sin-clogged soul, for ever drinking from rills of Zion's hills, for ever thinking on whatsoever things are pure, shall grow more strong and pure, till God himself shall show, the beatific vision shall impart, they shall see God. Blessed are the pure in heart. Beatitude 7. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Peace was the glorious embassy of angels at the Saviour's birth, and peace the parting legacy of Jesus to his saints on earth. O wondrous, holy, heavenly psalm, which all the pulsing night air thrilled! O words of tender, gracious calm, the throbbing, troubled hearts that stilled! Sweet peace of heaven, our world control, and softly quench its passion's flame. Sweet peace of Christ, fill every soul, till all make peace in Jesus' name. But hark, the silver tones so sweet change to the trumpet call to war, and Christians stand prepared to meet the battle sounding from afar. They gird their heavenly armour on, helmet and sandal, sword and shield, they fight a lurking foe anon, the hosts are met in open field. No parley with the subtle foe, nor any yielding of the right, forward and on the heroes go, strong in the Lord and in his might. They falter not at pain and loss, nor shall the fearful contest cease, till victory crown the blood-red cross, like Christ their Lord, so making peace. But as in pause of battle's roar, or bivouac 'neath the starry dome, to soothe the heart and nerve it more, the martial band plays songs of home. As soldier on his breast may wear the cherished gift of some loved one, who bade him boldly do and dare, and count the cause of right his own, so doth the angel's song impart to Christian ardor sweet increase. An amulet upon the heart is Jesus' parting gift of peace. And, bravely striving unappalled, till they from strife have full release, they still are blessed who shall be called the children of the God of peace. Beatitude 8. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. For them, and such as they who heard our Lord, the noble army's van whose blood outpoured, sealed their true witness and confirmed the faith of early church, the faithful Master hath a special benediction. Blessed are ye, but in this, blessed are they. He did foresee all who his bitter cup should taste or drain, or, though afar, should follow in his train. The fire of persecution smoulders now, Moloch and Baal to Astarte bow. The saints need not from fear of pagan king, or bigot priest, their trembling praises sing in dens and caves of earth. Yet there are some who still may win the crown of martyrdom. All who will godly live, it still is true, suffering all their days shall follow through. But to be crowned, is it only to endure sorrow and pain? Will suffering secure so rich inheritance? Then how can fail that heaven is humanity's entail? Nay, martyrs are not made by punishments, but by the righteous cause. Not even the intent can martyrs make, unless it also be for the right's sake we suffer righteously. What is this righteous suffering? how attained? The perfect work of patience, slowly gained by hidden life in Christ, and its unsealing our blinded eyes. Then all the sweet revealing of him unseen, whom seeing we endure unto the blessed end, and so secure salvation and a kingdom shall possess, kingdom of joy and peace and righteousness. These are Beatitudes, or they are beads, all strung upon God's promise as a thread. The blessing of the last doth meet the first, like the two portions of a golden clasp. After this manner pray we, as we tell them o'er, with lowly, contrite heart implore. Father, who art in heaven, forgive our sins. We mourn and meekly cry, Thy will be done. From our deep need give us our daily bread. In hope of mercy make us merciful. From power of temptation keep us pure. Good Lord, deliver us and grant us peace and patience, that we glorify Thy name. And so, through faith and prayer, the graces grow within the soul that's born to life divine. From the first sighing of the penitent, through zeal and love to purity and peace, patient continuance unto the end, till the full stature of the perfect man in Christ we reach, and to his strength attain. O rare and precious gifts of grace, diverse, yet all one grace, one gift of Holy Ghost, like scattered spectral rays, which yet shall blend to form the pure white light of holiness. O rich and choice and wonderful rewards for faithful nurture of the heavenly gift, kaleidoscopic views of heavenly joys, fair changing forms of one unchanging bliss. Christ draws us with his love, his promises. With full desire we cry, Thy kingdom come. In all his beauty we would see the King. Thou Lord of life and love, come, quickly come. End of The Eight Beatitudes by Lydia Hooper Marvin.
Gardening in the 18th Century by George Henslow. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Gardener's Chronicle, Saturday, January the 16th, 1897. In Mr. Burbage's paper on reference books on English gardening literature, Journal Royal Horticultural Society, page 101, he mentions the name of John Lawrence and refers to his book, The Clergyman's Recreation, AD 1714, but has omitted a much more important work entitled A New System of Agriculture, quote, being a complete body of husbandry and gardening in all the parts of them, end quote. It is a folio of 456 pages in 5 books, quote, containing all the best and latest as well as many new improvements useful to the husbandman, etc., wherein are interspersed many curious observations on vegetation, on the diseases of trees, and the general annoyances to vegetables and their probable cures, end quote, by John Lawrence, M.A., Rector of Bishop's Wearmouth and Prebendary of the Church of Sarum, London, 1726. It commences with a dedication to Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, the frontispiece being an illustration of, quote, a perspective view of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales' house at Richmond, end quote, the most severely plain and formal demean it is possible to conceive. 280 pages are devoted to agriculture, in which it may be noted that he includes the cultivation of the silkworm, of which the author writes, quote, it is but of late years that the silkworm has been introduced amongst us here in England, and as yet they are not encouraged, end quote, etc. The second book deals with timber trees, evergreens, and hardy shrubs. Book 3 treats of fruit trees and of the most desirable situations, soils, and the best methods of planting, pruning, etc., a chapter being devoted to the cultivation of the vine. Of small fruits, the filbud, filbert, is an improved kind of hazel, and bears a fruit much admired by most, especially as an amusement over a glass of wine after a good dinner. There were 3 principal kinds of strawberries cultivated, the Virginian or scarlet, the Hautboy, and the common wild one. Of these he discusses the true and bastard or male kinds, and gives figures of them. If helped with a shower of pigeon dung in the spring, the strawberry will produce a wonderful crop and very large fruit. A fruit tree, little known amongst us till of late years, was the azarole, Crataegus azarola, or Neapolitan medlar. It is now to be had of most nurserymen about London. Diseases of fruit trees are then discussed, and the author thinks that some are analogous to those of man, and names them measles, dead palsy, gangrene, canker, consumption, yellow jaundice, etc., and notes that diseases, by checking growth, tend to cause much fruit, just as he had previously observed in training fruit trees that boughs bent horizontally are more fruitful. Book 4 deals with the kitchen garden, and therein are discussed all the vegetables then grown. The author has many pertinent remarks. Thus, in collecting cauliflower seed, it should be saved from such flowers as are large and white, the seed of 2-year-old being the best. When you head a cabbage, cut it slopewise, that the rain may not so easily penetrate the stalk. Kidney beans, he says, is an ancient food, yet it is not a century since it was accounted an extraordinary rarity in England. There are above 50 sorts, but the 2 most remarkable are the dwarf and a white kind which will grow 6 feet high. Of salads, besides all we use now, purslane was much admired by some, and was generally entertained in all salads mingled with hotter herbs. There were 2 kinds, the green and the golden. Several kinds of sorrel, chervil, bugloss, corn salad, mallow, elderflowers, burnet, sampier, samphire, and scurvy grass were all grown as salads. In speaking of cresses, he says, but the Indian cress, Nasturtium indicum, is what is now most coveted in salads. Coming to the flower garden, the author gives a complete catalogue of flowers usually known in England. This embraces 99 species. Of lilies there were only 4 kinds, and the author mentions how some curious persons colour the white lily by making them absorb through their roots the lees of claret. The tuberose he speaks of as now become very common. The belvedere is one of the taller sort of perennials. Chenopodium scoparium, now called the belvedere cypress. Carnations of many kinds were evidently great favourites. Our Lady's slipper was cultivated, of which he writes, the flowers are sometimes of a pale yellow and sometimes brown, tending to purple. There is also a smaller sort with a white flower and another with purple. Pretty as they are, many of these are found in divers places in Yorkshire and Lancashire, growing wild. The scarlet runner bean was also grown as a garden flower, whose pods are singularly good used in pickles. However, it is now adopted for a flower. It is usually employed to adorn walls and arbours. There are many more interesting features in the book, but enough has been said for a short notice. End of Gardening in the 18th Century by George Henslow. Sonnets 8, 18, 28 and 38 of Emeric Dolph by E.C. Esquire, from a Lamport Garland from the library of Sir Charles Edmund Isham. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sonnet 8. Emaric Dulph, thou grace to every grace, thou perfect life of my unperfect living, my thoughts' sole heaven, my heart's sweet resting place, cause of my woe and comfort of my grieving. O give me leave, and I will tell thee how the hapless place and the unhappy time, wherein and when myself I did avow to honour thee, and give my heart to thine. Weary with labour that did like me, I gave my body to a sweet repose. A golden slumber suddenly did strike me, that in death's cabin every sense did close, and either in a heavenly trance or vision, I then beheld this pleasing apparition. Sonnet 18. Emaric Dulph, if thou this riddle read, this dark enigma that I will demand thee, then for thy wisdom's well-deserving meed, in love's pure duty thou shalt command me. A turtle that had chose his loving mate sat seemly perched upon a red rose brier, yet saw a bird, air's paragon for state, that far surpassed his late espoused dear. He changed himself into that lustful bird that Juno loves, and to his love resorted, and thought with amorous speeches to have fired her constant heart, but her in vain he courted. When bootless he had wooed her to his pain, he took his leave and turned his shape again. Sonnet 28. If ever tongue with heaven enticing cries, if ever words blown from a rented heart, if ever tears shed from a lover's eyes, if ever sighs issue of grief and smart, if ever trembling pen with more than skill, if ever paper witness of true love, if ever ink chief harbinger of will, if ever sentence made with art to move, if all of these, combined by Cupid's power, my long-born liking to anatomize, had but the art with art for to discover what love in me doth by his art comprise, then might the heavens, the earth, water, and air be witness that I think thee only fair. Sonnet 38. My thoughts, ascending the high house of fame, found in records of virtuous monuments a map of honours in a noble frame, shining in spite of death's oft banishments. 1,000 colours love sat suited in, guarded with honour and immortal time. Lust led with ennui, fear, and deadly sin, opposed against fair love's outliving line. True constancy kneeled at the feet of love, and begged for service, but could not procure it. Which seen, my heart stepped forth, and thought to move kind love for favour, but did not allure it. Yet when my heart swore constancy was true, love welcomed it, and gave them both their due. End of Sonnets 8, 18, 28, and 38 of Emaric Dulph, by E.C. Esquire, from a Lamport Garland from the library of Sir Charles Edmund Isham. Recording by Ruth Golding. Letters 1 to 8 of Political and Social Letters of a Lady of the 18th Century, 1721 to 1771, by Sarah Byng Osborne, edited by Emily Fanny Dorothy Osborne MacDonald. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1719. The first document, according to date, in Mrs. Osborne's handwriting is the following statement of her affairs at the time of her husband's death, including also a copy of his will. The Mr. Peter Osborne referred to is the half-brother of her late husband. By an order drawn up by Mr. Townsend, is to pay to Mr. Peter Osborne £400 a year for keeping Sir John Osborne in clothes, house, servants, horses, and in short everything, his sickness excepted, that shall be wanted at Chicksands, and he gives him direction to pay me £80 a year for keeping my children, there being no provision for them till their grandfather dies. The gardens we have let to a man for £30 a year, and he is to find everything without more expense to us. Mr. Osborne has debts of all kinds out against him, executions and all sorts of bonds and engagements, but Mr. Townsend is of opinion that as he was not possessed of anything when he died, that neither his father nor heirs can be obliged to pay anything, but his creditors seem to have other hopes. I have took an inventory of all his goods, and locked them up at Chicksands, for nobody as yet has attempted to seize them. His horses I could not keep, so by Mr. Townsend's advice I gave notice to the under-shrieve, who had 3 executions lodged against him, that Sir John had let all his grounds round here, and the horses would go stray, so upon that he sent for them. The landlord of his chambers in the Temple has seized there, but I first had an inventory of all there, for that will be required of me to do. For if they ever do give us trouble, as to be sure they will, for everybody will not lose contentedly, I shall be brought to a strict oath for everything that did belong to him. I have myself engaged at several times for about £500. Law cannot oblige me to pay it, but as most of it is to relations and friends, I think myself obliged to pay it as soon as possible. I have engaged my honour, and that was all they could tie me by. Therefore I shall save every penny I can to pay it as soon as possible, but fear I shall not compass it under 2 year, for all of it is at present upon interest, which I have hitherto exactly paid. When I found Mr. Osborne ill, by Mr. Townsend's advice I had a will drawn by him, which I hoped to prevail with him to sign, but could not. However, he gave Norris the same will which I had given him, right out in his own hand, but neither signed nor dated, nor the names writ plain, and bid him give it me after he was dead, and tell me it was his will. It is as follows. This is the last will and testament of me, John Osborne, of Chicksands in the county of Bedford. I give unto my loving wife, Mrs. Sarah Osborne, all my jewels, plate, and watches, and all other ornaments she has usually worn, and the sum of £100 for mourning. All the rest and residue of my personal estate, of what nature or kind soever, I give and devise to my said wife, and unto her father, the Honourable G. Byng, Knight and Baronet, upon trust, out of the same to raise and pay all such sums of money as I shall justly owe unto any person or persons whatsoever, and pay the sum of £5,000 unto my youngest son John. I give and devise the residue and remainder of my said goods and chattels and personal estate unto my eldest son Danvers, his executors and administrators, in witness whereof I, the said John Osborne, have to this, my last will and testament, set my hand and seal this day of September, Anno Domini 1718. These first 8 letters are all addressed to the Honourable Robert Byng, Sarah's 3rd brother, then Paymaster of the Navy. The first is dated little more than 2 years after her husband's death, and about 18 months after that of Sir John Osborne. Sir Danvers was at this time not 6 years old. Sarah is evidently passing a few weeks at Bristol and Bath with her eldest brother Patty Bing, and entering into the amusements going on at both places. Letter 1. Bristol, June 24th, 1721. I must beg the favour of my dear brother Robin to put these letters into the post for me. I am very troublesome to you, but hope you excuse it. Your last letter gave me great satisfaction to hear about my affairs, for I am so far from them that I am almost out of patience not to be better satisfied. I have writ to Sly to pay you some rent. I believe it will be about £36. We have been to see Mr. Southwell's house, which is within 5 miles of this place. Vanbrugh was the architect, and a clumsy lump of building it is. It cost £15,000 or £20,000 without gardens, and there is no good room in it. Little doors, windows, and staircase, a prodigious large house, but all the room taken up in thick walls and clumsy pillars. The prospect is to the Severn, which is very pleasant with the addition of the ships that are anchored there. The gardens are nothing. Neither do I believe they can make any. It is such a stony soil that nothing can grow, and rocks all about. Ratcliffe Church we have also seen, which I believe is the finest in England. It is in this city, and should be a patron for all that are built. It was founded by a priest in Edward III's time, but newly adorned in Queen Anne's, which I cannot but say is extreme fine, but I am not fond of churches in that manner. The altar is adorned with painting, gilding, and carving, that it comes so near a Popish church that my brother said he could not but fancy himself abroad. Besides these churches, they have several fine buildings, as Marchant's Hall, the Custom House, which we have not seen yet. Thursday we had a ball. The gentlemen borrowed the long room at the Custom House, 9 couple, and as the gentlemen balloted for their partners, they did not all suit well, but as follows: Mr. Bing, Lady Teresa Throgmorton, Duke Powys' daughter; Mr. Paulet, Mrs. Bloomer, a parson's wife, young, pretty, and silly; Sir Robert Throgmorton, Mrs. Player; Major Dean, Lady Jenkinson, a very agreeable lady, your brother says like Duchess Termity; Captain Rowley, Mrs. Fleming, a very agreeable lady; Mr. Jennings, Mrs. Jenkinson; Lieutenant of Captain Rowley's ship, the worst there, which fell to my lot; Captain Wilson, Mrs. Craythorne, your brother's partner in the last ball; Mr. Parsons, Mrs. Snow. Thus I have given you a description of our diversions here, but Monday se'nnight I find my father comes, and then we shall grow grave. At present we amuse ourselves much. This is all the account I can give you at present, and must conclude, dear Robin, your affectionate sister and obliged humble servant, S. Osborne. Letter 2. Bath, 30th of August, 1721. I thank my dear brother Robin for all the trouble I have given you, and since my necklace cannot be found, I must be contented, and am concerned I have given you so much trouble to please my vanity. You will be surprised at my father coming to town so soon, but an express came down from Sir George Saunders for him, upon Mere being made a lord, which was contrary to all promises made to him that any should be so till his patent had passed. He will be in town a Friday. He went in by coach this morning. Now I must tell you the diversion of this place. Last Thursday we came here, that night a play bespoke by Lady Harold, so we did not see anybody. Next day a ball where we was, and saw all the great ladies. My brother Bing danced French dances with Mrs. Key, who has 7,000 a year settled on her, and country dances with Lady Jemima Grey, Duke Kent's daughter. We left them dancing, and went with some ladies to Lindsay's, where I sat down to guinea commerce with Duchess of Wharton, Lady Harold, Mrs. Sims, Lord Morton's daughter, Mr. Cook, Vice-Chamberlain's brother, General Stanwick's lady, Mrs. Bradshaw, Lady Lucy, myself, etc. the pool 7 guineas, and I very near winning of it. Saturday was a play bespoke by Lady Bristol. She asked us to go, as we accordingly did, but first went to make a visit with my father to Lady Franklin. In the meantime came to see me the Duchess of Wharton, Lady Bristol, Lady Lucy, and more of our ladies, which was a particular favour, they not being of my acquaintance before, and what is very seldom done in these places. Sunday to church, and to return all my visits. Then into Harrison's room, where was a vast number of people, but I, being not well, came home by 8 and went to bed. Next day forced myself out, not being willing to indulge. Met all our great ladies at Lindsay's, and was visited by Lady Harold, Mrs. Carr, and Mrs. Andrews, but so ill I was forced to come home early with a violent cold, and was in a fever all night, and yesterday much worse with sore throat and pain in my side, that I was forced to be blooded, and am to-day much better. Thus I have told you how we have spent each day here like a real gossip, but as I believe you are pretty well dull in town, I am willing to divert you the best I can. My brother's clothes are extreme handsome, and fit him exact. He has been at 2 balls in his paduasoy, so I think he cuts a fine figure here. Here is Lady Inchqueen, and 2 of Lord Essex's sisters, but I am not acquainted with them. Duchess of Queensborough comes to-night. My head aches so much that I hope you will excuse this my scroll, and I must end, your affectionate sister and humble servant, S. Osborne. Gray the poet lodges in our house, so he has supped with us. Letter 3. Mrs. Osborne is evidently referring in this letter to inoculation, which was introduced into England in 1718, and was violently opposed by great numbers of people. The 3 princesses mentioned are the granddaughters of George I. Jack is her brother, afterwards Admiral Byng. Conduit Street, June 2nd, 1722. I was much obliged to dear brother Robin for your patience in writing down prescriptions for my son, as well as to Dr. Askenhurst for his advice, but he has been too ill for me to venture anything but just what they have ordered him. Sir Hans Sloane and Amiens have had him under their care. His swelling under his arm is still open. That is the wound that was made there by it being lanced. It is now held open by a pea. I would 10,000 times sooner send them into a room to catch the smallpox than poison their blood in this manner, since there is no knowing when the accidents will end that comes by this pernicious practice. Monday last was a great court at St. James's, and most people very fine. But I believe the gentlemen will wear petticoats very soon, for many of their coats were like our mantuas. Lord Essex had a silver tissue coat, and pink-colour lute-string waistcoat, and several had pink-colour and pale blue paduasoy coats, which look prodigiously effeminate. The 3 young princesses danced, which is a sign they got over their inoculating very well, for I'm sure my son could as soon fly as dance. Brother George lives altogether in the camp. I hardly ever see him. Brother Byng is better since he was at South Hill, and all are well there but my father. Jack, I think, knows when he is well off, for he has taken up his rest at Danbury. I doubt not but you had some merry doings at Bristol last Monday, and hope you had a share in the diversion. I can send you no news from this place but what is in the public prints, for I have no men belong to me, so of course can have no news that is authentic. I believe the country will soon be pleasant, but hitherto I fancy you have had much rain, for certainly it has been so here, and I remember last year at Bristol it was the same. It spoils my walks sometimes, for most mornings, instead of ordering my coach and 6, I order my shoes and 10 toes to trot away to Chelsea. Your aunts and all here are much your servants, but none more so than your affectionate sister and humble servant, S. Osborne. Letter 4. August the 4th, 1722. Dear brother Robin will think I am continually troubling you with letters, but having writ to Mr. Theed before and had no answer, I am willing he should have this carried to him, so should be obliged to you to send one of your porters with it. If he is not at his chambers, they may leave it with his clerk, and I should be infinitely obliged to you if you have any time when you go to the other end of the town, if you would call on him yourself and help solicit for me. The case is this, that I have had answers to my Chancery bills, but they proving roguish ones and not to the purpose, I am obliged to file a bill of exceptions to them, and oblige them to answer more fully. Mr. Theed was to have drawn up this bill before I left town, but it is not yet done, and it should be very soon filed, or else I shall not give them time to answer it in Michaelmas term, and I am quite weary of so many delays. When they see a man appear for one, they will not delay so, but a poor woman is made nothing of. She may live upon air 7 year if she can. I hope you had my letter of joy to you, but I suppose you have so much business now that I must not expect to hear from you. Brother Byng talks of going to town next Tuesday or Wednesday to see the Duke of Marlborough's funeral, which they say will be extreme fine. All here much your humble servants, but none more than your affectionate sister and humble servant, S. Osborne. Letter 5. The Mr. Layer alluded to in this letter was a barrister who was accused of conspiracy against the king, found guilty and hanged. Danbury, November the 30th, 1722. I was in hopes before this to have heard from dear brother Robin, but will suppose you have been much taken up with more weighty affairs at your office, and also hearing Mr. Layer's trial and such things of consequence, but should have took it for a favour to have been in your thoughts Wednesday. All here remembered your health, and joined with me, wishing your years may continue to prosper with as much success as they had hitherto done. I wanted much to see you after I had talked to the lawyers before I came out of town, but not being able to get them together till the night before, it was impossible to see you. I must beg you will be so good to take my affairs under your management. It is a great deal of trouble, and I know not how to ask it, but if you are so obliging to do it, it will be esteemed a very great friendship and obligation in you. Harris is slow and dilatory in his way, and Theed is so in his. They both blame each other, and I could never judge between them but by carrying Harris sometimes to Theed with me, and hear them talk it over before me. The way to make yourself master of the affair is, I believe, necessary you should read over my bills and answers in Chancery, which Harris holds and will give you to read. The answers I had last summer from Messrs. Lee were not thought sufficient, and therefore I filed exceptions to them, which it seems now they design to argue before a master in Chancery. I should be obliged to you to go to Theed and know when they are to be argued, and if it would not be too much trouble, I should be glad you would be in court when they are argued. The rent is all paid into Chancery, but we might get an order to permit it to be put out on India bonds, etc., that I might have interest and not let it lie dead, for there is above £600 paid in there, which lies dead without interest. There has lately been a subpoena served upon Sir Danvers and another for myself to foreclose the equity of redemption of the mortgage. You must have a full account of their proceedings, and not shuffle you off as they do me, by saying they will take care and do all that is proper. They are all rogues, but I cannot but say Theed has dealt as honestly by me as any one of them, and shuffled less. But he is very faulty in delaying getting the particulars drawn of Newgate Market estate, which you must press him for until they are drawn no one can see the value of it in order to buy it, and it is a great determent to Sir Danvers not to have that estate sold, because he is obliged to pay interest for money which should be paid off by the sale of that estate. To follow this will tire you to death. I shall be satisfied in general to know you undertake to be my solicitor. I hope it may lie one day or other in my son's power to be able to serve you or yours, and acknowledge the favour you do his mother. For our good book says there is great merit in assisting the fatherless and widow, and to see them that are in need and necessity have right, and I am sure I must claim your friendship under all these titles. I will trouble you with no more now, but conclude with the addition of subscribing myself your most affectionate sister and humble servant, S. Osborne. Letter 6. Danbury Place, December the 19th, 1722. I am much obliged to dear brother Robin for the account I received from you by Sunday post of my affairs. I am perfectly easy and satisfied they will be well managed now you have undertook the trouble. Next time I must desire you to ask Harris for all the papers concerning the poor at Chicksands, for I very much want them. Last week I was at Purley and Screen's, played at cards there till 2 in the morning, but London hours very ill suit the country. We have read your new play, which I doubt not but you have seen more than once, but we cannot relish it here, and therefore conclude 'tis our want of taste, since the beau monde are of a different opinion. Mr. Bob Fitch comes home a Saturday. He has been very ill of a fever, and has not yet quite recovered it. Your affectionate sister and obliged humble servant, S. Osborne. My love to Neddy. Letter 7. Danbury, December the 28th, 1722. I received dear brother Robin's by Sunday post, as also one from Harris. He says I must come to town, to be admitted in court as my son's guardian, to answer the bill that is preferred against him. If it must be so, I hope it will be so contrived that I may stay but one day in town, for I have not half a crown of my own in the world, and therefore can bear no expense but that which is unavoidable. You are very good to call on my tedious people. Once being spoken to by a man has the weight of 10 times a woman's speaking. Mr. Theed must be hurried out of his life to get Newgate Market sold. That would greatly add to the peace of all, for 'tis a torment to have that so long about. I am your affectionate sister and humble servant, S. Osborne. A happy Christmas and many happy New Year to you. Letter 8. Monday, March the 11th, 1723. Dear brother Robin is very obliging to assist me in so often seeing my lawyers, which doubtless hastens them, notwithstanding it seems to move slowly on. Nobody that has not experience of the delays of that profession can imagine the plague of them. I know there is people think it more my fault that this affair is not sooner concluded, but I have bought my experience dear. I know 'tis their ignorance makes them say so, therefore I mind them not. I beg the favour you will settle about the security. If the Chancery would allow it, and the other side agree, I should think India bonds or Navy bills, for the land and malt tax carry but 3%, and the interest will hardly answer the charge of putting the money out. I am very easy Brace should administer. I have no will nor anything of Mr. Osborne's, and have signed a renunciation to Brace. When the particulars of Newgate Market is done, then there is to be 2 city surveyors to value the houses, and since you are so good to take the trouble upon you, I hope you will go through with it all and press this affair to be wholly completed. And then I hope among some of your rich citizens that there will be a purchaser soon found, for the estates being sold will go a great way in settling our affairs, at least in what relates to Sir Danvers. He is so young that I hope I shall get all his affairs perfect before he comes of age, that he may enjoy it all without the torment I have known with it. Ask Mr. Theed when he thinks we shall be able to get any witness to set aside the mortgage, whether he remembers Sparrowhawk, the attorney in the country, that promised to let him into many of Weedon's villainies in this affair. I would have for my counsel Mr. Talbot, Sir Phil Yorke, and Sergeant Chesier, so pray take care that these are not retained on the other side. I am uneasy to find my letter so long, and only filled with my own troublesome affairs, and nothing to entertain you. I find the town and Parliament is in full employment, and hope all things will be brought to light, and those suffer that ought to do so. The country begins to be very pleasant, and this place is always so. Good company, a pleasant park, and delightful prospects, and everything that contribute to make a country life agreeable. I will trouble you with no more now, but that I am your affectionate sister and obliged humble servant, S. Osborne. End of Letters 1 to 8 of Political and Social Letters of a Lady of the 18th Century, 1721 to 1771, by Sarah Byng Osborne. Recording by Ruth Golding. Eight Little Letters Make Three Little Words by Bert Kalmar and Ted Snyder. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Your granddad told your grandma the words I tell to you. Your father and your mother, they told one another too. They're known in every language, they're new each time they're told. Before our birth they have been said and will be when we're old. 8 little letters make 3 little words, cooed by the doves and sung by the birds. Sweetest of all the words I know, they're simple too. Can you learn them? First word is I and the last word is you. Love just links the two. ILOVEYOU spells I love you. Now if you've learned your lesson, just spell the words to me. Don't falter, and the altar it will hold us presently. And when upon your finger I place the wedding ring, we'll seal our bliss with one sweet kiss, then with the preacher sing. 8 little letters make 3 little words, cooed by the doves and sung by the birds. Sweetest of all the words I know, they're simple too. Can you learn them? First word is I and the last word is you. Love just links the two. ILOVEYOU spells I love you. End of 8 Little Letters Make 3 Little Words by Bert Kalmar and Ted Snyder. Sung by Ruth Golding.
Prologus aus König Heinrich der Achte von William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ich komme nicht mehr, dass ihr lacht. Gestalten, die eure Stirnen ziehen in ernste Falten, die traurig, groß, stark, voller Pomp und Schmerz, So edle Szenen, dass in Leid das Herz zerrinnt, erscheinen heut. Die Mitleid fühlen, sie mögen Tränen schenken unsern Spielen, der Inhalt ist es wert. Die, welche geben ihr Geld, um etwas Wahres zu erleben, sie finden hier Geschichte. Die an Zügen, Geschmückten, sich erfreuen und so begnügen, zürnen wohl nicht. 2 Stunden still und willig, dann steh ich dafür ein, sie haben billig den Schilling eingebracht. Nur die allein, die sich an Spaß und Unzucht gern erfreuen, an Tartschenlärm, die nur der Bursch ersetzt, im bunten langen Kleid mit Gelb besetzt, sie sind getäuscht. Mit Wahrheit, groß und wichtig, darf, edle, niemals Schattenwerk so nichtig als Narr und Kampf sich mischen, sonst entehrten wir uns und euch, die uns Vertrauen gewährten, dass wahr nur sei, was jetzt vor euch erscheint, und so verblieb uns kein verständ'ger Freund. Deshalb, weil man als weis und klug euch kennt und in der Stadt die feinsten Hörer nennt, seid ernst, wie wir euch wünschen. Denkt, ihr seht, als lebten sie in stolzer Majestät des edlen Spiels Personen. Denkt sie groß, vom Volk umringt, denkt ihrer Diener Tross, der Freunde Drang. Seht hierauf im Moment, wie solche Macht so bald zum Fall gewinnt. Und seid ihr dann noch lustig, möcht ich meinen, es könn ein Mann am Hochzeitstage weinen. Ende von Prolog zu König Heinrich der Achte, gelesen von Carlsson. Die aus Brockhaus Bilder Konversationslexikon Band 1 Leipzig 1837. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 8. Die. Ein Rechtsspruch, durch welchen abwesende Verbrecher nach vorausgegangener Anklage, Vorladung und Untersuchung für straffällig erklärt werden, ist seit der Einsetzung des Reichskammergerichts in Deutschland immer mehr außer Gebrauch gekommen und hat sich nur noch teilweise in England erhalten. Während des Mittelalters fand folgendes Achtsverfahren statt. Der Angeklagte ward öffentlich, gewöhnlich 3-mal zur Verantwortung vorgeladen, bei Strafe für geständig und überführt geachtet zu werden. Erschien er nicht, so erfolgte die erste, einfache Acht, bei welcher er in dem über ihn erkennenden Gerichtsbezirke kein Recht ausüben durfte und keinen Schutz hatte, auch im Betretungsfalle sogleich verhaftet werden musste. Konnte der so Geächtete binnen Jahr und Tag keine Beweise seiner Schuldlosigkeit bringen, so ward er mit der zweiten, vollständigen Acht, der Oberacht, belegt, welche in gänzlicher Schutz und Rechtslosigkeit bestand, bürgerlichen Tod, Eröffnung der Lehen, Auflösung der Ehe und Vogelfreiheit nach sich zog. Sein Leib und sein Fleisch, hieß es in einer alten Achtsformel, sei den Tieren in den Wäldern und den Vögeln in der Luft zugeteilt, und er selbst in des Teufels Namen in die 4 Straßen der Welt gewiesen. Wer den Geächteten aufnahm, verfiel selbst in die Acht, so zum Beispiel 1566 der Herzog Johann Friedrich von Sachsen, als er dem Geächteten Wilhelm von Grumbach einen Aufenthalt in seinem Lande gewährte. Vergehen gegen Kaiser und Reich, vornehmlich Landfriedensbruch und Auflehnung gegen die kaiserliche Majestät, hatte die Reichsacht zur Folge, welche im Verein mit den Reichsständen vom Kaiser ausgesprochen ward und sich nur dadurch von der Oberacht unterschied, dass der, welchen sie traf, aus allen Landen des Deutschen Reichs verwiesen wurde. Das letzte Beispiel dieser Art war die Achtserklärung gegen Friedrich II., König von Preußen 1758, die aber wegen der energischen Protestation der evangelischen Reichsstände nicht in Ausübung gebracht wurde. In den Ländern, wo die Achtserklärung noch gültig ist, hat sie nur die Folge, dass der Verbrecher aufgegriffen und den Gerichten überliefert werden muss. Das Verfahren beim Achtsprozesse ist im Wesentlichen folgendes: Über den abwesenden Verbrecher wird ein hochnotpeinliches Gericht gehegt, nach welchem er in 3 Herrenländern vorgeladen und hierdurch geächtet wird. Nach Jahr und Tag wird diese Vorladung wiederholt und der Verbrecher aufgefordert, sich auf einen bestimmten Tag zu stellen. Geschieht solches nicht, so wird die Oberacht über ihn ausgesprochen und sein Vermögen der Staatskasse überwiesen, den Pflichtteil ausgenommen, welcher seinen Kindern zukommt. Stellt sich der Verbrecher übrigens nach abgelaufener Frist, so muss ein ordentliches Kriminalverfahren gegen ihn eingeleitet und ihm ein Verteidiger bestellt werden. Der Ächtungsprozess findet endlich nur statt, wenn ein Verbrechen vorliegt, auf welches Todesstrafe steht und dessen Tatbestand vollständig erwiesen ist. Ende von 8 aus Brockhaus Bilder Konversationslexikon, gelesen von Carlsson.
God's Octave by Emma Muir. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Niagara's waters soundeth on through night and day, under the silver moonbeams and sunlight's golden ray. Those wondrous gathered waters, those remnants of the flood, their hymn ascendeth ever unto the throne of God. The dusky savage knew them in his wild hunting ground, and there he gazed in wonder mid solitude profound. And we would gaze and worship where the dark savage stood, till our lips cried out in gladness, Thy works, O God, are good. For as our eyes were ravished by shades of glowing light, we'd revel in the beauty of mercy blent with might. That misty veil would show us the octave of God's love, let down from the eternal to lift our hearts above. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, blue, dark indigo, majestically doth purple add to the regal show. Reflected in its vapour those rainbow tints appear, and to complete the octave, God's white light shineth clear. And is there not an octave in grace as well as light? Those spirit gifts Christ bought us on Calvary's dark night. That crimson tide which, gushing forth from his wounded side, gives us the power to love, God's love, through him the crucified. Then faith shall bring contentment, while peace and hope will be already with their garlands to crown humility. Till praise shall sound triumphant, our hearts with rapture beat, rejoicing that the octave of God's love is complete. Just love in the beginning, from which this world hath grown, and love, still love attending, around the great white throne. And love shall tune the voices, the keynote, love, will be of never-ending sweetness all through eternity. End of God's Octave by Emma Muir.
Shall Our Presidents Be Elected for 8 Years? By George P. Poland. This is recorded to celebrate the 8th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shall Our Presidents Be Elected for 8 Years? By George P. Poland. Preface. It must be very evident to every intelligent reader that the very nature and importance of the present topic makes it a concern in general to every American man and woman of sense and education who has at heart the welfare and interest of the United States.
and in particular to every American citizen who has the right, natural or acquired, to cast a ballot. For what should be of greater importance to every true and patriotic American than the welfare of the highest office in his land? And consequently, what topic should more concern him than that which might affect the welfare of this office, be it for good or for evil? But it not unfrequently happens that even when a subject is in itself propitious, there will be no lack of causes to dissuade a reader from perusing it. Perhaps he has never before heard of the author, and how is it possible that any reader should peruse the writings of one whose name is so obscure? To this we might remark with Campbell, that the rabble chiefly consider who speak, men of sense and education, what is spoken. But let us act more charitably toward those of our friends who stickle at a name, by affording them some profitable reading in the following just extract from Burton's celebrated Anatomy of Melancholy. Gentle reader, I presume thou wilt be very inquisitive to know what antic or personate actor this is, that so insolently intrudes upon this common theatre, to the world's view, arrogating another man's name, whence he is, why he doth it, and what he hath to say. Although, as he said, primum si noluero non responebo, quis coacturus est. If I be urged, I will as readily reply as that Egyptian in Plutarch, when a curious fellow would needs know what he had hid in his basket. Quum vides velatim quid inqueris in rem absconditam. Seek not after that which is hid. If the contents please thee and be for thy use, suppose the man in the moon, or whom thou wilt, to be the author. But perhaps one of the chief causes which inclines many readers thoughtlessly to shirk a task that otherwise they would but too gladly perform, is a too humble opinion of the responsibility resting upon their own shoulders. Such, in particular, is frequently found to be true of not a few intelligent voters, who, reflecting how insignificant a weight their votes must carry when viewed singly, do not always give sufficient thought and study to many questions upon which they are often obliged in the end to cast their ballots. They forget to view the matter in its true light. For as little drops of water and little grains of sand make mighty oceans and big lands, so votes, insignificant when taken singly, when viewed in the aggregate, make the greatest laws of a republic. And if all voters would only bear well in mind the fact that a single, apparently insignificant ballot has frequently turned the tables both for and against measures, they must needs feel at once the great responsibility attendant upon casting their votes in a thoughtful and intelligent manner. With respect to the question before us, it may be readily shown that a great responsibility does rest upon the shoulders of every American voter, though he may be entirely unconscious of its true weight. For if, on the one hand, the change herein proposed be for the welfare of the country at large, as we endeavor to prove it is, and consequently for the welfare of those individuals who dwell therein, then every voter who does not cast his ballot for the measure not only fails in his duty toward the good of his country, but fails also to take a just advantage of that which would be for his own private interests. On the other hand, if this measure be not for the welfare of the land, the responsibility of such a measure being carried must rest upon the shoulders of every American voter who shall have failed to cast his ballot against the same. But how can a voter determine whether a measure be good or bad before he has heard what it is, and before he has carefully weighed the arguments for and against it? The truth is, he cannot, unless he wishes to enact the fool of whom Solomon speaks, who answereth a question before he has fairly heard it. Before concluding these few prefatory remarks, it may be well to present here several reasons which at once suggest themselves in support of an immediate consideration by the American people of the topic under discussion. These reasons are three in number, and as follows. 1. When a country is weighted down, as the United States at present is, by debt, war, and complicated foreign policies, then frequently recurring changes in the administration are ever more hurtful to the land than when the state machinery, as in times of peace, is thus unhampered. This statement will be clearly demonstrated in the course of the body of our pamphlet. Suffice it to remark here that the many new foreign policies and complications which our war with Spain has necessarily entailed make it absolutely requisite for the successful development of the same that the present administration should remain in office for 8 years. 2. By extending now the presidential term of office to 8 years would assist much in quashing the free silver question, which has produced so recently such a hurtful crisis in the land, and would thus set at ease the minds of all who have money interests at stake. Just as sure as Billy Bryan breathes, for the ass that breathes must bray, the silver question is certain to be made an issue at the next presidential election. Billy is now a full-fledged colonel, with sword, epaulets, and flowing hair, who, not having been ordered to the front, the only grave mistake made by the present administration, and consequently not having been shot by the Spaniards or laid low by the fever, an event the failure of which, so far as Billy is concerned, is greatly to be deplored, as the nation from pure relief would certainly have honored the dead in a manner I am convinced it will never honor the living, is still at large to prove to the world that the tongue is a safer means of combat, if not always so successful, than the sword. And while we have no very sanguinary fears as to the success of this silvery-tongued colonel from the Wild West, of the species asinus, his braying voice is certain, nevertheless, to throw the country, as heretofore, into much hurtful confusion and uncertainty at a time when it cannot well afford to bear the shock. But by extending now the presidential term to 8 years, even if Bryanism by that time is not actually brayed out of existence, the country, our glorious land, will at least have recovered itself sufficiently from its present troubles to meet the shock successfully. 3. What time could be more propitious than the present for extending the length of the presidential term? For what man more deserves the honor, at the hands of the American people, of being the first president to serve in office for 8 years than William McKinley? Everywhere, both by land and sea, he has successfully directed the arms of the United States in her just and humane war with Spain. By his foresight and statesmanship, he has won for the American people the most decisive and glorious victories. By his tact and justness he has united the North and the South into one nation. By his victories he has won for our land the esteem and respect of the nations abroad. And by his patience, firmness, and statesmanship he is even now consummating a peace which, for the great and glorious results it involves, is scarcely found equaled in the annals of history. Dewey, Hobson, Schley, Sampson, Shafter, Miles, Merritt, like the heroes of old, have all been lauded to the skies and justly honored in proportion to their respective services rendered. But how much more should the American people honor that American by whose judgment, patience, foresight, and statesmanship such warriors and heroes have been chosen and such successes made possible? The American people, in the bigness of their hearts, have not even forgotten to honor their enemy, Admiral Cervera, and should they then forget to honor the one American to whom all honors are due? No, 1,000 times no, unless they wish to show themselves more ungrateful and more perfidious than the Spaniards themselves. And as the North and South, like the rushing of a mighty stream, united with one voice to support William McKinley in his war against Spain, so let them again unite with one mighty voice to ring his praises to the skies, and to honor him as no president has yet been honored by making him the first president to serve a single term in office for 8 years. The Author. Shall our presidents be elected for 8 years? The framers of the Constitution of the United States of America were not only men of ability and integrity, but were also, beyond doubt, patriots and statesmen in the highest and broadest usages of the words. When they devised that Constitution, which was destined to be the foundation of the greatest republic on earth, party spirit and party prejudice held no place in their frank and honest hearts. Truth and broad-mindedness, never elsewhere in the origin of nations brought into a brighter and more pure light, suffused their whole beings, Liberty, and liberty alone, was the guardian angel that protected their souls and molded their speech. For liberty, O sublimest of words, these noble minds and those most dear to them had fought and bled and wept and struggled, and liberty, dyed and matted on their blood-stained soil in broadest letters of purple crimson, they were firmly and resolutely determined should be the great and immortal inheritance bequeathed to their posterity forever. With what tender care and jealous hearts, then, should every true-born American cherish in his breast and guard over in his mind the preservation of this his greatest birthright! How warily should he tread in any attempt to change for the better this greatest of treasures, so near and dear to his heart, which has secured him his freedom of speech, of action, and of conscience, forever, yea, and forever. On the other hand, however, he must not be unmindful of the exact spirit in which this birthright, the Constitution, has been endowed him. He must not forget that he has been invested with powers the most discretionary, and that it would be the height of folly to be wilfully blind to such a manifest fact. Such a blinding of his powers would be productive of the worst evils, even ultimately the loss of that liberty for which his forefathers had fought and bled. For what is liberty other than the free and discreet use of one's own judgment, expressed either in speech or in action? Accordingly, the framers of the Constitution, with that deep foresight characteristic only in men of the profoundest wisdom, provided for the extension of such discretionary powers, for they knew that with the progress and development of their beloved land toward a higher and better civilization must come changes in that Constitution, which, while they could clearly foresee, they were as fully aware that their posterity alone could effect. They knew that what is true of individuals is also true of governments and states, that with the new growth and development of each, modifications must be made in the laws and principles which have governed them from their infancy toward such a growth, to suit the new order of things. To speak figuratively, they knew that while the heart or core of the tree must ever remain the same, new limbs and branches and twigs and leaves must be ever shooting forth to meet the unceasing progressions of time. Hence, in Article 5 of the Constitution, the framers have wisely provided for the modification of those laws and principles, in the heart of which liberty and equal rights must be ever preserved, which, whenever the case so demands, it is now the right of us Americans to effect. And while we, the people of the United States, should ever proceed with that wise cautiousness in effecting any such modifications in our Constitution, avoiding all undue haste, party spirit, and jingoism, still, on the other hand, we should not allow a mistaken sense of reverence for the right is ours to stay our hands for one moment in effecting such wholesome and necessary modifications in the Constitution as will certainly allay the misery and suffering, while it increases the strength, vitality, and happiness of this our beloved and free land of America. This was surely the one wish and prayer of those who fought and bled for us. They framed the Constitution to subserve the welfare and happiness of the people, not that the people should ignorantly and blindly follow the Constitution. A Constitution was and is undoubtedly necessary, but one that, like a tree, was alive and ever capable of growth, one that should advance as the Republic advanced, one whose measures should be capable of an ever broadening development to meet the ever increasing enlightenment of the time. Such a Constitution the framers have given us, and it is we, not they, who are really to blame if the true spirit in which it was given be overlooked by allowing it to lie dormant as a thing dead, instead of ever expanding as a thing alive. With these few preliminary remarks, we shall forthwith advance a proposition, which we deem of the gravest import, one which we firmly believe should be well discussed and digested by all true American patriots and statesmen of today. Indeed, we feel that in this proposition lies the only true remedy for all those glaring and hateful evils which so recently have swept over and almost laid prostrate our blessed land, and which, if not withheld by some such antidote, are destined to occur with tenfold fury, sweeping over our land again and again with the most awful cyclonic effects. Stated generally, the proposition affects the length of the presidential term of office. The existing term of 4 years we deem too short. We have the strongest reasons for showing that our presidents should be elected for terms of 8 years, but that they should not be eligible for second terms of office. In what follows we shall endeavor to state succinctly the various reasons for such an amendment to the Constitution. But before so doing, we shall first carefully consider the chief objections that might be advanced against such a proposed change. It might be objected, then, that such an extension of the presidential term to 8 years would place too great a power in the hands of the chief executive. Some persons, by no means lacking in intelligence, are of the opinion that such an extension of office would be nothing short of turning our presidents into kings. Others, while not quite so sanguine as to believe any such extreme evil, nevertheless feel that such an extension of office would place the head of the nation too much beyond the control of the people. Such fears as these latter are expressed in the following words of Story in his just and highly eulogistic work on the Constitution of the United States of America. "The period," says this talented author, in speaking of the length of the presidential term of office, "should not be so long as to impair the proper dependence of the executive upon the people for encouragement and support, or to enable him to persist in a course of measures deeply injurious to the public interest or subversive of the public faith. His administration should be known to come under the review of the people at short periods, so that its merits may be decided and its errors be corrected by the sober exercise of the electoral vote by the people." As regards those kingly powers which some fear would be the baneful results of an extension of the executive office to 8 years, it will be necessary to define precisely the nature of such powers, so that by comparing them with the powers now invested in the Presidents of the United States, we may ascertain once for all whether it would ever be possible for him to usurp powers so hurtful to a republic. The powers of a king, it is very manifest, are more or less restricted in their absoluteness as he happens to be the head of a monarchy more or less limited or despotic. In either case, however, unless his tyranny forces a revolution, he holds his rank or office during his lifetime, and at his decease his rank and powers descend by right of tenure, thought by some to be divine, to his natural heirs, whether male or female. His person is held to be sacred by all except the freeborn, for lo, he is a king. He lives in magnificent marble palaces, is surrounded by gold-laced, smooth-tongued courtiers, rides in artistically gilded equipages, is protected by armed bodyguards, and holds a mighty distance from the common herd, who bow before him as some god. His will is arbitrary, his acts accountable to none but God and his conscience, good or bad. No matter how unjust his measures, he cannot be deprived of his rank and power except by force, for he is a king. In short, he and his nobles are paramount, the people are nothing, slaves. They must obey his every beck and call, or feel the all-powerful and withering hand of a tyrant. Behold, then, the rank, the power, and the glitter that doth hedge in a king. It is seemly to the eye, it readeth well in books, it is pleasant to the few that possess it, but it sickeneth the heart of the poor, the weak, and the lowly, it sealeth their lips, it shackleth their consciences, it enslaveth their persons. When kings reign, the people crieth aloud with a sore heart. On the other hand, contrast the powers of the President of the United States. As regards external show, there are no magnificent palaces, no gilded equipages, no bloodthirsty bodyguards, no gold-laced courtiers, nor, in short, anything of the rank, the glitter, and the trumpery necessary to put a distance between a king and his subjects. As regards his real unadorned powers, these are all definitely enumerated in Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution. As vast as this power invested in the person of the President is, he in reality, paradoxical as it may seem to many, possesses no real, that is, arbitrary powers. The powers of a king, on the contrary, we have already seen, are both arbitrary and absolute. The laws emanating from himself are enforced by himself by means fair or foul, and whether they suit the wishes of the people or not. No such powers are possessed by the President of the United States. He, it is true, represents power, but the power itself emanates from the voice of the people. Figuratively speaking, he is the mere tool or mouthpiece by which the people make it possible to rule for themselves. It is the people who elect from among themselves the President. It is the people who have marked out for him, both in the Constitution and party platforms, the powers he may represent and the duties he must perform when inaugurated. The real power, then, lies, as it should, in the voice of the people, and only in the voice of the people. The President merely represents and executes the public will. It is true that with the President may originate the germs of many measures, but these then can only be enforced with the consent of the representatives who reflect the voice of the people. The President may make treaties, but only by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, and provided 2/3 of the House concur. He may appoint many public officers, but only with the advice and consent of the Senate. He may grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment, which thus makes all collusion impracticable and dangerous. Finally, the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In other words, the President manifestly holds his office and powers by sufferance only, so long as he is careful faithfully to conform, in the main, to the public will, as tacitly expressed in the Constitution and party platforms. In view, then, of all these facts, how is it possible for any President to usurp that kingly power which some fear? Is not every avenue which might lead an ambitious and tyrannical man to such kingly power strictly guarded in the checks imposed in our Constitution? Is it possible for any President, elected to office for 4 years only, to usurp such power? No, for past experience shows that even an attempt at it has never been effectually made. Is it possible for any President, re-elected to a second term, actually equivalent to a term of 8 years, to usurp such powers? No, because past experience shows also that many Presidents have been re-elected to office without any such evil results accruing. How then could any President usurp such kingly powers if elected to office for one term of 8 years? Would the checks and restrictions now placed upon his power be then any the less? Would he or those in collusion with him who attempted such power be then any the less liable to impeachment than now? Does any one vainly imagine that the American people, from any divine awe they might feel for the person of such an unworthy President, would hesitate to assert their rights by dragging him down to his well-deserved punishment? Not for one moment. But then it will be objected that the President now standing the chance of a re-election will necessarily remain upon his good behavior to secure it. Granted. But notwithstanding, if it be possible for any President to usurp kingly power by an extension of his term to 8 years, why may he not just as well usurp now that power during his second term, when he can expect no further favors from the people? We repeat, why have not some of our Presidents done so? Because that awful word impeachment, standing out in flaming letters of fire in the midst of our Constitution as a guardian angel, protecting the rights of free-born Americans, warns all who by their natures are ambitious and tyrannical of the insurmountable dangers of such an attempt. It informs every President of the United States, in terms too simple to be mistaken, that the moment he arrogated such power he would be dragged down from his pedestal without ceremony or respect to his person, and made to face, as one free-born man, the severe but just wrath of 70 millions. Having now refuted the main objections against the question raised, we shall proceed at once to a consideration of those arguments which may be advanced in its favor. First, then, such an extension of the presidential term to 8 years would give stability to the government both at home and abroad, together with its many attendant happy consequences. This would seemingly imply that at present the government of the United States is unstable. Let us carefully investigate the matter to ascertain the truth. The stability of a government is dependent upon principles in every respect analogous to those which form the basis of a family or business. In Xenophon's Memorabilia, Book 3, Chapter 4, Socrates remarks that over whatsoever a man may preside, he will, if he knows what he needs and is able to provide it, be a good president, whether he have the direction of a chorus, a family, a city, or an army. The justness of this remark is fully borne out in the lives of many of our presidents, who from the government of their own obscure families have risen to the government of a great nation. Whence it naturally follows that what is necessary in the government of a family or business is likewise necessary, only on an enlarged scale, in the government of a great nation or state. By considering, therefore, the requirements for stability in a family or business, we shall be the better able to ascertain clearly similar requirements for a state. In every family, then, that pretends to any marked stability, it will be found on investigation that it is conducted by fixed laws and principles, a definite end or purpose, and a steady, unchanging policy in the attainment of its ends as well as in the continuance of the same. Just such requirements, as all know, are to be found in every successfully conducted business, whether such business be that of the merchant, the mechanic, or the professional man. So likewise with a state or nation. To be stable, there must be laws and principles, usually found in constitutions by which it is governed. There must be in view a definite end or purpose, as in a despotism, absolute power concentrated in a tyrant, in a limited monarchy, more or less power usurped in the hands of an aristocracy, in a republic, the power distributed equally in the hands of the people, in a military or naval state, the supporting a large army or navy, in a commercial state, the accumulation of vast wealth. Finally, just as in a family or business, there must be a steady, unchanging policy toward the attainment of its ends in view, as well as for their continuance. If now any one of these three primary elements that constitute a stable state be lacking, instability is certain to be the inevitable result. If the state lacks a constitution, for few states, except those sunk in the extreme savagism, do not possess some laws, as in many semi-barbarous lands, it will continue to vacillate and consequently be unstable, as the minds of its successive despotic rulers are strong or weak, just or cruel. If the state pursues no definite end, or is too weak to enforce that end, as with Spain in Cuba today, and in the states of Central America, there will be incessant civil wars and revolutions. And lastly, if the government be in a constant state of flux toward the attainment of its ends, as was the policy, or rather lack of policy, of Louis XVI of France and of the Directory after him, nothing but instability of the most direful effects can result to that land. In the United States we possess today two of the primary elements required toward a stable government, but unfortunately lack the third, a steady, unchanging policy in the attainment of our ends. Thank God we possess just laws and a constitution, the most enlightened product of the human mind. We pursue also two widely and definitely marked ends, namely, 1. Liberty, equal rights, and government by the people and for the people. 2. Industry and the amassing of wealth, by which means the prosperity of the state is increased and the happiness of the individual made possible. As regards the former of these last two ends, Americans are and ever will be united in heart and mind by the undeviating laws of the Constitution. As regards the latter, they are split into 100 factions, each supporting measures in many instances diametrically opposed one to the other. Again, the former of these ends, made perfectly secure by the present times of universal peace, vanishes for the present, like an obscure cloud in the background, while the latter, being that end after which very nearly every American strives, is necessarily forced into the foreground, and thus made the most striking or prominent object. Note: This article was written before the opening of the present Spanish-American War. The result is that the people of the United States, unobstructed by wars, the one great barrier to wealth, have been maturing for many years into an enormous commercial community. Most of their measures today, as expressed in party platforms, tend to the continual development and increase of the wealth and resources of the country, for the ultimate benefit of those individuals who support such measures. And these individuals, on the other hand, naturally advocate by their votes such measures as they believe or judge, and every intelligent voter does judge, will increase the wealth of the nation at large, and consequently the wealth that they hope eventually to squeeze out of their own respective businesses. Hence the true motives for this man allying himself to one party and that man to another, why one man advocates high tariff and another man free trade, why this man worships the golden calf and that man the silver ass. So far so good. If one man wishes to kneel at the shrine of a calf, while another kneels at that of an ass, and still a third at that of a hybrid, a mixture of ass and calf, that is undoubtedly, in a free land, such a man's own private affair. It is not the purpose of this paper to enter into the goodness or badness of partisan measures. But it is the purpose of this paper to expose to the light what every intelligent voter knows who stops to think about it, that it is impossible for the people of the United States to have high tariff today and free trade tomorrow, a golden calf one week and a silver ass the next, without eventually resulting in that unsteady, seesawing, ever fluctuating change in their measures, which we have discovered already to be productive of instability in a state, and that such instability, resultant from a too great frequency of change in our measures, is now observable in the government of the United States, must be manifest to all who will take the trouble to compare carefully the seesawing measures of the past 4 or 5 administrations. The evils resultant from such a frequent and sudden change of measures will now be made apparent. As the majority of such measures, usually set forth in the 2 great party platforms, are on main issues nearly always diametrically opposed one to the other, the enforcing of measures by the supremacy of the party entering office is thus the necessary uprooting of measures enforced by the defeated party leaving office. And as experience proves that 4 years is too short a period for any measure, good, bad, or indifferent, to bear forth ripe fruit, such diametrically opposed measures come and go with every change in the administration, without the possibility of testing their goodness or badness. The result is that the people vote equally for bad measures, supposing them the best, as well as for good ones, and that 4 years is entirely too short a period in which to test sufficiently any great issues is provided by this very seesawing process of party measures, whereby the bad as well as the good recur in endless succession. For in this practical land of freedom it is to be presumed that every honest and intelligent citizen who knows the true meaning of a vote, votes only for such measures as he believes to be best for the country at large, and thus ultimately best for his own private interests. But notwithstanding, it is a well-known fact that many measures which are known by the ablest statesmen to be intrinsically bad, are not only often supported by the people, but actually carried by them. And as the worth of anything in America is generally tested by practical results, it stands to reason that the people must vote for such bad measures, because, not being fully tested, they are ignorantly misled by blind hopes, as by an ignus fatuus. Further, the evil effects resulting to business throughout the country from such frequent and sudden changes in party measures must be also, on a moment's reflection, manifest to all. For as soon as any business might begin to thrive under particular measures, such measures are immediately uprooted before the business has a chance to be benefited. This, in effect, is similar to that childish expedient of uprooting a plant every few days to observe its growth, but which, by killing the plant, is certain in the end to be productive of childish tears. Even a bad measure could not be productive of worse consequences to business than the frequent changes of such measures. The reason is not far to be sought. Such measures being diametrically opposed, the businesses that thrive under the measures of one administration are ruined by the measures of the next, and so on, till every business in the land is affected and finally shattered to its very foundations. Thus, for example, those businesses which begin to thrive under free trade in this administration are certain to be ruined by high tariff in the next, and those businesses which are resuscitated by high tariff in the next are certain to expire by a recurrence of free trade in a succeeding administration. So all measures diametrically opposed and frequently changed will affect all businesses, and no matter how good any particular measure may be in itself, no salutary results can follow, since time, the all-important factor, is not allowed for any such measure to bear forth its good fruit. Somehow we Americans have imbibed the idea that all we are obliged to do is to enforce some measure, and presto, before one can say Jack Robinson, the thing with all its happy consequences is done. Undoubtedly we Americans are a great people, but we have not yet acquired, nor are we ever likely to, any such skilled tricks in the wonderful art of magic. We overlook the important factor, time. Time, it is commonly known, waits for no man, but in America we are inclined to believe no man seems willing to wait for time. And as it requires time for a tree to reach maturity and bear forth fruit after it has been planted, so it requires time for the best measures to bring forth salutary results. But once extend the presidential term to 8 years, and all this demoralizing instability in our measures, with the evils following it, would be immediately turned into a wise stability, with all its attendant happy consequences. Each measure, having 8 years to mature in, would thus have ample time in which to bear forth its best fruit. If any measure prove itself capable of bearing forth fruit beneficial to the country, the people would not fail to be mindful of it, and their ever shrewd common sense would induce them to vote for a continuance of that measure, irrespective of party bias. On the other hand, if the measure should bear forth fruit hurtful to the country, the people could not fail to be mindful of that also, and would crush once and forever such an unfruitful measure, so that there could be no possible chance for its successful and injurious recurrence. Thus every measure would be fully and conclusively tested. The bad would be discarded as chaff, while the good would be voted in for perpetuity. Secondly, the experience of many precedents proves that such an extension of the presidential term would be a most wise and salutary one. It would not be as some new experiment untried. For the people of the United States, having actually re-elected many of their presidents to a second term, have tacitly acknowledged that 8 years is not too long for them to serve. It is true that in the instances referred to, those 8 years have been apparently broken by re-elections, but then, such breaks being but nominal, the general results upon the government have been the same as if the presidents had been elected to office for single terms of 8 years. What then, it will be naturally asked, seeing the results of a re-election to be in effect the same as a single term of 8 years, is the advantage of electing our presidents to single terms of 8 years? 1. It would give equally 8 years to each administration, whereas up to date the majority of our presidents have served respectively but one term of 4 years. 2. It would prevent much of that unnecessary and wasted energy which, we shall see in a succeeding argument, is now the necessary consequence of a re-election. That the framers of the Constitution believed that 8 years was not too long a time for our presidents to serve in office is proved by their unanimous sanction to this effect, of a continuance in office of the very first President of the United States. Washington was not so much re-elected to office as continued in office. Where not so many as one electoral vote opposed his re-election, and where nothing in the Constitution provides for a second term, we cannot otherwise construe the matter than as a wise extension of his term of office to 8 years, and that his reasons for accepting such a continuance in office imply, as a consequence, that stability in the government, of which we have already spoken, is clear from the following words extracted from his farewell address: "The acceptance of and continuance hitherto in the office to which your suffrages have twice called me, have been a uniform sacrifice of inclination to the opinion of duty, and to a deference for what appeared to be your desire. I constantly hoped that it would have been much earlier in my power, consistently with motives which I was not at liberty to disregard, to return to that retirement from which I had been reluctantly drawn. The strength of my inclination to do this, previous to the last election, had been led to the preparation of an address to declare it to you, but mature reflection on the then perplexed and critical posture of our affairs with foreign nations, and the unanimous advice of persons entitled to my confidence, impelled me to abandon the idea." It is thus evident that it was not from mere selfish motives to remain in office or to hold power, that the Father of his Country accepted an extension of his office to 8 years, but simply because he knew, with that deep forethought so characteristic of him, that a change in the administration, made so soon, would be most injurious to the stability of the country, both at home and abroad. Washington, as many events in his life bear witness to, was of all Americans the last to advocate sudden and frequent changes. Had he been less firm and unchangeable toward those who desired to annihilate his miserable camp at Valley Forge, where would be the United States today? Are the times at present any worse than they were during the winter at Valley Forge? If we adhere as firmly and as unchangeably to our measures today as that great and noble spirit did then, may we not hope for the sun to shine upon this our now sorely distressed land, as it did eventually upon the survivors of Valley Forge? Every honest and stout-hearted American who stops to reflect upon the matter cannot fail to believe so. After Washington, 6 presidents have served 2 terms, or 8 years, in office. Of these, 5 have served their terms successively, that is, each has respectively served 8 consecutive years. They are, in the regular order of their administrations, as follows: Thomas Jefferson, who served from 1801 to 1809; James Madison, from 1809 to 1817; James Monroe, 1817 to 1825; Andrew Jackson, from 1829 to 1837; and Ulysses S. Grant, from 1869 to 1877. Mr. Cleveland, whose administration was broken by the interpolation of Mr. Harrison's, cannot be included in this list, as his terms of office were not successive. We thus see that, inclusive of Washington, 6 presidents, representing in the history of the United States a space of 48 years, have each actually served 8 consecutive years in office. Of the administrations represented by these 6 presidents, it must be conceded on all hands, party bias aside, that they rise prominently above the rest by a marked increase both in the prosperity and development of the country, as well as by a just stability both at home and abroad. That such success was characteristic of Washington's administration, what American will deny it? Out of chaos and revolution he brought peace and tranquillity, and established firmly that foundation upon which the nation today so proudly stands. So the administrations of Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Jackson, and Grant, by the energy, firmness, and stability that marks each, have all given the country that tremendous impetus which in so short a space of time has placed it foremost among the great nations of the world. Hence the proposition of extending the presidential term to 8 years, besides being a tried one, has been discovered upon the experience of the past to be in every instancy a wise, successful, and salutary one. Finally, an extension of the presidential term to 8 years, no second term permitted, would lessen greatly the expense, burden, and excitement into which the country is now thrown every 4 years with such hurtful results. This it would effect in several ways. 1. By lessening immediately the expense, burden, and excitement into which the country at present is thrown to exactly 1/2. Every citizen of the United States knows of the great expense, burden, and excitement into which his country is now thrown with the frequent recurrence of presidential elections. Every man of business who has any interests at stake has felt at some time or other the baneful effects which such frequent burdens and excitement produce, either directly upon his business or indirectly through a fluctuation of the money markets of the country. Every business man of sense, therefore, must feel that the less frequent are the recurrences of such presidential elections, the less danger would there be of injury to his business from the expense, burden, and excitement imposed upon the country. Hence, by an extension of the presidential term to 8 years, the present expense, burden, and excitement placed upon the land would be reduced in a given time in a ratio proportionate to the decrease in the number of elections in the time given. Thus, for example, the number of presidential elections is now in every 24 years exactly 6. By an extension of the presidential term to 8 years, the number of elections would be reduced to 3, giving a rate of decrease in expense, burden, and excitement that would be exactly 1/2 of what it is now. It is true that the expense, burden, and excitement consequent to any single election would probably remain the same, but then recurring at wide intervals of 8 years, it would be scarcely felt, certainly not with such pernicious and lasting effects as at present. For business then would have ample time in which to recover itself from any single shock, while now it is not possible for it to do so before the recurrence of another shock more hurtful than the first. 2. By preventing any unnecessary waste of expense, burden, and excitement to the country by successive re-elections. By successive re-elections we mean those which immediately follow without break the first term of any president. Most re-elections are found on observation to be successive, one only, Mr. Cleveland's, in the history of the Republic, not being so found. When, then, a president is elected to his first term, notwithstanding the expense, burden, and excitement, there is at least some return in a new administration for the energy expended. But when, on the other hand, a president is re-elected to a second term successively, which, as we have seen, generally happens, all this expense, burden, and excitement is so much wasted and unnecessary energy to the land. The country, so far as the administration is concerned, is in exactly the same position after such a re-election as before it. Politically, it has not advanced one step, while if critical issues are at stake, as is generally the case, business is brought to a standstill, and in many instances crippled by the unnecessary excitement into which the country has been wrought. At home, the people, like a nest of hornets disturbed by a stick, are uselessly stirred up into a state of feverish excitement, only to relax again, without further result, into the same state as before the re-election. Abroad, till results are known, confidence, not without reason, withholds its friendly hand. Further, a re-election like Mr. Cleveland's is certain to produce a reaction in the government with all its evil consequences. For when a president is re-elected to office, it is only natural to suppose that he would return to the enforcement of those measures he had chalked out during his first term. If then his administration be broken by an opposing one, as Mr. Cleveland's was by Mr. Harrison's, there is bound to be a sudden and entire change of measures backward to those he first pursued, and this in turn is bound to produce that reaction in the government of which we speak. and that such reaction has actually swept over our land, few who can fairly trace effects back to their causes will deny. But now, by extending the presidential term to 8 years, all this wasteful and unnecessary expense, burden, and excitement would be done away with forever. Hence it is manifest that an extension of the presidential term of office has much in its recommendation, and it rests only with the people of the United States to render their verdict. What shall it be? George P. Poland. End of Shall Our Presidents Be Elected for 8 Years by George P. Poland. Read by Maria Casper.